더 나은 미래를 바라보며 우리는 세상에 끊임없이 묻습니다. 국민에게 주어진 과제에 국회가 제시해야 될 비전은 무엇일까? 세월의 발자취로부터 새로운 내일을 창조할 수 있을까? 우리는 묻습니다. 진정한 해답의 시작은 어디입니까? 국회 도서관이 걸어온 역사 속에는 보다 나은 내일을 위한 흔적들이 남아 있습니다. 1952년 전시 수도 부산에서 개관한 국회 도서관은 대한민국 국회와 역사를 함께하며 세상을 앞서가는 인류 의회 도서관으로 입지를 다져왔습니다. 의회 민주주의 발전과 인류의 지적 문화유산을 보존하여 후세까지 전승한다는 사명감으로 국회와 국민이 신뢰할 수 있는 대한민국의 대표 도서관으로 자리 잡았습니다. 세상을 더 나은 방향으로 이끄는 입법 지식 정보의 보고, 국회 도서관입니다. 국회의원과 입법 지원 기관의 요청에 따른 맞춤형 서비스를 통해 입법 활동을 지원하는 국회 도서관. 국회의원 관련 종합 정보를 전문 데이터베이스로 제공하고, 국회의원과 연구자가 국회 기록물을 편리하게 이용할 수 있도록 콘텐츠를 구축하여 국회 기록의 지식 정보화를 위해 노력합니다. 빅데이터와 최신 ICT 기술을 활용한 융합 분석 서비스를 선제적으로 제공함으로써 4차 산업혁명을 선도합니다. 국회 도서관이 국회의원 300명에게 제공하는 서비스는 5천만 국민의 삶의 질을 개선하여 대한민국의 새로운 내일을 만들어갑니다. 언제 어디서나 쉽고 편리하게 도서관을 이용할 수 있는 국회 전자도서관과 모바일 서비스는 첨단 정보화 시대를 이끌어갑니다. 국회 도서관이 가지고 있는 680만 권의 장서와 500만 건 이상의 원문 정보는 국회와 국민 모두에게 지식 정보의 원천이 되어 시너지의 힘을 만듭니다. 그리고 서평, 입법정책 흡술자료, 신간 안내, 문화행사, 북큐레이션 등을 통해 다양하고 유익한 정보 서비스를 제공하는 국회 도서관. 배움이라는 지식의 장을 넘어 일상 속 힐링의 공간으로 누구나 즐겁게 누릴 수 있는 이용자 중심의 열린 문화 공간으로 끊임없이 변화하고 있습니다. 미래 도서관의 표준, 국회 도서관은 새로운 시대를 만들어갑니다. 새로운 미래를 여는 시작, 지적 문화유산의 이름. 이제 세상이 우리에게 묻습니다. 더 나은 미래를 찾는 길은 무엇입니까? 300명 국회의원으로 시작해 5천만 국민의 밝은 미래를 열어갑니다.
책이 세상을 만듭니다.
지식과 소통의 창.
국회 도서관이 만들어가겠습니다.
한 큐에 끝나면
전 처음부터 번역이 좋아서 대학원에 진학을 했고요.
하지만 보다 전문적으로 배우고 싶어서 직장을 그만두고 진학하게 되었습니다.
통역사라면 다 비슷할 것 같아요. 그냥 통역사가 되고 싶어서, 동시 통역사가 멋져 보여서.
아무래도 일이 재밌어요.
새로운 사람, 또 새로운 환경, 그리고 항상 긴장 속에서 살아가기 때문에, 그리고 거기에서 신선한 자극을 계속 받을 수 있다는 것, 그를 통해서 또 제가 제 스스로를 계속해서 개발할 수 있다는 것.
어떤 희열 같은 것을 느낄 수도 있고요. 그러니까 그만큼 힘들지만 중독성이 강한 일이라는 생각이 듭니다.
통역을 하려면 당연히 언어는 잘 해야죠. 그것만 중요한 게 아니라 배경 지식도 굉장히 중요합니다.
그런 부분들이 어렵다고 할 수 있죠. 계속적으로 끊임없는 공부가 필요한 부분입니다.
통역을 할 때는 이제 돌발 상황이 많이 발생을 하기 때문에
순발력은 정말 빼놓을 수 없는 요소인 것 같습니다.
이해심과 또 신뢰감이라고 생각해요. 상대가 나를 믿을 수 있게끔 하는 그 신뢰감이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
일단은 통역번역대학원 생활은 굉장히 힘든 생활입니다. 그래서 저는 사람들한테 고3 생활로 다시 돌아가는 것과 같다라고 얘기를 하는데요.
저는 울 때도 상당히 많았어요. 울면서 수업을 나올 때도 많았고 혼자 집에서 올 때도 많았고 그런데 그런 것들이 나중에는 큰 도움이 됐어요. 사회에 나가서
동기애라든지 동료의식으로 이어져서 현장에 나가서 일을 하는데도 큰 도움이 되고 있습니다.
이 길에 종사하고 계시는 선배님들과 그리고 전문적인 지식을 갖고 계시는 교수님들이 계셨기 때문에
그냥 어떤 식으로 이 문제를 해결했는지 이런 부분들을 서로 깊이 있게 토론을 하고 또 선생님과 이런 부분에 대해서 같이 논의를 하면서 자신도 모르게 번역사로 필요한 문제 해결 능력이 많이 올라갔던 것 같습니다.
이대에는요, 통역과 번역과가 나뉘어서 수업이 진행이 되기 때문에 보다도 자기 전공 분야에 맞게끔 공부를 할 수 있는 장점도 있고요.
기술 번역, 문학 번역, 미디어 번역으로 나눠갖고 굉장히 세분화돼서 번역을 배울 수 있습니다. 어디로 들어가든지 접근을 훨씬 쉽게 할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다.
교수님들이 교수님이시기 이전에 현장에서 너무너무 지금까지도 활발하게 활동하시는 국제회의 통역사, 베테랑 통역사 분들이세요.
처음에 그 현장에 나갔을 때부터 어느 정도 경력자의 능력을 갖고 시작할 수 있다는 점이 가장 장점.
실전에 정말 딱 부합할 수 있도록 완벽하게 이제 계속 교육을 시켜주시기 때문에 그런 점이 사실 통번역대학원을 나왔을 때 가장 만족스러운 점이고 가장 뿌듯했던 점이었던 것 같습니다.
마치 시간은 10배 느리게 가고 중력은 10배 강한 또 그런 수련을 하고 나면 실력이 상승하는 걸 느낄 수 있습니다. 화이팅!
왜냐하면 번역이 평생 하는 일이잖아요. 그러다 보니까 앞선 10년을 어디에다 투자할까 그것도 생각을 해보면 되게 좋을 것 같습니다.
어렵습니다. 그렇지만 시간이 지나면 자기만의 내공이 축적되면서 전문가가 됩니다. 그런 면에서는 굉장히 매력적인 분야이기 때문에 도전을 권하고 싶습니다.
2년이라는 시간 동안 굉장히 다양한 지식을 쌓을 수가 있고요. 여러분들이 언어 외에도 많은 지식을 쌓을 수 있기 때문에 통번역사뿐만이 아니라 앞으로 여러분들이 어느 분야에 진출을 하건 굉장히 튼튼한 기반을 다질 수 있는 귀중한 시간이 될 것이라고 생각합니다.
절대 후회하지 않으실 거예요. 열심히 하세요.
힘든 공부지만 굉장히 보람되게 즐겁게 공부를 하실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면 정말 여러분이 원하는 공부고 원하는 직업을 갖기 위해서 거치는 과정이기 때문에 그런 과정을 정말 좋은 선생님들과 좋은 커리큘럼을 가진 이 학교에서 할 수 있다는 것만으로도 여러분들께 굉장히 큰 그 행복이지 않을까 생각을 하기 때문에 열심히 준비하셔서 꼭 저희 학교에서 뵀으면 좋겠습니다.
우리는 법을 연구합니다. 법으로 더 행복한 삶을, 더 나은 내일을, 더 큰 세상을 만들기 위해 우리는 매일 연구하고 답을 찾습니다. 사람을 향한 마음과 내일을 위한 믿음으로 삶의 바탕이 되는 법을 생각하는 우리는 한국법제연구원입니다. 우리를 표현하는 단어는 많습니다. 최초, 유일, 싱크탱크, 글로벌 허브. 우리는 사람과 삶을 향한 법의 바탕을 만들기 위해 오늘도 끊임없이 묻고 찾고 연구합니다. 그렇게 오랜 시간 이어져온 우리의 노력은 모두에게 공평하고 정의로운 법으로, 국민과 함께 생활 속에서 살아 숨쉬는 법으로 새롭게 태어납니다. 빠르게 변화하는 시대에 발맞춰 법제도 함께 변해야 하기에 우리는 언제나 긴장을 놓지 않고 혁신을 향해 갑니다. 옳은 것과 그른 것, 지켜야 할 것과 고쳐야 할 것을 구분해 더 좋은 법으로 진화할 수 있도록 새로운 기준을 세우는 일. 이것이 우리가 생각하는 혁신입니다. 우리는 더 큰 세상을 봅니다. 법으로 사람과 사람을 잇고 문화와 문화를 이어 전 세계에 K로우를 전합니다. 언제나 한 걸음 앞선 도전으로 나와 우리 대한민국을 넘어 세상을 이끌어갑니다. 우리는 좋은 법의 바탕을 만듭니다. 단 한 사람도 소외받지 않고 더 안전하게, 더 행복한 삶을 누릴 수 있도록 오늘도 법의 정신을 지켜갑니다. 법은 곧 우리의 삶이고 미래이기에 지금껏 해왔던 것처럼 앞으로도 사람과 삶을 위한 좋은 법의 바탕을 만들겠습니다. 우리는 한국법제연구원입니다.
더 나은 미래를 바라보며 우리는 세상에 끊임없이 묻습니다. 국민에게 주어진 과제에 국회가 제시해야 될 비전은 무엇일까? 세월의 발자취로부터 새로운 내일을 창조할 수 있을까? 우리는 묻습니다. 진정한 해답의 시작은 어디입니까? 국회 도서관이 걸어온 역사 속에는 보다 나은 내일을 위한 흔적들이 남아 있습니다. 1952년 전시 수도 부산에서 개관한 국회 도서관은 대한민국 국회와 역사를 함께하며 세상을 앞서가는 인류 의회 도서관으로 입지를 다져왔습니다. 의회 민주주의 발전과 인류의 지적 문화유산을 보존하여 후세까지 전승한다는 사명감으로 국회와 국민이 신뢰할 수 있는 대한민국의 대표 도서관으로 자리 잡았습니다. 세상을 더 나은 방향으로 이끄는 입법 지식 정보의 보고, 국회 도서관입니다. 국회의원과 입법 지원기관의 요청에 따른 맞춤형 서비스를 통해 입법 활동을 지원하는 국회 도서관. 국회의원 관련 종합 정보를 전문 데이터베이스로 제공하고 국회의원과 연구자가 국회 기록물을 편리하게 이용할 수 있도록 콘텐츠를 구축하여 국회 기록의 지식 정보화를 위해 노력합니다. 빅데이터와 최신 ICT 기술을 활용한 융합, 분석 서비스를 선제적으로 제공함으로써 4차 산업혁명을 선도합니다. 국회 도서관이 국회의원 300명에게 제공하는 서비스는 5천만 국민의 삶의 질을 개선하여 대한민국의 새로운 내일을 만들어갑니다. 언제 어디서나 쉽고 편리하게 도서관을 이용할 수 있는 국회 전자도서관과 모바일 서비스는 첨단 정보화 시대를 이끌어갑니다. 국회 도서관이 가지고 있는 680만 권의 장서와 500만 건 이상의 원문 정보는 국회와 국민 모두에게 지식 정보의 원천이 되어 시너지의 힘을 만듭니다. 그리고 서평, 입법정책 흡술 자료, 신간 안내, 문화 행사, 국 큐레이션 등을 통해 다양하고 유익한 정보 서비스를 제공하는 국회 도서관. 배움이라는 지식의 장을 넘어 일상 속 힐링의 공간으로 누구나 즐겁게 누릴 수 있는 이용자 중심의 열린 문화 공간으로 끊임없이 변화하고 있습니다. 미래 도서관의 표준, 국회 도서관은 새로운 시대를 만들어갑니다. 새로운 미래를 여는 시작, 지적 문화유산의 이름. 이제 세상이 우리에게 묻습니다. 더 나은 미래를 찾는 길은 무엇입니까? 300명 국회의원으로 시작해 5천만 국민의 밝은 미래를 열어갑니다.
책이 세상을 만듭니다. 지식과 소통의 창.
국회 도서관이 만들어가겠습니다.
한 큐에 끝나고
전 처음부터 번역이 좋아서 대학원에 진학을 했고요.
하지만 보다 전문적으로 배우고 싶어서 직장을 그만두고 진학하게 되었습니다.
통역사라면 다 비슷할 것 같아요. 그냥 통역사가 되고 싶어서, 동시 통역사가 멋져 보여서.
아무래도 일이 재밌어요.
새로운 사람, 또 새로운 환경, 그리고 항상 긴장 속에서 살아가기 때문에, 그리고 거기에서 신선한 자극을 계속 받을 수 있다는 것, 그를 통해서 또 제가 제 스스로를 계속해서 개발할 수 있다는 것.
어떤 희열 같은 것을 느낄 수도 있고요. 그러니까 그만큼 힘들지만 중독성이 강한 일이라는 생각이 듭니다.
통역을 하려면 당연히 언어는 잘 해야죠. 그것만 중요한 게 아니라 배경 지식도 굉장히 중요합니다.
그런 부분들이 어렵다고 할 수 있죠. 계속적으로 끊임없는 공부가 필요한 부분입니다.
통역을 할 때는 이제 돌발 상황이 많이 발생을 하기 때문에
순발력은 정말 빼놓을 수 없는 요소인 것 같습니다.
이해심과 또 신뢰감이라고 생각해요. 상대가 나를 믿을 수 있게끔 하는 그 신뢰감이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
일단은 통역번역대학원 생활은 굉장히 힘든 생활입니다. 그래서 저는 사람들한테 고3 생활로 다시 돌아가는 것과 같다라고 얘기를 하는데요.
저는 울 때도 상당히 많았어요. 울면서 수업을 나올 때도 많았고, 혼자 집에서 올 때도 많았고. 그런데 그런 것들이 나중에는 큰 도움이 됐어요. 사회에 나가서
동기애라든지 동료의식으로 이어져서 현장에 나가서 일을 하는데도 큰 도움이 되고 있습니다.
이 길에 종사하고 계시는 선배님들과 그리고 전문적인 지식을 갖고 계시는 교수님들이 계셨기 때문에
그냥 어떤 식으로 이 문제를 해결했는지 이런 부분들을 서로 깊이 있게 토론을 하고 또 선생님과 이런 부분에 대해서 같이 논의를 하면서 자신도 모르게 번역사로 필요한 문제 해결 능력이 많이 올라갔던 것 같습니다.
이대에는요, 통역과 번역과가 나뉘어서 수업이 진행이 되기 때문에 보다도 자기 전공 분야에 맞게끔 공부를 할 수 있는 장점도 있고요.
기술 번역, 문학 번역, 미디어 번역으로 나눠갖고 굉장히 세분화돼서 번역을 배울 수 있습니다. 어디로 들어가든지 접근을 훨씬 쉽게 할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다.
교수님들이 교수님이시기 이전에 현장에서 너무너무 지금까지도 활발하게 활동하시는 국제회의 통역사, 베테랑 통역사 분들이세요.
처음에 그 현장에 나갔을 때부터 어느 정도 경력자의 능력을 갖고 시작할 수 있다는 점이 가장 장점.
실전에 정말 딱 부합할 수 있도록 완벽하게 이제 계속 교육을 시켜주시기 때문에 그런 점이 사실 통번역 대학원을 나왔을 때 가장 만족스러운 점이고 가장 뿌듯했던 점이었던 것 같습니다.
마치 시간은 10배 느리게 가고 중력은 10배 강한 또 그런 수련을 하고 나면 실력이 상승하는 걸 느낄 수 있습니다. 화이팅!
왜냐하면 번역이 평생 하는 일이잖아요. 그러다 보니까 앞선 10년을 어디에다 투자할까 그것도 생각을 해보면 되게 좋을 것 같습니다.
어렵습니다. 그렇지만 시간이 지나면 자기만의 내공이 축적되면서 전문가가 됩니다. 그런 면에서는 굉장히 매력적인 분야이기 때문에 도전을 권하고 싶습니다.
2년이라는 시간 동안 굉장히 다양한 지식을 쌓을 수가 있고요. 여러분들이 언어 외에도 많은 지식을 쌓을 수 있기 때문에 통번역사뿐만이 아니라 앞으로 여러분들이 어느 분야에 진출을 하건 굉장히 튼튼한 기반을 다질 수 있는 귀중한 시간이 될 것이라고 생각합니다.
절대 후회하지 않으실 거예요. 열심히 하세요.
힘든 공부지만 굉장히 보람되게 즐겁게 공부를 하실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면 정말 여러분이 원하는 공부고 원하는 직업을 갖기 위해서 거치는 과정이기 때문에 그런 과정을 정말 좋은 선생님들과 좋은 커리큘럼을 가진 이 학교에서 할 수 있다는 것만으로도 여러분들께 굉장히 큰 그 행복이지 않을까 생각을 하기 때문에 열심히 준비하셔서 꼭 저희 학교에서 뵀으면 좋겠습니다.
우리는 법을 연구합니다. 법으로 더 행복한 삶을, 더 나은 내일을, 더 큰 세상을 만들기 위해 우리는 매일 연구하고 답을 찾습니다. 사람을 향한 마음과 내일을 위한 믿음으로 삶의 바탕이 되는 법을 생각하는 우리는 한국법제연구원입니다. 우리를 표현하는 단어는 많습니다. 최초, 요일, 싱크탱크, 글로벌 허브. 우리는 사람과 삶을 향한 법의 바탕을 만들기 위해 오늘도 끊임없이 묻고 찾고 연구합니다. 그렇게 오랜 시간 이어져온 우리의 노력은 모두에게 공평하고 정의로운 법으로, 국민과 함께 생활 속에서 살아 숨쉬는 법으로 새롭게 태어납니다. 빠르게 변화하는 시대에 발맞춰 법제도 함께 변해야 하기에 우리는 언제나 긴장을 놓지 않고 혁신을 향해 갑니다. 옳은 것과 그른 것, 지켜야 할 것과 고쳐야 할 것을 구분해 더 좋은 법으로 진화할 수 있도록 새로운 기준을 세우는 일. 이것이 우리가 생각하는 혁신입니다. 우리는 더 큰 세상을 봅니다. 법으로 사람과 사람을 잇고 문화와 문화를 이어 전 세계에 K로우를 전합니다. 언제나 한 걸음 앞선 도전으로 나와 우리, 대한민국을 넘어 세상을 이끌어갑니다. 우리는 좋은 법의 바탕을 만듭니다. 단 한 사람도 소외받지 않고 더 안전하게, 더 행복한 삶을 누릴 수 있도록 오늘도 법의 정신을 지켜갑니다. 법은 곧 우리의 삶이고 미래이기에 지금껏 해왔던 것처럼 앞으로도 사람과 삶을 위한 좋은 법의 바탕을 만들겠습니다. 우리는 한국법제연구원입니다.
I'm the International Cooperation Officer, Ian A of the National Assembly Library, and I'll be your MC today.
2021년 서울
The 2021 Seoul International Forum on Translation and Interpretation is co-hosted by the National Assembly Library, Ewha Women's University Graduate School of Translation and Interpretation, and the Korean Legislation Research Institute. The forum will be preceded in both Korean and English. The National Assembly Library that translates the laws and regulations from around the world to assist the legislation at the National Assembly, Ewha Women's University Graduate School of Translation and Interpretation, which provides accurate interpretation and translation in various fields, and Korea Legislation Research Institute, which translates Korean laws to provide to the world, have come together to discuss the ethics and professionalism in translation and interpreting. It is with great regret that I have to meet you online due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and I sincerely hope that we could meet in person in the next year's forum. We will now commence the 2021 Seoul International Forum on Translation and Interpreting, jointly hosted by the National Assembly Library, Ewha Women's University, GSTI, and Korea Legislation Research Institute. First, I would like to invite Mr. Hyun Jin-gun, the Chief Librarian of the National Assembly Library, for opening remarks.
안녕하십니까. 국회도서관장 현진권입니다. 먼저 국회도서관과 한국법제연구원, 이화여자대학교 통번역대학원이 공동으로 국제세미나를 개최하게 된 것을 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 국회도서관과 한국법제연구원은 법률 번역의 발전이라는 주제로 공동세미나를 2016년부터 개최했습니다. 올해는 이화여자대학교 통번역대학원 협력으로 세 개 기관이 주체가 되어 국제 세미나를 개최하게 되었습니다. 이 세미나 개최를 축하해 주신 박병석 국회의장님, 공동개최기관인 한국법제연구원의 김계홍 원장님, 이화여자대학교 통번역대학원의 최미경 원장님께 감사드립니다. 그리고 발표와 토론을 맡아주신 국내의 전문가 여러분께도 감사드립니다. 또한 세미나에 참여해 주신 여러분께도 환영 인사드립니다. 최근 우리 사회 변혁의 화두는 단연 인공지능입니다. 인공지능은 현대 과학기술의 대명사로 사회 전반의 체제를 디지털화하고 있습니다. 반복적이고 정형적인 업무는 인공지능과 로봇 기술을 통하여 대체되고 있습니다. 비반복적이고 분석적이며 대인적인 업무는 어떠한 형태로든 변화될 것입니다. 번역 업무 또한 인공지능이 적용되는 분야입니다. 누구나 간단한 내용은 인터넷에 접속하여 구글이나 파바고로 등의 기계 번역을 통해 번역할 수 있는 세상입니다. 그러나 생명, 재산 등 보호와 관련된 법률 번역은 여전히 전문성과 직업 윤리를 갖춘 전문가의 영역으로 남아 있습니다. 앞으로 인공지능과 빅데이터 기술은 지속적으로 발전할 것입니다. 이를 바탕으로 기계 번역가, 전문 통번역가는 새로운 상관관계를 형성할 것입니다. 통번역 윤리와 전문가 정신을 논의하는 오늘 세미나 주제는 통번역의 패러다임이 변화하는 전환기에 시적절합니다. 모쪼록 이 세미나가 통번역의 전문성 향상과 통번역계의 발전에 기여하는 장이 되기를 기대합니다. 오늘 세미나에 참여해 주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사 말씀 드립니다.
Thank you very much, Chief Librarian Mr. Hyun-jin Gun.
다음은
Next, Professor Choi Mi-kyung, the Dean of one of the co-organizers, IFTI, will deliver a welcoming speech.
안녕하세요. 이화여대 통역번역대학원장 한불전공 최미경입니다. 2021년 서울국제통번역포럼에 오신 여러분을 환영합니다. 해외에서도 참여해 주시는 저명한 학자 여러분들과 국내의 소중한 연구자 여러분들께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 전문성과 윤리라는 주제는 번역가의 수호 성인으로 알려져 있는 성 히에로니무스 또는 세인트 제롬에 대해 생각하게 합니다. 391년에서 406년까지 라틴어로 충실하면서도 정확한 불가타본 성경을 번역한 최초의 가장 전문성 있으며 윤리적인 번역가였습니다. 알브레이트 듀러를 비롯한 많은 화가들이 그린 이 성인의 가장 친숙한 모습은 번역을 하고 있는 그를 지키고 있는 사자와 함께입니다. 그가 번역을 하고 있는데 한 사자가 다가와 발톱에 있는 가시를 빼어 주었더니 이후에 이 사자는 항상 그 곁을 지켰다고 하죠. 성 히에로니무스는 통번역가가 언어와 전문 지식의 난제에서 어려움을 겪을 때 여러 다양한 부정한 유혹에 놓일 때 길을 안내하는 북극성과 같은 존재입니다. 그런데 북극 지축에 고정되었다고 알려져 있는 이 북극성이 사실은 지구의 자전으로 인해 미세하게 이동을 하고 있는 것처럼 통번역에서의 전문성과 윤리는 시대와 상황, 분야에 따라 전진하고 있습니다. 이 중요한 주제에 이정표를 심어주실 기조 발표의 앤서니 핌, 코넬리아 트비첸버거 두 분 교수님을 비롯한 발표자분들께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 1952년 한국전 중에 소량의 서적으로 피난처인 부산에서 개관하여 오늘날 책의 보고가 된 저도 학창시절 자주 다녔던 국회 도서관과 공동 주최를 하게 되어 더없이 기쁩니다. 국회 도서관의 발전사는 135년 전 한 명의 여학생으로 시작하여 굴지의 여성대학이 된 저희 이화여자대학교의 발전과도 족적을 같이 하는 것이라 더욱 의미가 깊습니다. 현진권 국회 도서관장님과 실무팀께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 또 작년부터 공동 주최를 통해 협력 정신을 다진 한국법제연구원의 김계홍 원장님, 이상모 법령번역센터장님을 비롯한 실무팀에 진심으로 감사드립니다. 마지막으로 97년 개원 최고의 실무 역량으로 국내외의 다변하는 현장에서 빛을 내는 교수님들과 또 졸업생들을 배출하고 있는 이화여대 통역번역대학원의 이유희 통역번역연구소장님, 최문선 부소장님께도 수고에 깊이 감사드립니다. 접속자 폭주로 사이트가 잠시 다운이 되었고 발표자들끼리 온라인 뒤풀이가 몹시 감동적이었던 일에 대해 이어 통번역 종사자 및 연구자들에게 전문성의 좌표를 다시 한번 확인하고 윤리적 성찰을 가능하게 할 뜻깊은 학술 행사가 되기를 진심으로 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Now, President Kim Ge-hoon of the Korea Legislation Research Institute will deliver the next welcoming speech.
안녕하십니까. 한국법제연구원장 김기용입니다. 코로나19라는 엄중한 상황 속에서도 지난해에 이어 이화여자대학교 통번역대학원과 공동으로 2021 서울국제통번역포럼을 개최하게 되어 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다. 금년에는 외국법을 한국어로 번역하고 있는 국회 도서관도 공동 주관기관으로 함께하게 됨에 따라 명실공히 통번역 분야의 대표적인 포럼으로 자리잡게 되었습니다. 우선 바쁘신 일정에도 포럼을 위해 축하의 인사를 전해주신 박병석 국회의장님 진심으로 감사드립니다. 기조발제를 맡아주신 호주 멜버른 대학의 앤서니 핌 교수님, 오스트리아 비엔나 대학의 코넬리아 츠비첸버거 교수님, 각 세션별로 발표를 맡아주신 8개 국가의 많은 전문가 교수님들께도 감사드립니다. 또한 한미 정상회담의 준비로 바쁘신 일정에도 불구하고 특별 간담회를 위하여 시간을 내주신 이연향 미국 국무부 통번역 국장님께도 깊이 감사드립니다. 아울러 오늘 이 자리를 마련하기 위해 여러모로 힘써주신 현진권 국회 도서관장님, 최미경 이화여대 통번역대학원장님께 깊은 감사의 말씀을 전합니다. 2021년은 AI와 디지털 기술에 대한 전환의 해로 일컬어질 만큼 AI에 많은 관심이 집중되고 있으며 AI 윤리와 관련된 논의들도 활발하게 진행되고 있습니다. 이러한 새로운 기술이 가진 가능성과 그 기술이 가진 부정적인 결과를 놓고 갑론을박이 치열한 상황에서 통역사와 번역사의 역할을 재정립하고 통번역 서비스의 품질과 완성도에 대한 공통의 기준을 세우는 일도 매우 중요합니다. 이에 2021 서울 국제통번역 포럼은 더 기본에 집중해 보고자 통번역 윤리와 전문가 정신이라는 주제하에 통역사와 번역사가 갖춰야 할 역량과 직업의식에 대해 여러 교수님과 전문가분들의 제언을 들어보고 이해관계자들 간에 심도 있는 논의를 진행할 예정입니다. 올해는 한국법제연구원이 법령의 세계화라는 기치하에 대한민국 법령을 영문으로 번역하여 대외에 제공한 지 30년이 되는 해입니다. 이에 한국법제연구원 역시 좀 더 기본에 충실하기 위하여 다양한 변화를 모색하고 있습니다. 지난 30년간 대한민국 영문법령을 제공하면서 경험하였던 많은 시행착오와 번역 경험들을 종합적으로 분석함으로써 보다 나은 품질의 대한민국 영문법령을 제공하고자 다양한 프로젝트를 진행하고 있으며 그 대표적인 것이 국회 도서관과 공동으로 준비 중인 표준 한영 법률 용어 사전의 편찬입니다. 오늘 포럼에서 주신 귀한 의견을 경청하고 살펴서 기본에 충실한 보다 나은 영문 및 중문 법령을 제공하기 위해 노력하겠습니다. 아무쪼록 이번 포럼이 다가올 시대에 필요한 통역사와 번역사의 전문성을 규정할 수 있는 뜻깊은 토론의 장이 되길 기원합니다. 다시 한번 귀중한 시간을 내어 발표와 토론에 참여해 주신 분들과 이 자리에 함께해 주신
원장님 감사합니다.
Thank you very
마지막으로
much.
바쁜 국회 일정에
Lastly, I would like to introduce the Speaker of the National Assembly,
축사 영상을 보내주신 박병석
who have graciously taken time out of his busy schedule to send us the video of the congratulatory remark.
국회의장 박병석입니다. 먼저 국회 도서관과 한국법제연구원, 이화여자대학교 통번역대학원이 공동으로 통번역 윤리와 전문가 정신이라는 주제의 국회 세미나를 열게 된 것을 축하드립니다. 이 자리를 마련해 주신 현진권 국회 도서관장님, 김계홍 한국법제연구원장님, 최미경 이화여자대학교 통번역대학원장님께 감사드립니다. 발표와 토론을 맡아준 전문가 여러분과 이 행사를 준비한 관계자 여러분들이 노고에도 감사드립니다. 그리고 바쁘신 가운데서도 이 세미나에 참여해 주신 국내외 관계자 여러분께도 환영의 인사를 드립니다. 우리 대한민국 21대 국회가 시작된 지 1년여의 시간이 지나고 있습니다. 우리 국회는 코로나19의 상황 속에서도 중단 없는 의정활동을 계속해 왔습니다. 이러한 국회의 의정활동 이면에는 국회 도서관 등 입법 지원기관의 통번역 서비스 지원이 큰 역할을 해주었습니다. 코로나19와 같은 재해, 기후변화, 그리고 에너지 문제 등에 대해 전 세계가 실시간으로 교류하고 즉각 반응하는 시대입니다. 세계와 소통하기 위해 신뢰할 수 있는 수준 높은 통번역 서비스가 그 어느 때보다도 중요합니다. 국회 도서관은 법률 번역 서비스로 국회의 의정 활동을 지원하고 있습니다. 한국법제연구원은 우리 법률을 번역해 외국에 널리 알리고 있습니다. 이화여자대학교 통번역대학원은 수준 높은 통번역사를 배출하고 있습니다. 오늘 세미나가 통번역계의 발전 방향을 모색하고 제도와 시스템의 업그레이드를 논의하는 자리가 될 것으로 기대합니다. 통번역 전문가들의 성장에도 큰 역할을 할 것이라고 생각됩니다. 좋은 토론을 기대합니다. 함께해 주신 국내외 전문가 여러분의 건승을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Speaker Park Byung-seok. We will listen to the two keynote speakers who will kickstart the 2021 Seoul International Forum on Translation and Interpreting. The first keynote speaker of the 2021 Seoul International Forum on Translation and Interpreting is Professor Anthony Pym of Melbourne University in Australia. He has taught at the Autonomous University of Barcelona, Gran Canaria, Las Palmas University. In particular, he established the Intercultural Research Group and the graduate program for translation studies and has taught in the program at the Rovira e Virgil University. After serving as the president of the European Society for Translation Studies from 2010 for 7 years, he currently teaches at the Melbourne University as a chair professor. Professor Pym, who is the pioneer in the field of translation ethics and translation history, has made great contributions to the research of sociology-based translation and relationship with culture. His keynote speech deals with providing language services to immigrants living in Australia, which is a multicultural society.
Many thanks for the invitation to be with you here today, and I'm pleased to speak about really the formation of a translation profession in a particular society. And here I'll be drawing on the experience in Australia. I'm living and working in Australia, and I'm going to present that as a case study of a more general problem that I've been working on from various aspects. And I'm drawing here on some of the research I've been doing and some of the considerations that I've been making in other respects. So here is the problem I want to build on, I want to work on, how to build inclusive language provision services in a multilingual society. I'm living in a multilingual society right now. Melbourne, where I'm based at the moment, has about 250 languages being spoken at home. It is a case of a super diverse city, and services, social services, are provided to this city in all the languages that are required. That at least is the aim. Note that I'm not talking about translation and interpreting directly, although obviously they are part of the solution or part of the answer to that question. Now, as a general question, the answer to that has to be, it depends. It depends on the society. It depends on the actual requirements that are present. And so I want to argue here against a best practices approach against the idea that, look, it's been solved in Australia, so we can apply that in Korea, for example. No, I don't think we can think that way at all. We can only work here through case studies and then draw what lessons we can from what's happened in other places. The groundwork or the conceptualization of professionalization can be taken back to this model, which dates from Joseph Tseng's work in Taiwan and has been put into a more complex model by Zhu in 2009. It takes us from a situation of market disorder at the beginning here of the model, where people do not really trust mediation. They don't trust translators and interpreters. Therefore, they will not pay a lot of money for them, and therefore there is no incentive for professionalization. So this would be what you want to avoid, where there's no effective mediation because there's no real trust in the mediator. And in order to build up trust, you need signals of quality, signals of trustworthiness. And those signals can come from many, many areas. I'll just walk you through this quite complex model of how you get from market disorder right down to protection and licensure or professional autonomy, the ideal of translators and interpreters requiring qualifications in order to work and not allowing other people into the profession. That was what was looked for there, to become something like one of the liberal professions, like lawyers and doctors, architects, for example. Okay. Now, just look at the complexity here. We have to get consensus and commitment, and a key link here is training institutions, which also come in again here, training institutions interacting with a professional association, the development of a code of ethics, for example, lots of publicity to get everybody on board, political persuasion, which was recognized as being very important. The professional association and code of ethics then lead to certification. And here the training institutions come in again. That is legalized. You get a closed shop, and only qualified translators and interpreters can work. All right. And you've got governments playing their role here. Now that is an interesting model or a roadmap of how one might want to proceed. In the world, there is only one country where you have got, or anybody has got to the end of this model. That is where it's not possible for just anybody to set up shop as a translator or interpreter. And that one country is Slovakia. And even there, they find ways of getting around it. So this is a very ideal model that effectively has not been realized in any country in the world. I point out that training institutions appear 3 times here, and the aim is to establish a profession, not necessarily to achieve social inclusion, which was what I had in my original problem. Okay, so perhaps that is not the aim or not the best way of ensuring social inclusion. However, it's a model that we might like to be aware of. I know that model because I did something similar to it, or I led a team that worked on the translation profession in the European Union. And we looked at status, at signals of status, signals of trustworthiness. And a lot of that research was ideally leading towards certification, to a trans-European certification of translators and perhaps eventually interpreters. That also failed, I hasten to add. Okay. My third model here is hot off the press. This was presented just a few weeks ago in Beijing at the Beijing Foreign Studies University. It is a model. You've got the Chinese there. We've had it translated by Bei Hu over here. It's a model of a society's translation capacity. And it gives us a scorecard. You can see the percentages there of how to judge and quantify a country's translation capacity. And it's quite interesting in its percentages and the intricacy of the view. There are first level indicators here, which you can see, second level and third level. So I'll just look at the third level here, where there are important things to bear in mind. The development of a capacity to deal with emergencies, for example, is something that we've been very keenly aware of lately, and it's great to see it there with a significant percentage. Legislation and policy is part of it, and then the translation industry is doing its part, and translator training is doing part of it, with research actually playing a role here. Now, my Chinese colleagues have developed this model. They've put numbers in. I don't know how they got the numbers, but they get the numbers in and they figure out that China is number 3 in the world in translation capacity, and therefore needs more work and more government involvement and investment in order to get to number 1, at which point the whole world will copy this model and Chinese culture will expand. Well, that's the idea. The model is neither good nor bad. I think any model is great if, for example, it draws attention to the existence of translators and interpreters. It gives a role and a purpose for research and training, which is what I do, and hopefully it attracts government investment. Okay, if that's the purpose, I'm sure that's going to work in China. It will attract government investment. Would that work in Australia? Probably not. Why not? What's missing in the model? If I look at this critically, what I don't find, but perhaps it's there, okay, but I don't find it in the higher level categories, is civil society. For example, what do associations do? The associations that we saw in the previous model, for example. What do all the community associations do that relay information to their members in their languages? What happens, for example, around me here in Melbourne, right where I'm living, I have about 10 churches around me. They all do translations. They all do language classes in many of the languages around us as well. So that whole aspect of civil society is not there. And there is not an attention to the numbers of people in the society at large who can speak foreign languages and work as mediators. There's nothing here corresponding to the social value of mediation as it appears in the Common European Framework Reference for languages, for language learning, the idea that in a particular society, so many people will have language competence in different languages and can work as mediators, okay? So that entire aspect is not there, nor is it obvious in the original model, the earlier one that came out of Taipei. Now, why is there no best practice? Here is something I presented some years ago, and I was thinking about how we train translators and interpreters, and it occurs to me now as well that it depends where we are, at least on these axes. There can be more axes according to the particular problem to be solved. So the models I've seen want to situate things down here where only professionals translate, but we do have societies where everyone translates. And we have to figure out where we are on that vertical axis there. There are societies where a lot of information goes through translation, and we would situate ourselves right up there. There are other societies down here where not much happens in particular languages, and we only need sporadic work, for example, for many of the African languages that we have here in Melbourne. It's not constant work, and the problem is precisely that we can't employ professionals on a permanent basis to deal with them. So what I did with that from the perspective of training was to figure out how translation is integrated, not just in the work of translators and interpreters, but also in language learning. And I think that's an area that has to be added to the previous models that I've presented here, at least if we're interested in inclusion as opposed to the area where there's only professionals translating. My work on that then took case studies and tried to put them on that map, and I can refer you back to that previous work. Here we're interested in Australia, which wasn't in the previous map. I'm going to find a place for it here. Okay. I now turn to the case of Australia. Now, I'm working here from a doctoral thesis done by Adolfo Gentile. It is very clear that the language service provision problem in Australia dates from the European ways of immigration in the 1950s. These are European languages coming into Australia, building up the country that we know at present. And we can see some responses to that. For example, Australia was the first country in the world to have free telephone interpreting. The response, though, to the development of translation and interpreting was responding to something quite different. This is Adolfo there, and his work really pointed out the key role of this 1975 report on poverty in Australia, where it was found that one of the main causes of poverty were people not having the language resources needed to find out about the social services available to them. This is strange. We tend to think that Australia is a relatively rich country, and it is. However, the development of translation and interpreting as professions responded to a problem of poverty. How did it respond? Well, in time, and you can see that quite quickly, in fact, they set up what is now called the National Accreditation Authority for Translators and Interpreters, that is NATI, and that set up a code of ethics and a system of exams by which people in the community could be recognized as translators and interpreters employed by the government and made available to the various language communities. A decade later, we have the National Language Policy getting through Parliament. That was written by Joe Lobianco, another colleague over there. And the National Language Policy has two main axes. The first is English and the learning of English as a means of social cohesion. That's very clear. And the second one is social services may require language services. So whereas in Europe, we have a situation of language rights and translations and interpreting has to be done for the maintenance of language rights. In Australia, there are no language rights as such. There is a policy to provide services. Now, in that policy, it's very clear that a secondary aim is to develop and maintain multilingualism. That is all the 250 languages in Melbourne, but also the indigenous languages are to be maintained as much as possible and recuperated in the case of indigenous languages, and that is indeed what's happening. So that's a very, very important difference. Language rights, certainly in Europe. Australia, social services. In Europe, we might have the profession in order to maintain rights. In Australia, the aim is an inclusive society and language services as a part of reaching that particular aim. Now, when people set about doing that in the 1970s and into the 1980s, they looked around the world, said, who has worked on this kind of problem? And there were really no answers. So as you can see in this quotation from Uldis Ozolins, who was one of the main players back then and is still the main player in this field in Australia, there was virtually nothing to draw on. And so people had to invent it. Invented by creating the accreditation authority, but also by looking for modes of training which could take people who already know languages because they're in the language communities and teach them the basics of ethical performance and assess and certify their language skills. That's going back. So Australia's come a long way since then in those particular areas, in community translation and interpreting, that is provision of social services, and a lot of work done in legal as well in relations with the courts. And what has typified the work done by Australians here, I was not in Australia, I was outside of the country for 38 years. I've come back, so I look around and see what Australians have been doing. I find that the people I've named, along with Professor Sandra Hale here, have done incredible work with academics working alongside professionals in the accreditation authority and with members of the judiciary as well, collaborating to create knowledge and to create agreements about how the profession is going to solve these problems. An important document is this one, which is just setting out the recommended standards for how to work with interpreters in courts and tribunals. That is to educate the professional interpreters, but also the members of the legal profession about how to work with them. And that was so important that I've actually had that translated into Spanish so that we can do something similar in Spain. I also live in Spain. Another example of that was done by Professor Hale, looking at the perennial question. In court, is it better to use simultaneous or consecutive? So you get members of the legal profession and you set up a big experiment with simulated hearings, one in consecutive, one in simultaneous, and you look at the effects that has on witness credibility. And I think these are wonderful examples of collaboration between different social sectors, academics, professionals, and the country institutions, judicial institutions in this case, working together to solve problems. Now, if we go back to this model of where Australians are, it's very, very hard because we have a situation where, because of immigration, there are lots of people translating every day. So we're sort of up that end there. But there are so many languages that there are very few for which there's a high intensity information flow. Chinese has become the big exception here. But for most of the languages, we are up around in this quadrant here with low intensity information flows and an attempt to bring people from the top there down to here, that is to professionalize them in the sense of giving them signals of trustworthiness. How this works depends on the generation. So here I'm looking at Jim Klavach's work on the Macedonian and Iraqi communities. So you get a particular language, a language community, and you see what's happened with the successive generations of immigrants. So here I'm simplifying Jim's work a lot. Obviously, the first generation comes in and learns the host language. The second generation comes in, and the first generation members become the interpreters and translators for the people coming in. So when you get to the generation 2, you've got those people within the community operating as the mediators. And then you get to generation 3 and then 4. The problem is no longer mediation because the community itself is looking after that. the problem is the maintenance of the non-English language. You want to maintain diversity, and so the problem shifts to making people proud of having their non-English language. And translation and interpreting services do part of that work. They build up the prestige, the social recognition of the languages. They motivate people to learn those languages and do what they can to avoid language loss. And that becomes a second problem there in the education systems as well. So the policy shifts according to the particular generations. Along the way, there was a great idea at one stage that because we have so many people who speak languages, these people can work in industry to enhance the export industry. So you've got a report there done by Estela Valverde. That sort of didn't work because the kinds of language that people speak in the home are not the kinds of languages, technical languages or promotional material that you need to export your products. And so there's a basic social linguistic reality there that one problem has been social inclusion. The other problem, that is promoting exports, has more or less been solved by working in English. So that connection didn't work. Don't try to copy that one. Didn't work in Australia. Here's a snapshot now of where we are. This is 2020, the NAATI report. 179 languages people are accredited or certified, as the nomenclature now has it. Note, Melbourne has 250, a bit more, 252, 179. So not all the languages are covered, but it's a very big operation. 40 Indigenous languages, 15,000 practitioners. This is cumulative. I think since it began, it has certified that many practitioners. It has developed and a regularly updated code of ethics, which is obligatory for practitioners. It's also obligatory for training institutions. NAATI endorses 33 institutions. My university is one of them. So because we are part of that, I have to teach the NAATI Code of Ethics. And last year we were told that we had to give training in family violence situations because this is a problem that we have in Australia. I think that instruction is very good. Much as an academic, I would like to have freedom in what I teach with my students. I do, in this case, recognize that the authority was doing well in telling us to give people training in that particular area. Is it a good model? I don't know. It's a company. It gets money from the exams. It's a non-profit company, but it does pretty well. And it's owned by the governments of Australia, that is, a federal government and state governments. The problem here is that the governments are also the main employers of translators and interpreters. So in fact, the profession is being regulated by the employers. We also have a main Translators Association, AUSIT, and we have a union as well, which pays more attention to how much translators get paid or not paid and work conditions. So this is obviously something that's done from the employer's perspective. It may not be good for the development, financial development, social recognition even of translators and interpreters who have other associations as well. I do not want to present the Australian case as a model. And this past year or so of COVID-19 has shown that it is not a model for solving all the problems. You can see here that the press has been inundated with reports of inadequate translations, missing translations, bad translations, not getting through to our migrant communities, particularly in Melbourne, which had a very long lockdown last year. it got worse. There were 2 cases when printed materials and electronically available materials mixed languages. So we have cases of Farsi being mixed up with Arabic, and Turkish being mixed up with Indonesian. So it's a failure in the production of, it's not bad translations, but bad project management, and just a lack of checking before these things went out. So under pressure, under time pressure, some serious mistakes were made. And this got picked up in the press and circulated through the press. And people in Australia really began to lose trust in the quality of the translations. Trust is eroded, okay? And when that happens, we go back towards that situation of market disorder, which we had at the beginning. Now, one of the good things here, this was interesting because I was giving interviews on television, radio, and in the press, trying to say, no, translators are really well certified in Australia. They do not work badly. This is just a project management problem. To little avail. The good thing was that the press outroar was so huge that the government here in Victoria then gave 14.3 million for not just translation, but for mediation. And a lot of that money, so this is what I was arguing there, a lot of that money then went not to translators and interpreters, some of it did, but to the many community organizations that deal with particularly the elderly in these communities, who are the people most at risk. So what we found was that the problem, the communication problem, was being solved only partly by translation and interpreting, which gives you the official message translated into official language in many, many languages. In this case, 63, 64 in the case of Melbourne. But then the cultural communities themselves would pick up those messages, do their own translations, but also their own explanations. To reach the elderly, they would phone them or print out information in the language and give them a printed bit of information, because that's how people trust. The elderly in some communities trust. If it's printed, it's real. I'll believe it, okay? So there were questions not just of quality of translation, but means of communication. And so what we found here was the use of voluntary associations using mediation on a multi-platform, very wide sense, in order to restore trust in the information. What's interesting, if you look around the world at the economies of trust, you can measure in each society, there are measurements, how much trust is in a government. In Australia, trust in government is pretty low, although it's gone up through the pandemic. So there is more trust in the community associations, in voluntary associations, which pick it up. And this is where I think the aim of the inclusive society has been recognized and addressed. Not just by providing translations, that's not enough. People don't understand it straight off. It's technical information. The elderly are worried and panicking and are going to respond to somebody talking to them. And so I think, as somebody who works on translation and interpreting, I think we have to recognize that there is more that can be done, that the reception of translation just doesn't have to be comprehension of a message. It should ideally be a conversation. So a lot of that money that was spent went into people going door to door and explaining things. And then people understand and can change their behavior. The problem we have here is that the professional ethics, the NAATI ethics, do not allow conversations, do not allow side conversations. The Code of Ethics is written for courts, where it's understandable that the interpreter does not have a side conversation that only they understand. But in other situations for the provision of social services, and here for behavior change, for dealing with a pandemic, we need an entirely different kind of ethics that allows backward and forward flow. So what we are finding here is a tension between the certified professionals and the people in the community associations who are doing a lot of the actual communicative work. This is from a conference that we had last year. And this was one of the people making a site. You know, in Zoom conferences, people send around messages. This is an interpreter, a professional interpreter. Community leaders sometimes are our main rivals, as they have lived in Australia for a long time and speak some English or better English. They resent when to be an interpreter, you need testing and certification. It's obvious also that the professional who has been tested and has certification resents the work of the community leaders. And I think here we have a problem of definition. We have a problem of exclusivism. I want to finish with this. If there's one message I would take from the Australian case and present it not as best practices, but as a proposition that other people in other parts of the world might want to consider, it would be this. Translation and interpreting do not lead in themselves to an inclusive society. I think what we have to do as trainers and as researchers, as academics, and that's where I'm speaking from, is include translation and interpreting skills in all language learning so that those skills go into the stock of mediation capacity that is in civil society for whichever languages are needed. When I say that, I'm not inventing anything. It's been in the Common European Framework Reference for a long, long time, which included mediation as the fifth language skill. All right? We speak and we listen, and we write and we read, and we mediate. And mediation there, in particular, interpreting or translating. So the thing that's not being done enough for me, and the thing that I think I really want to urge my colleagues to work on, is not so much the development of an exclusive profession. That can be done, and it's a good thing to do for high-risk problems, for courts in particular, but also to pay a lot of attention to the role of translation and interpreting in general language learning, so we can build up a civil society of competent volunteer mediators. I thank you for your attention.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
다음 기조
The next
발표는
keynote speaker is Professor Cornelia Zipzenberger of Center for Translation Studies at the University of Vienna, Austria.
국제회의 통역사 경력을
Professor
갖고 계신
Cornelia
교수님께서는
Zipzenberger, who is also a conference
통역사의
interpreter,
지위,
has conducted
통역
extensive
윤리와
research
품질
on
기준,
status
그리고
of
통역사의
interpreters,
역할에
interpretation
대해
ethics,
많은
quality
연구를
standards, and the
해오셨습니다.
role of the interpreter.
이번 공동
In this
세미나에서는
seminar, she will be presenting on a
교수님께서
topic
최근에
that she
많은
is
관심을
currently
갖고 계신
researching on,
분야로 문화 간 커뮤니케이션의
which is
한
online
형태인
collaborative translation as labor or work and the ethical implications.
I would like to start by thanking the organizers of the 2021 Seoul International Forum on Translation and Interpreting for inviting me as a keynote speaker. My special thank you goes to my colleague, Professor Jean Lee from Evas Women's University. My keynote speech, Online Collaborative Translation as Labor or Work and the Ethical Implications for Itself and for Professional Translation Practice, focuses on relatively new translation phenomena where hundreds of thousands of translators collaborate online in order, for example, to translate the interfaces of Facebook or Twitter. Everyone contributes to the whole. Online collaborative translation also encompasses the various forms of online fan translations or also Wikipedia translation. The translators involved are mostly non-professional and they do their work on a purely voluntary basis. This certainly has ethical implications. The question of exploitation almost inevitably imposes itself. Is exploitation, a concept with heavy Marxist connotations and class struggle, really at work in the digital space, and particularly regarding the activities, translation included, on social media despite the translator's volunteering? This question will be investigated at length in my keynote speech. This presentation treats the various types of online collaborative translation as prototypical forms of transcultural communication. As in the case of collaborative translation, we have dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of mostly voluntary translators that collaboratively create a translation product that is consequently characterized by a huge degree of hybridity and diversity. Online collaborative translation, however, is not the only top-level concept or meta-concept that can be found in the respective literature. There is a number of other competitor meta-concepts, such as community translation, social translation, etc. The use of online collaborative translation needs to be justified against the use of other top-level concepts first. The focus of the presentation will be on translation crowdsourcing for profit-oriented organizations, but it is important to place it in its larger context first. The English language is one of the very few languages that permits a differentiation between work and labor. The question arises if translation crowdsourcing counts as work, labor, or just fun. These concepts will directly lead to the concept and question of exploitation. First, we will investigate if the practice of translation crowdsourcing per se for these profit-oriented companies may be conceptualized as exploitation, even if the participants in these initiatives act on a purely voluntary basis and seem to reap their own personal benefits from it, as suggested by various empirical surveys into the motivations of these voluntary translators. The concept of exploitation in this presentation will be based on a Marxist understanding as elaborated on by Marx himself, but also by Marxist media scholars and by the Marxist sociologist Wright. Alienation and coercion are at the core of a Marxist understanding of exploitation, and it will be investigated if these two elements are also at play in translation crowdsourcing for social media companies. The US-American philosopher Ellen Wertheimer investigates the concept of exploitation by focusing on the moral force of actions and thus the long-term consequences of actions instead of the moral wrongness or weight of actions. Overall, and so far, professional translation practice has not dedicated much time and space to the phenomenon of online collaborative translation in general, and translation crowdsourcing for profit-oriented companies more specifically. The meta concept of online collaborative translation comprises translation crowdsourcing for profit-oriented companies such as Twitter or Skype, or nonprofit and or humanitarian organizations such as Translators Without Borders. Translators Without Borders is a humanitarian organization that connects nonprofit organizations with a professional community of translators. As an offshoot of the for-profit translation company Eurotext, Translators Without Borders is already heavily intertwined with the corporate world, as underlined by a very recent study undertaken by Bureau and Becker. Bureau and Becker found out that Translators Without Borders used its unpaid translators to produce language assets in a Microsoft-funded project, which was subsequently integrated into Microsoft's various commercial tools. This case shows how the humanitarian rhetoric frequently remains totally unquestioned. These initiatives of translation crowdsourcing are characterized by a top-down process, which means that these processes are managed by the organization which launches an explicit call for translation. These forms of online collaborative translation may be differentiated from all self-managed and unsolicited types of online collaborative translation, such as Wikipedia or Yeyan translation. The latter is Wikipedia's sort of a Chinese sort of a counterpart, although although it needs to be pointed out that Yeyan also operates a poorly paid branch of translation crowdsourcing. Further types of self-managed and unsolicited online collaborative translations are the various forms of online fan translations, such as the dubbing and subtitling of films or series by fans, or the scanning of comics, as well as the hacking and translation of video games. Fan subbing and scanlations have their roots in the translation of anime and mangas, and thus the Japanese context, but meanwhile, they have extended to a number of other source languages and also genres. As Desilets and van der Meer point out, the meta concept of online collaborative translation can even go beyond this already broad scope. Indeed, the term collaborative translation can be used to encompass a much wider collection of approaches such as agile translation teamwork, collaborative terminology resources, translation memory sharing, online translation marketplaces, unquote. Furthermore, aspects of collaborative translation are already employed in the professional and paid area by such platforms or tools such as translated.com or SmartCat. Translated.com allows its own translators, as well as the wider translation community on the internet, to collaborate on and share resources such as its CAT tool, MadeCat, or the online sharing of the translation memory, MyMemory. SmartCat, on the other hand, is a platform with a CAT tool that enables translators to collaboratively translate a text. SmartCat rents the tool to agencies. Furthermore, SmartCat is a marketplace for freelance translators. I'm thanking my pre-doc assistant, Leandra Sitte, for having provided me with these two examples from the professional and paid area of translation. All of these various types of online collaborative translation are united by the fact that a hugely hybrid translation product is generated and consists of a variety of different perspectives. Collaboration is a master concept from organization studies and is rooted a great deal in the works by veteran organization studies scholar Barbara Gray, who defines collaboration in the following way. Collaboration is a process through which parties who see different aspects of a problem can constructively explore their differences and search for solutions that go beyond their own limited vision of what is possible, unquote. Thus, the various parties create a solution and or product which they could not have created on their own. A somewhat more recent definition from the field of organization studies reads as follows, and very similarly: by combining the individual perspectives, resources, and skills of the partners, collaboration creates something new and valuable together, a whole that is greater than the sum of its individual parts. Via collaboration, something greater is created than any of the parties involved could have created, could have come up with on their own. It is generated by a confluence of different perspectives, resources, and skills. Collaboration thus leads to transculturality, or in our case of online collaboration, online collaborative translation, it leads to transcultural communication. Online collaborative translation may be one of the most frequently used top-level concepts, but it certainly is not the only one. Community translation is inevitably associated with the field of community interpreting. Community translation in the written form takes place there as well. Furthermore, it is questionable if such large and anonymized groups of translators, as in the case of translation for Twitter or Facebook, which do not manage the translation process themselves, indeed perceive themselves as a community with an actual awareness and actual consciousness of we as a group. This, however, is certainly actively sought by social media such as Facebook, that in its various documents constantly uses the term of the community translator. The use of the non-professional and or amateur translator as a top-level concept is also problematic, since empirical studies have shown that also professional translators with a respective university level degree and also experience as a professional and paid translator participate in these initiatives. User-generated translation is a closely related concept to non-professional and/or amateur translation. User-generated content is a core concept of Web 2.0 with its possibilities for more interaction among users and active participation in content creation over the web. According to media theorists Kaplan and Heinlein, UGC needs to be created outside professional practices and routines, and all content needs to be created outside a commercial market context. This certainly is not the case with the translation crowdsourcing for social media companies such as Facebook or Twitter, where the commercial market and the generation of profits play a huge role. Furthermore, as already mentioned, some participants working for online collaborative initiatives work as professional language service providers and also have a respective educational background. The volunteer translator, suggested as a top-level concept by Anthony Pym, would assume that the fundamental difference at stake between a professional and voluntary translator is the monetary payment received. As already pointed out, elements of online collaborative translation are employed by platforms for the professional market, such as translated.com or SmartCat. Furthermore, the Japanese translation hosting site, Mina no Honyaku, primarily focuses on NGOs, but it also operates a commercial translation crowdsourcing spin-off. Again, this top-level concept doesn't seem to be broad enough. A further popular meta concept is social translation and its extension of online social translation and social media-driven translation. Jimenez Crespo even uses on social translation as the absolute meta concept, being at the very highest level and covering other meta concepts such as community translation or also collaborative translation. Social translation immediately evokes political activist translation. Social translation may also be used to designate the use of the translation concept in the social sciences. Ultimately, social translation is too generic a concept, since all translation done by humans for humans is social by its very definition. Both online social translation as well as social media-driven translation refer to the use of social media platforms or platforms in general for these online translations. Firstly, not all of the various types of online collaborative translation take place via platforms. The various fan translations, such as fan subbing, are not performed via platforms, but largely via forums. Forums are also definitely not part of Web 2.0's technology and ideology, but have existed way before. According to a widely quoted definition of social media by Kaplan and Heinlein, social media is a group of internet-based applications that precisely build on the ideological and technological foundations of Web 2.0 and that allow the creation and exchange of user-generated content. UGC, however, is based on practices outside the professional and corporate context, as already mentioned. This is not the case with all types of online collaborative translation, as we have already noted. Thus, the two concepts of social online and social media-driven translation are not broad enough to cover all the types of translations taking place in the online space described at the beginning of this presentation. Furthermore, the social in social media is also seen very critically by media studies. According to media studies scholars Lovink and Van Dijk, the social is actually misleading. These scholars point out that the social in social media is not really about social human connectedness, but about generating automated and technical connectivity. The latter generates algorithms for huge profits. Thus, top-level concepts that highlight the social so prominently as in online social translation or also social media translation, albeit these kinds of online translations do not really involve any social elements in the true sense, need to be questioned, at least. Let us return to the top-level concept of online collaborative translation. Online collaborative translation is the broadest in scope and unites all the various types of online translations mentioned before by the fact that their outcome and the process leading to this outcome is a highly transcultural one. The aspect of transculturality is a highly positive one under the premise, of course, that people and societies are open-minded, embracing diversity. When we look at translation crowdsourcing for Facebook or Twitter, the outcome certainly is a highly transcultural one with hundreds of thousands of voluntary translators translating the platform's interfaces. It is next to impossible to get up-to-date data on the translators currently involved in the translation activities, since numbers may rapidly change and basically every user registered may also get active in translation. If, however, one casts a closer look at the general profile of users on social media, one can clearly see that in terms of transculturality, there certainly is a lot of diversity, but there is no even distribution between gender, age groups. 57% of Facebook users are male versus the 43% of female users. With Twitter, the gender gap is even much more pronounced, with 70% of male users and only 30% of female users. The age group most represented on Facebook is the one between 25 and 34 years, followed by the age group from 18 to 24 years, while on Twitter it is the age group from 35 to 49 years that is represented the most, followed by the age group from 25 to 34 years. A certain higher education plays an important role as well. 82% of college graduates are on Facebook. This general profile is also confirmed by the empirical survey study which Dumbeck conducted among a total of 39 Polish user translators. Only 3 respondents were female, the rest was male. The vast majority of translators, namely a total of 27 translators out of 39, was in the age group from 16 to 25 years. Not a single translator respondent was over 40 years old. Despite the respondents' young age, a total of 21 respondents out of the 39 survey respondents held at least a high school degree or above. Thus, there is a certain bias in the data stemming from an uneven distribution in various categories with consequences for the representation and also creation of transculturality. Furthermore, it is this collaboration and transcultural communication that certainly also leads to a maximization of connectivity and the ensuing algorithms. The question here now arises whether these collaborative translation activities on social media may be conceptualized as either work or labor. The English language is one of the very few Indo-European languages that grants the possibility to differentiate between work and labor. In English, a conceptual distinction between work and labor can be made, where labor is defined as human effort that is involved and intertwined with capitalist relations of production, and work describes the rest of human energy expenditure taking place in non-capitalist realms, whether these be reproductive tasks that may be subsumed under the category of care, or all sorts of creative activities that are performed during leisure time. Work is usually associated with unwaged efforts of a communal, volunteer, and or affective nature. The ancient Greek conceptualization of work and labor was derived from the differentiation between the two concepts of poiesis and praxis. Poiesis stood for production and making. Slaves were involved in poiesis and had to work hard for others and were completely unfree in their existence. Praxis was reserved to the free Greek citizen. Being a full Greek citizen meant engaging in participating in philosophy and especially in politics, and thus in praxis. To the ancient Greeks, a non-slave wage labor or poiesis was equally, if not even more contemptible than slave labor. This is where the roots for a differentiation between poiesis, labor, and praxis can be located. The ancient Romans had an equally strong contempt for wage labor. In classical and medieval Latin, there is also a distinction between labor with the negative connotations of toil, exertion, distress, and trouble, and industria with mainly positive connotations such as diligence, assiduity, and positive effort. The English labor assumed many of the negative connotations of toil and pain. Labor originally was also not associated with the generation of value. Indeed, the English word labor is directly derived from the French labor, according to Raymond Williams and his vocabulary of culture and society. It first appeared in the English language around 1300. It was associated with hard work and pain. The concept work comes from the Old English werk and is the broad notion of doing something. It was only in the 13th century, in the scholastic economy, that labor was seen as a possible explanation for value generation. Marx, in his labor theory of value, at times in his original German manuscripts, made a distinction between Arbeit and Werktätigkeit. Werktätigkeit is an anthropological feature of all society and therefore characterizes human being as working species being. Werktätigkeit, however, is a term that is hardly used in modern German any longer. Labor, according to Marx, labor theory of value produces surplus value that is produced by surplus labor that goes beyond the time necessary to satisfy basic human needs and or the production of the laborer's means of subsistence. Labor is appropriated and owned by a dominant class that exploits the creation of surplus. Labor thus creates alien property. Property in capitalist societies is dependent on alien labor, where the laborer has no control over the product of labor or the circumstances of production. Labor thus is productive inasmuch as it produces capital and or surplus value for the capitalist. Labor also involves competition. Labor also involves coercion, inasmuch as labor is historically forced upon the laborer. And it also involves competition. Work is not associated with the creation of surplus value or profit, coercion, or competition. It creates use values that are socially necessary. Work is about the social life and social cohesion. It is also about self-realization. Work constitutes human metabolic relation with nature for satisfying human needs. In general, it needs to be pointed out that there are two camps in research into the user activities on social media in general. The first camp emphasizes the empowering effects, the participation of ordinary users that can creatively realize and express themselves over the web. The representatives of this first camp do not relate social media activities in any way with capitalist interests. They also argue in favor of seeing social media as simple renters of advertising space and social media users merely as users of a free service. The productive labor, according to this perspective, is done by the technicians and the marketing people in the background. Social media to them, from the point of view of the users, is merely a space of circulation, but not of production, let alone productive labor. The second camp advocates for theorizing social media users as laborers. They argue against the notion of social media companies as simple renters of advertising space and social media users merely as users of a free service. Social media exploit user data as a commodity that is not a simply rented out commodity. A usual rented out good like a picture or a house doesn't need constant production and reproduction. Facebook, like many other social media platforms, depends on targeted advertising for its profit generation. It depends on the amount of time its users spend there. The more profile, browsing, communication behavior, content data the user generates, the better it is for the social media company. And they're selling the user data for targeted online advertising. This is even more true for users that do not just spend time on Facebook as a regular user, but also translate for free the interfaces of Facebook or Twitter, for which the companies could afford to pay professional translators if there were no willing and voluntary users. Regular social media users create two use values, of which one is a commodity that can be sold according to Fuchs. The first use value consists in the creation of data that is sold as a commodity and changed into exchange value, while the second use value consists in the generation of social relations and effects. Both use values are certainly interdependent. Both of these use values are certainly supported and reinforced by translation crowdsourcing. Via translation crowdsourcing, more data is generated via the translator's activities. Furthermore, the translations make sure that more people have access to social media platforms. Consequently, even more user data for selling to advertising companies is available to social media companies. When translating collaboratively, the second use value of effects and social relations play a particular role. And this is also actively supported by social media, such as Facebook or Twitter, to keep the translators' motivation high. Facebook or Twitter actively present themselves as a space for building social relations and for sharing with one's communities. As already pointed out in all its official documents, Facebook calls its translators community translators. For every language community, there is a special community site for exchanging information and advice on translation issues. According to its rhetoric, Facebook presents itself as a gift to its users, and translating for free is presented as something from which only the community benefits, according to Facebook's terms applicable to translate Facebook. And I'm quoting from the document. You understand that your participation in the project is for the benefit of the Facebook user community, as it will allow users whose participation is currently limited by language to more fully participate, unquote. Social media such as Facebook work with strings as their unit of translation. A string usually consists of a word or a phrase, or at maximum an entire sentence. These translations are then voted on by users. Furthermore, social media also work with leaderboards and rankings in order to showcase the most active translators that are then awarded badges. Leaderboards and badges are based on the amount of translated and published translations, as well as the number of votings on translations from others. There is, for example, the blog of a Twitter translator, from which I would like to quote here very briefly, and which certainly was also used for marketing purposes by Twitter then. The translator in his blog explains how to start translating for for Twitter, and with a certain pride in the blog, he answers the following question, and I'm quoting here directly. I often receive questions regarding the translator badge on my Twitter profile. Oh my God, how did you get that badge? Is an example, unquote. Translation thus is presented as a competitive fun game. The translators constantly produce effects and social relations with their translations and their votes. Thus, translating for social media can definitely be considered productive labor that produces and helps produce considerable more surplus value than regular social media use already does. It is highly productive labor exploited by capitalism for profit accumulation, even if it may not feel like labor by the user translators. Social media makes sure the translations look like a gift the translators make to their community and also to themselves. Social media is successful in this presentation, as also confirmed by the empirical study by Dombeck conducted among Polish user translators. According to the survey, the reasons for translating for Facebook that received the highest scores in terms of agreement were: I do something beneficial for others who do not know English but want to use Facebook, in this case, the Polish user community, followed by I promote the Polish language globally, and I improve my knowledge of English and my translation skills. Furthermore, the fun aspect also scored very highly with it is great fun and a way to spend free time. The social relations and effects make sure that translation on Facebook or Twitter is a highly productive activity that helps generating profits. According to a Marxist understanding of all labor creates some sort of surplus labor and value that is the labor that goes beyond the time necessary for satisfying basic human needs, which is then appropriated and owned by a dominant capitalist class, which exploits the producers of surplus. In fact, the translations produced for social media platforms even create a situation of over-exploitation or extended exploitation, since all translators here are unpaid and create therefore even more surplus value and profit than in a situation in which the labor would be conducted by regular labor that is also paid. In any way, exploitation is not a descriptive analytical category, but a highly loaded concept. It involves a moral condemnation of certain practices and relations. According to the sociologist Wright, there are 3 conditions which must be fulfilled in order to apply the concept of exploitation to a particular situation and or relation. When only conditions A and B are fulfilled, one may speak of oppression, but certainly not of exploitation. Only if condition C is met, that involves a particular interplay between condition A and B, there is a situation of exploitation. The causal mechanism, which translates exclusion B into differential welfare A, involves the appropriation of the fruits of labor of the exploited by those who control the relevant productive resources. A look into Facebook's translation terms of use suffices in order to see that that these terms officially regulate the translator's exclusion in order to generate differential welfare that is based on the appropriation of the translator's fruits of labor. And I'm quoting from the terms again. You acknowledge and agree that any submissions that you provide to Facebook will be owned by Facebook. Accordingly, you irrevocably assign to Facebook all right, title, and interest, including all intellectual property rights in and to all submissions, and Facebook is entitled to the unrestricted use and dissemination of these submissions for any purpose, commercial or otherwise, without acknowledgement, consent, or monetary or other tangible compensation to you, unquote. This leads us directly to one of the core criteria of exploitation, namely the creation of alienation according to a Marxist understanding of exploitation. The subject is alienated from itself by the fact that the labor power is put to use for and controlled by capital, as also expressed by the previously directly quoted extract from the terms of use for translators. The second and third forms of alienation basically refer to the process and instruments involved from which the laborer is alienated, in our case, the social media translators. That this sort of alienation is felt is expressed by a former Twitter translator who worked as a voluntary moderator for Swedish. Now, moderators were responsible for the ultimate quality checks with Twitter. The translator's alienation from the instruments and process is expressed in the following way, and I'm quoting the Swedish moderator here directly. Within the Students' Union or any other association, every member is equal and have a say when it comes to the goals and activities of that association. Twitter, on the other hand, is a company, meaning that their main goal is to create profit for their owners. And volunteering as a translator doesn't give you a say about anything apart from the translations you're approving or rejecting, unquote. Furthermore, in Dombeck's study among Polish Facebook translators, some translators showed some dissatisfaction since they felt that the translation process there was an indeterminate activity, since tokens are involved, which is not the case as, for example, in other translation crowdsourcing projects. Furthermore, while scrolling down with Facebook, new strings are constantly added to the list, which also adds to the impression of translation being an indeterminate process. The lack of context for translating strings was also pointed out and led to a feeling of alienation. As far as the fourth form of alienation is concerned, Facebook itself makes sure by its terms that translators are legally alienated from the fruits of labor. I'm quoting from the document again. You grant Facebook an irrevocable, perpetual, exclusive, fully paid up, royalty-free, worldwide right and license with the right to sub-license to use, reproduce, display, perform, create derivative works of, distribute, and otherwise exploit the submissions in any manner, unquote. Social media users in general are certainly not coerced by their economic situation like a factory worker who needs to do the job in order to earn their living, but they are coerced by the threat of missing social advantages due to the monopoly of social media. There is, however, also a further coercion at work with the translation for certain social media. A former moderator of Twitter complained about a growing number of hard deadlines, which he got as a voluntary moderator. As such, as already pointed out, he was responsible for the ultimate quality checks with Twitter, and which strings got ultimately published. And I'm quoting the moderator directly. The whole point of having a crowdsourced translation is that it is a collective process that grows in a more or less organic manner. To be frank, too many and too sharp deadlines spoils the fun of it. I have enough deadlines in my job as a software engineer. If I wanted to feel the same way in my spare time, I'd just work longer hours, unquote. As a consequence of this, he quit. Despite some complaints for the overall majority, it seems to be a mutually beneficial transaction that they engage in with the profit-oriented companies. They are willing and motivated to contribute without any financial or material recompensation. A mutually advantageous and consensual exploitation, according to the US-American philosopher Wertheimer, is given when it can at least be plausibly maintained that the exploitee gains from and has voluntarily consented to the transaction or relationship. Both the exploiter as well as the exploitee are better off through the transaction than they were ex ante, although A gains definitely more than B does. This may be safely assumed for the hundreds of thousands of voluntary translators employed by social media platforms. Even if they are exploited and the various concepts and elements of exploitation fully apply to that situation, according to Wertheimer, their autonomy to decide to be exploited may also count. They have a right to do wrong, as Wertheimer puts it. This may certainly be true as long as they themselves are concerned only. But Wertheimer puts his focus not on the moral weight or wrongness of single actions, but their moral force, which is the consequences, also the long-term ones, these actions yield. This is done against the backdrop not of a deontological ethics, which puts its focus on a moral evaluation of ethics, of actions, but of a consequentialist ethics that emphasizes the consequences, also the long-term ones, of actions. The actions of these voluntary translators may not cause any harm to them, but they may potentially cause harm to a third party that has not consented to the transaction, but whose bargaining power may be severely compromised due to the transaction. Between A and B, or to quote Wertheimer directly, it may turn out on deeper examination that we regard some transactions as exploitative precisely because of their effects on third parties as distinguished from the parties to the transaction, unquote. The voluntary translators make definitely sure that professionals are not employed and paid in these translation crowdsourcing initiatives. Furthermore, their voluntary work done for these profit-oriented companies may lead to a downward spiral for the reputation and remuneration for the translation professions in general. Thus, the following direct quotation from Wertheimer summarizes everything very well. Allowing oneself to be exploited may be individually rational, but collectively self-defeating. Translation practice has not reacted a great deal to the phenomenon of online collaborative translation and translation crowdsourcing in particular. Furthermore, some of these reactions seem to be somewhat ill-informed. Zwischenberger surveyed a total of 4 professional associations from German-speaking countries, with the Austrian Association for Translators and Interpreters, Universitas Austria, as well as the 2 German associations, BDU and ATICOM, as well as the Swiss association, ASTI. Furthermore, the international FIT as well as the American ATA were surveyed. In the last years, there have been 2 waves of reactions to translation crowdsourcing. The first wave came as a reaction to the advent of translation crowdsourcing for profit-oriented companies in 2009. A second wave of reactions to translation crowdsourcing can be observed for the years 2015 and 16, when FIT's position statement and the position paper on translation crowdsourcing were published, and the various associations made references to the documents. In its position paper, which was used as a reference by many other professional associations worldwide, FIT erroneously defines fan-subbing as translation crowdsourcing. Overall, there were 45 mentions by the professional associations in over a decade, from 2009 until today. By mentions, I mean either entire contributions, irrespective of their length. Usually they had a length of 1 to 4 pages on translation crowdsourcing, as well as single mentions in texts dedicated to other issues. The Austrian Universitas, as well as the German BDU, made a total of 17 mentions. The professional associations, particularly in the last 5 years, seem to have been concerned with machine translation. I conducted an analysis for the Austrian Universitas Austria, as well as the German BDU. Again, their journals, as well as their websites, were searched for how often they mentioned machine translation within the last over 5 years. So from 2015 until today, the result is a striking one. Within only slightly over 5 years, there were 155 mentions of machine translation made by only 2 associations surveyed. Professional associations seem to overlook that social media is not just the playground for translation crowdsourcing, but also for machine translation and its learning. Twitter cooperates with Google and Microsoft for the translation of tweets since 2017. Facebook also fully switched to neural machine translation for the translation of posts and comments in 2017. Now, I've set out to identify translation crowdsourcing as a prototypical form of online collaborative translation and contextualized it accordingly. It is exactly this collaboration which ensures an extremely quick turnaround time for profit-oriented companies like Facebook or Twitter, which could afford to employ and could have afforded to employ professionals for the translation of their interfaces. Professionals were and are employed by Facebook, but only for the revision of the final translations to be published, and only for languages with a large number of speakers. The collaborative efforts of the voluntary translators involved in translation crowdsourcing leads to ethical implications, since with their quick turnaround times, they are extremely efficient, and profit-oriented companies like Facebook or Twitter did not and do not have to spend a single penny on translations. Translation for social media is thus a highly productive activity that creates ever new space for the recruitment of new users, and thus the potential for selling them as a data commodity for targeted online advertising. The activities of ordinary users, and especially the ones by translators, may be categorized as labor. Labor, according to the Marxist labor theory of value, is exploited by capitalism. It creates alien property inasmuch as the producers, and we've seen that, are distanced from what they create and have no control over it. In translation crowdsourcing, this is exactly what happens with the strings as the decontextualized unit of translation, which might eventually be published or not. The user translators are also alienated and excluded by the terms of use of the Translate Facebook app, which legally guarantees to Facebook that it is the only one to reap the fruits of labors created by the voluntary translators. with a presentation of translation as a competitive fun game and the translations as a gift to the respective communities of translators, Facebook tries to hide the elements of labor and exploitation involved for its user translators. Even if one opts for seeing the translation activities involved in social media as mutually advantageous exploitation, with both parties walking better off than they were ex ante, one party walks away way better off than the other one, though. One may always safely argue that exploitation is at play under all circumstances for these voluntary translators. However, one may argue that these translators have a right to do wrong when it comes to their own existence. This, however, doesn't apply to a third party which has not consented to a transaction, but which is potentially harmed by it. Under all circumstances, exploitation may be harmful here for the members of professional translation practice. The employment of unpaid professionals could lead to a further downward spiral for the professionals' remuneration and reputation. Furthermore, the translation of strings could lead to a banalization of an otherwise complicated translation process that is dependent on context under normal circumstances. Despite the many potential negative repercussions of translation crowdsourcing, translation practice has pretty much ignored the phenomenon. And especially in recent years, the focus has been on neural machine translation, which seems to be accompanied by an existential fear. Thereby, it has overlooked that social media have become a testbed not only for the employment of hundreds of thousands of voluntary translators, but also for machine translation. Translation practice would be well advised not to turn a blind eye on online collaborative translation, not to fight against it, but to advise its members how to live productively side by side with it. And with this appeal, I would like to finish my presentation. I would like to thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to your reactions, to your feedback, and thank you very much once again.
This concludes the morning session. We have prepared a special interview for after lunch. I look forward to your participation.
We're not just opening doors. We're opening our hearts, waiting for a safe and healthy world. We keep our hearts open. Today, as any other day, you are in our thoughts. Our hearts are always open.
봄이 내려온다. 장님 깊은 골로 대한 짐승이 내렸다. 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 핫팔이 넘고 우해머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 옹아 같은 뒷발로 양기 찌어지고 새낙 같은 발톱으로 잔디뿌리 왕모래를 촤르르르르 그치며 주홍잎떡 벌리고 허리랑 하는 소리 하나리 무너지고 땅이 툭 꺼진 한듯 차례 정신없이 목으로 움츠리고 가만히 엎젖겄다. 멍 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한 짐승이 내려온다. 누의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 멍 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한 짐승이 내려온다. 누의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 멍 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 봄 내려온다 띠루띠루띠루
야길래가 나은파니 야기요 야길래가 나은파니 야기요 왕자진의 봉필이 확쳐사 죽장고 저지르 국정국 석연자 거무고 추지릉 징둥금 장자방의 옥통도 해가는 해금이며 완적의 휘파람 격타과 취육장 등파상 오황상 우기고 체력복을 곁들여서 노래할제나 엉자한 풍악소리 소궁의 신능한다 토끼가 신명내요 야길래가 왕자님의 봉필이 확쳐사 죽장고 저지러 국정국 석연자 거무고 저지른 진궁돌 장자방의 옥통소 띠띠루리리루 토끼가 신명내요
백주부가 울며 여짜오대 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 토끼란 놈 본식 한사하오 일로 충성을 다하와 상리 올라 잡은 토끼 뱃속에 달린 간 아니네 오면 조금소라도 배소할리요
백주부가 울며 여짜오대
백주부가 울며 여짜오대 백주부가 울며 여짜오대 백주부가 울며 여짜오대 백주부가 울며 여짜오대 아이는 못들러나 왕명이 지중 같은 내가 어찌 기망하랴 옛말을 네가 못 들었느냐 거리 악자라 용방을 살았고 미국의 망국에 태였으니 너도 인생을 따오하라 헛다이놈 별주부야
만일에 간이 아니 들었으면 온통한 나의 혼백 어긋하며 원기되어 너의 용한 백년 살때 하루도 못 살 때요 너의 소공 만주 백관 한나란 시보다 못 살 시키리라
하나였다 배갈라라 하나였다 배갈라라 하나였다 배갈라라 똥밖에는 든 것도 나의 배를 갈라 해보아라 지르는 모양 세상이요 지르는 모양 세상이라 천벽계 산천수 가만히 잠시나야 천봉만함을 바라보니 산중개월이 중세 안면이 뒷싸우니 소실 엄지발로 토끼놈의 간허리를 바드드드 집어다가 대왕전에 바치리라 소왕이 형하고 이 앞만 그런데도 네 심중 불치하야 12가지 우르모르로 과부진 낭기 안쪽 우르모르로 동요헐지 까옹까옹 꼬랑꼬랑 괴이한 음성으로 수절과 무유인헐 제디 소리 뻥나면 세상이가 시오라 돌을 들어 날리며 떠나자 배 떨어지니 세상의 비운 놈은 너 밖에 또 있느냐 빈터에나 찾아가지 자서는 불기러다 지르는 모양 세상이요 지르는 모양
토끼도 맹하는 허리를 버드드드득 집어다가 대왕전에 바치리라. 좌우나졸 금군무지리 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 헤워쌀듯 진왕만리 장성싸듯 사냥싸움에 마초싸듯 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부두치 잡는 모양 영문출사 도적 잡듯 토끼 두 귀를 꽉 잡고 좌우나졸 금군무지리 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 헤워쌀듯 진왕만리 장성싸듯 사냥싸움에 마초싸듯 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부두치 잡는 모양 영문출사 도적 잡듯 토끼 두 귀를 꽉 잡고
좌우나졸 금금모조리 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 헤워쌀지 진왕만리 장성싸듯 사냥싸움에 만초싸듯 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부딪혀 치는 모양 영문출사듯 적잡듯 토끼 두 귀를 꽉 잡고
개 같으면 뚝 쫓다 삼국 따르면 너를 잡어 약대장도 조커니와 네 간을 내어 오개탕 다려먹고 네가 죽을 벗겨내어 찰량 모습 알게 되면 어열내종 혈담에는 만병의 추네 만병의 추네 만병의 추네 명약이라 아이고 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 뭐냐 그러느니라. 그것이 우리 수궁 남여라고 하는 것이다.
대대사 섬유목 방첨사족의 해운군마 방사청 분수 해구 현가몽어 조구장 조기 구별라 지장대 등대 청나리가 우리 좌우나졸 근근모조리 상어술 치는 치준치 멸치 삼치 가재 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕극의 절을 추석 오징어 할 박대대사성 두목 방청사족의 해운마 병사청 군수 해구 현가몽어 조부장 조기 부별라 지상대 승대 청다리가 우리 좌우나졸 근근모조리 상어술 치루치 주치멸 삼치 가재 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕극의 절을
더 나은 미래를 바라보며 우리는 세상에 끊임없이 묻습니다. 국민에게 주어진 과제에 국회가 제시해야 될 비전은 무엇일까? 세월의 발자취로부터 새로운 내일을 창조할 수 있을까? 우리는 묻습니다. 진정한 해답의 시작은 어디입니까? 국회 도서관이 걸어온 역사 속에는 보다 나은 내일을 위한 흔적들이 남아 있습니다. 1952년 전시 수도 부산에서 개관한 국회 도서관은 대한민국 국회와 역사를 함께하며 세상을 앞서가는 인류 의회 도서관으로 입지를 다져왔습니다. 의회 민주주의 발전과 인류의 지적 문화유산을 보존하여 후세까지 전승한다는 사명감으로 국회와 국민이 신뢰할 수 있는 대한민국의 대표 도서관으로 자리 잡았습니다. 세상을 더 나은 방향으로 이끄는 입법 지식 정보의 보고, 국회 도서관입니다. 국회의원과 입법 지원기관의 요청에 따른 맞춤형 서비스를 통해 입법 활동을 지원하는 국회 도서관. 국회의원 관련 종합 정보를 전문 데이터베이스로 제공하고, 국회의원과 연구자가 국회 기록물을 편리하게 이용할 수 있도록 콘텐츠를 구축하여 국회 기록의 지식 정보화를 위해 노력합니다. 빅데이터와 최신 ICT 기술을 활용한 융합, 분석 서비스를 선제적으로 제공함으로써 4차 산업혁명을 선도합니다. 국회 도서관이 국회의원 300명에게 제공하는 서비스는 5천만 국민의 삶의 질을 개선하여 대한민국의 새로운 내일을 만들어갑니다. 언제 어디서나 쉽고 편리하게 도서관을 이용할 수 있는 국회 전자도서관과 모바일 서비스는 첨단 정보화 시대를 이끌어갑니다. 국회 도서관이 가지고 있는 680만 권의 장서와 500만 건 이상의 원문 정보는 국회와 국민 모두에게 지식 정보의 원천이 되어 시너지의 힘을 만듭니다. 그리고 서평, 입법정책 흡술 자료, 친간 안내, 문화 행사, 국 큐레이션 등을 통해 다양하고 유익한 정보 서비스를 제공하는 국회 도서관. 배움이라는 지식의 장을 넘어 일상 속 힐링의 공간으로 누구나 즐겁게 누릴 수 있는 이용자 중심의 열린 문화 공간으로 끊임없이 변화하고 있습니다. 미래 도서관의 표준, 국회 도서관은 새로운 시대를 만들어갑니다. 새로운 미래를 여는 시작, 지적 문화유산의 이름. 이제 세상이 우리에게 묻습니다. 더 나은 미래를 찾는 길은 무엇입니까? 300명 국회의원으로 시작해 5천만 국민의 밝은 미래를 열어갑니다.
책이 세상을 만듭니다. 지식과 소통의 창.
국회 도서관이 만들어가겠습니다.
전 처음부터 번역이 좋아서 대학원에 진학을 했고요.
하지만 보다 전문적으로 배우고 싶어서 직장을 그만두고 진학하게 되었습니다.
통역사라면 다 비슷할 것 같아요. 그냥 통역사가 되고 싶어서, 동시통역사가 멋져 보여서.
아무래도 일이 재밌어요.
새로운 사람, 또 새로운 환경, 그리고 항상 긴장 속에서 살아가기 때문에,
그리고 거기에서 신선한 자극을 계속 받을 수 있다는 것, 그를 통해서 또 제가 제 스스로를 계속해서 개발할 수 있다는 것.
어떤 희열 같은 것을 느낄 수도 있고요. 그러니까 그만큼 힘들지만 중독성이 강한 일이라는 생각이 듭니다.
통역을 하려면 당연히 언어는 잘 해야죠. 그것만 중요한 게 아니라 배경 지식도 굉장히 중요합니다.
그런 부분들이 어렵다고 할 수 있죠. 계속적으로 끊임없는 공부가 필요한 부분입니다.
통역을 할 때는 이제 돌발 상황이 많이 발생을 하기 때문에
순발력은 정말 빼놓을 수 없는 요소인 것 같습니다.
이해심과 또 신뢰감이라고 생각해요. 상대가 나를 믿을 수 있게끔 하는 그 신뢰감이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
일단은 통역번역대학원 생활은 굉장히 힘든 생활입니다. 그래서 저는 사람들한테 고3 생활로 다시 돌아가는 것과 같다라고 얘기를 하는데요.
저는 울 때도 상당히 많았어요. 울면서 수업을 나올 때도 많았고 혼자 집에서 올 때도 많았고 그런데 그런 것들이 나중에는 큰 도움이 됐어요. 사회에 나가서
동기애라든지 동료의식으로 이어져서 현장에 나가서 일을 하는데도 큰 도움이 되고 있습니다.
이 길에 종사하고 계시는 선배님들과 그리고 전문적인 지식을 갖고 계시는 교수님들이 계셨기 때문에
어떤 식으로 이 문제를 해결했는지 이런 부분들을 서로 깊이 있게 토론을 하고 또 선생님과 이런 부분에 대해서 같이 논의를 하면서 자신도 모르게 번역사로 필요한 문제 해결 능력이 많이 올라갔던 것 같습니다.
이대에는요 통역과 번역과가 나뉘어서 수업이 진행이 되기 때문에 보다도 자기 전공 분야에 맞게끔 공부를 할 수 있는 장점도 있고요.
기술 번역, 문학 번역, 미디어 번역으로 나눠갖고 굉장히 세분화돼서 번역을 배울 수 있습니다. 어디로 들어가든지 접근을 훨씬 쉽게 할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다.
교수님들이 교수님이시기 이전에 현장에서 너무너무 지금까지도 활발하게 활동하시는 국제회의 통역사, 베테랑 통역사 분들이세요.
처음에 그 현장에 나갔을 때부터 어느 정도 경력자의 능력을 갖고 시작할 수 있다는 점이 가장 장점.
실전에 정말 딱 부합할 수 있도록 완벽하게 이제 계속 교육을 시켜주시기 때문에 그런 점이 사실 통번역대학원을 나왔을 때 가장 만족스러운 점이고 가장 뿌듯했던 점이었던 것 같습니다.
마치 시간은 10배 느리게 가고 중력은 10배 강한 또 그런 수련을 하고 나면 실력이 상승하는 걸 느낄 수 있습니다. 화이팅!
왜냐하면 번역이 평생 하는 일이잖아요. 그러다 보니까 앞선 10년을 어디에다 투자할까 그것도 생각을 해보면 되게 좋을 것 같습니다.
어렵습니다. 그렇지만 시간이 지나면 자기만의 내공이 축적되면서 전문가가 됩니다. 그런 면에서는 굉장히 매력적인 분야이기 때문에 도전을 권하고 싶습니다.
2년이라는 시간 동안 굉장히 다양한 지식을 쌓을 수가 있고요. 여러분들이 언어 외에도 많은 지식을 쌓을 수 있기 때문에 통번역사뿐만이 아니라 앞으로 여러분들이 어느 분야에 진출을 하건 굉장히 튼튼한 기반을 다질 수 있는 귀중한 시간이 될 것이라고 생각합니다.
절대 후회하지 않으실 거예요. 열심히 하세요.
힘든 공부지만 굉장히 보람되게 즐겁게 공부를 하실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면 정말 여러분이 원하는 공부고 원하는 직업을 갖기 위해서 거치는 과정이기 때문에 그런 과정을 정말 좋은 선생님들과 좋은 커리큘럼을 가진 이 학교에서 할 수 있다는 것만으로도 여러분들께 굉장히 큰 그 행복이지 않을까 생각을 하기 때문에 열심히 준비하셔서 꼭 저희 학교에서 뵀으면 좋겠습니다.
우리는 법을 연구합니다. 법으로 더 행복한 삶을, 더 나은 내일을, 더 큰 세상을 만들기 위해 우리는 매일 연구하고 답을 찾습니다. 사람을 향한 마음과 내일을 위한 믿음으로 삶의 바탕이 되는 법을 생각하는 우리는 한국법제연구원입니다. 우리를 표현하는 단어는 많습니다. 최초, 요일, 싱크탱크, 글로벌 허브. 우리는 사람과 삶을 향한 법의 바탕을 만들기 위해 오늘도 끊임없이 묻고 찾고 연구합니다. 그렇게 오랜 시간 이어져 온 우리의 노력은 모두에게 공평하고 정의로운 법으로, 국민과 함께 생활 속에서 살아 숨쉬는 법으로 새롭게 태어납니다. 빠르게 변화하는 시대에 발맞춰 법제도 함께 변해야 하기에 우리는 언제나 긴장을 놓지 않고 혁신을 향해 갑니다. 옳은 것과 그른 것, 지켜야 할 것과 고쳐야 할 것을 구분해 더 좋은 법으로 진화할 수 있도록 새로운 기준을 세우는 일. 이것이 우리가 생각하는 혁신입니다. 우리는 더 큰 세상을 봅니다. 법으로 사람과 사람을 잇고 문화와 문화를 이어 전 세계에 K로를 전합니다. 언제나 한 걸음 앞선 도전으로 나와 우리 대한민국을 넘어 세상을 이끌어갑니다. 우리는 좋은 법의 바탕을 만듭니다. 단 한 사람도 소외받지 않고 더 안전하게, 더 행복한 삶을 누릴 수 있도록 오늘도 법의 정신을 지켜갑니다. 법은 곧 우리의 삶이고 미래이기에 지금껏 해왔던 것처럼 앞으로도 사람과 삶을 위한 좋은 법의 바탕을 만들겠습니다. 우리는 한국법제연구원입니다.
We're not just opening doors. We're opening our hearts. Waiting for a safe and healthy world. We keep our hearts open. Today, as any other day, you are in our thoughts.
한국에서 기다릴게요.
Our hearts are always open.
범 내려온다. 범이 내려온다. 장님 깊은 골로 대한짐승이 내려온다. 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 핫팔이 넘고 의회 머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 봉화 같은 뒷발로 양기 찌어지고 새락 같은 발톱으로 잔디뿌리 왕모래를 촤르르르르 그치며 주홍잎떡 벌리고 허리랑 하는 소리 하나리 무너지고 땅이 툭 꺼진 한듯 차례 정신없이 목으로 움츠리고 가만히 엎젖었다. 범 내려온다. 범이 내려온다. 송이 깊은 골로 한진생이 내려온다. 누의 머리를 흔들며 양기 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 범 내려온다. 범이 내려온다. 송이 깊은 골로 한진생이 내려온다. 누의 머리를 흔들며 양기 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 범 내려온다. 범이 내려온다. 범 내려온다. 범이 내려온다.
뒤로 뒤로
야길래가 나우하니 야기요 야길래가 나우하니 야기요 왕자진의 공필이 곽천사 죽장고 저지르 쿵정쿵 석연자 거북고 저지릉 징둥둥 장자방의 옥통도 해가는 해금이며 완적의 휘파람 격타과 치욕작 등파사 호황상 우기고 체력복을 곁들여서 노래할제 낭자한 풍악소리 소궁의 신동한다 토끼가 신명내요 야길래가 왕자님의 봉필이 확쳐사 죽장로 저지렁 쿵정쿵 석연자 거북고 저지렁 징궁동 장자방의 옥동소 디디리리리로 토끼가 신명내요
백주부가 울며 여짜오대 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 토끼란 놈 본시 간사하오 일로 충성을 다하와 산에 올라 잡은 토끼 뱃속에 달린 간 아니네 오면 조금소라도 비소할 일이요
백주부가 울며 여짜오대
백주부가 울며 여짜오대 백주부가 울며 여짜오대 백주부가 울며 여짜오대 백주부가 울며 여짜오대
아이는 못불러나 왕명이 지중 같은 내가 어찌 기망하랴 옛말을 네가 못 들었느냐 거리 악장으로 용방을 살고 미국의 망국에 되었으니 너도 인생을 싸워라
헛다이놈 별주부야
마늘에 간이 아니 들었으면 온통한 나의 혼백 어긋나라 원기 되어 너의 용한 백년 살듯 하루도 못 살 때여 너의 소공 만주 백관 한나란 시공다 못살 시키리라
하나였다 배갈라라 하나였다 배갈라라 하나였다 배갈라라 똥밖에는 들거도 나의 배를 갈라 해보아라 지는 고향 세상이요 지는 고향 세상이라 천벽계 산천수 가만히 잠시나야 천봉만함을 바라보니 산중대 어리중대 안면이 뒷싸우니 소실 엄지발로 토끼놈의 간허리를 바대대대 집어다가 대왕전에 바치리라
앞만 그런데도 네 심중 불치하야 12가지 우르모르로 과부진 낭기 안쪽 우르모르로 동요헐제 까우까우 꼬랑꼬랑 괴이한 음성으로 수절과 무유인 헐제 네 소리 뻥나면 세상이 가시오라 돌을 들어 날리며 너나 잡에 떨어진 이 세상의 비운 놈은 너 밖에 또 있느냐 빈터에나 찾아가지 자서는 불기러다
지는 고향 세상이요 지는 고향
뜨뜻 집어다가 대왕전에 바치리라. 좌우나졸 흥군모질이 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 헤워쌀듯 진왕만리 장성 싸듯 사냥 싸움에 맞춰 싸듯 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부두치 잡는 모양 영문 출사 도적 잡듯 토끼 두 귀를 꽉 잡고 좌우나졸 흥군모질이 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 헤워쌀듯 진왕만리 장성 싸듯 사냥 싸움에 맞춰 싸듯 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부두치 잡는 모양 영문 출사 도적 잡듯 토끼 두 귀를 꽉 잡고 좌우나졸 흥군모질이 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 헤워쌀지 진왕만리 장성 싸듯 사냥 싸움에 맞춰 싸듯 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부딪혀 잡는 모양 영문 출사 도적 잡듯 토끼 두 귀를 꽉 잡고 내 같으면 더욱 좋다 삼국 따르면 너를 잡어 약계장도 조커니와 네 간을 내어 오게 딱 가려먹고 네가 죽을 벗겨내어 잔량 모습 알게 되면 아열내종 혈담에는 만병의 춘에 만병의 춘에 만병의 춘에 명약이라 아이고 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 뭐냐 그러느니라. 그것이 우리 수국 남혈하고 하는 것이다.
대대사 섬유목 방첨사족의 해운군마 평사청어군수 해구 현가몽어 조구장 두기 부별나 지장대 등대 청다리 가오리 좌우나졸 근근모조리 상어술 치는 치준치 멸치 삼치 가재 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕극의 절은 추석 오징어 할 박대대사 성두봉 방청사족의 해운군마 평사청어 군수 해구 현가몽어 조부장 조기 부별나 지장대 승대 청다리 가오리 좌우나졸 근근모조리 상어술 치루치 준치멸 삼치 가재 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕극의 절을
더 나은 미래를 바라보며 우리는 세상에 끊임없이 묻습니다. 국민에게 주어진 과제에 국회가 제시해야 될 비전은 무엇일까? 세월의 발자취로부터 새로운 내일을 창조할 수 있을까? 우리는 묻습니다. 진정한 해답의 시작은 어디입니까? 국회 도서관이 걸어온 역사 속에는 보다 나은 내일을 위한 흔적들이 남아 있습니다. 1952년 전시 수도 부산에서 개관한 국회 도서관은 대한민국 국회와 역사를 함께하며 세상을 앞서가는 인류 의회 도서관으로 입지를 다져왔습니다. 의회 민주주의 발전과 인류의 지적 문화유산을 보존하여 후세까지 전승한다는 사명감으로 국회와 국민이 신뢰할 수 있는 대한민국의 대표 도서관으로 자리 잡았습니다. 세상을 더 나은 방향으로 이끄는 입법 지식 정보의 보고, 국회 도서관입니다. 국회의원과 입법 지원기관의 요청에 따른 맞춤형 서비스를 통해 입법 활동을 지원하는 국회 도서관. 국회의원 관련 종합 정보를 전문 데이터베이스로 제공하고, 국회의원과 연구자가 국회 기록물을 편리하게 이용할 수 있도록 콘텐츠를 구축하여 국회 기록의 지식 정보화를 위해 노력합니다. 빅데이터와 최신 ICT 기술을 활용한 융합 분석 서비스를 선제적으로 제공함으로써 4차 산업혁명을 선도합니다. 국회 도서관이 국회의원 300명에게 제공하는 서비스는 5천만 국민의 삶의 질을 개선하여 대한민국의 새로운 내일을 만들어갑니다. 언제 어디서나 쉽고 편리하게 도서관을 이용할 수 있는 국회 전자도서관과 모바일 서비스는 첨단 정보화 시대를 이끌어갑니다. 국회 도서관이 가지고 있는 680만 권의 장서와 500만 건 이상의 원문 정보는 국회와 국민 모두에게 지식 정보의 원천이 되어 시너지의 힘을 만듭니다. 그리고 서평, 입법정책 흡술 자료, 신간 안내, 문화행사, 북큐레이션 등을 통해 다양하고 유익한 정보 서비스를 제공하는 국회 도서관. 배움이라는 지식의 장을 넘어 일상 속 힐링의 공간으로 누구나 즐겁게 누릴 수 있는 이용자 중심의 열린 문화 공간으로 끊임없이 변화하고 있습니다. 미래 도서관의 표준, 국회 도서관은 새로운 시대를 만들어갑니다. 새로운 미래를 여는 시작, 지적 문화유산의 이름. 이제 세상이 우리에게 묻습니다. 더 나은 미래를 찾는 길은 무엇입니까? 300명 국회의원으로 시작해 5천만 국민의 밝은 미래를 열어갑니다.
책이 세상을 만듭니다. 지식과 소통의 창.
국회 도서관이 만들어가겠습니다.
전 처음부터 번역이 좋아서 대학원에 진학을 했고요.
하지만 보다 전문적으로 배우고 싶어서 직장을 그만두고 진학하게 되었습니다.
통역사라면 다 비슷할 것 같아요. 그냥 통역사가 되고 싶어서, 동시 통역사가 멋져 보여서.
아무래도 일이 재밌어요.
새로운 사람, 또 새로운 환경, 그리고 항상 긴장 속에서 살아가기 때문에,
그리고 거기에서 신선한 자극을 계속 받을 수 있다는 것, 그를 통해서 또 제가 제 스스로를 계속해서 개발할 수 있다는 것.
어떤 희열 같은 것을 느낄 수도 있고요. 그러니까 그만큼 힘들지만 중독성이 강한 일이라는 생각이 듭니다.
통역을 하려면 당연히 언어는 잘 해야죠. 그것만 중요한 게 아니라 배경 지식도 굉장히 중요합니다.
그런 부분들이 어렵다고 할 수 있죠. 계속적으로 끊임없는 공부가 필요한 부분입니다.
통역을 할 때는 이제 돌발 상황이 많이 발생을 하기 때문에
순발력은 정말 빼놓을 수 없는 요소인 것 같습니다.
이해심과 또 신뢰감이라고 생각해요. 상대가 나를 믿을 수 있게끔 하는 그 신뢰감이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
일단은 통역번역대학원 생활은 굉장히 힘든 생활입니다. 그래서 저는 사람들한테 고3 생활로 다시 돌아가는 것과 같다라고 얘기를 하는데요.
저는 울 때도 상당히 많았어요. 울면서 수업을 나올 때도 많았고, 혼자 집에서 올 때도 많았고. 그런데 그런 것들이 나중에는 큰 도움이 됐어요. 사회에 나가서
동기애라든지 동료의식으로 이어져서 현장에 나가서 일을 하는데도 큰 도움이 되고 있습니다.
이 길에 종사하고 계시는 선배님들과 그리고 전문적인 지식을 갖고 계시는 교수님들이 계셨기 때문에
어떤 식으로 이 문제를 해결했는지 이런 부분들을 서로 깊이 있게 토론을 하고 또 선생님과 이런 부분에 대해서 같이 논의를 하면서 자신도 모르게 번역사로 필요한 문제 해결 능력이 많이 올라갔던 것 같습니다.
이대에는요, 통역과 번역과가 나뉘어서 수업이 진행이 되기 때문에 보다도 자기 전공 분야에 맞게끔 공부를 할 수 있는 장점도 있고요.
기술 번역, 문학 번역, 미디어 번역으로 나눠갖고 굉장히 세분화돼서 번역을 배울 수 있습니다. 어디로 들어가든지 접근을 훨씬 쉽게 할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다.
교수님들이 교수님이시기 이전에 현장에서 너무너무 지금까지도 활발하게 활동하시는 국제회의 통역사, 베테랑 통역사 분들이세요.
처음에 그 현장에 나갔을 때부터 어느 정도 경력자의 능력을 갖고 시작할 수 있다는 점이 가장 장점.
실전에 정말 딱 부합할 수 있도록 완벽하게 이제 계속 교육을 시켜주시기 때문에 그런 점이 사실 통번역 대학원을 나왔을 때 가장 만족스러운 점이고 가장 뿌듯했던 점이었던 것 같습니다.
마치 시간은 10배 느리게 가고 중력은 10배 강한 또 그런 수련을 하고 나면 실력이 상승하는 걸 느낄 수 있습니다. 화이팅!
왜냐하면 번역이 평생 하는 일이잖아요. 그러다 보니까 앞선 10년을 어디에다 투자할까 그것도 생각을 해보면 되게 좋을 것 같습니다.
어렵습니다. 그렇지만 시간이 지나면 자기만의 내공이 축적되면서 전문가가 됩니다. 그런 면에서는 굉장히 매력적인 분야이기 때문에 도전을 권하고 싶습니다.
2년이라는 시간 동안 굉장히 다양한 지식을 쌓을 수가 있고요. 여러분들이 언어 외에도 많은 지식을 쌓을 수 있기 때문에 통번역사뿐만이 아니라 앞으로 여러분들이 어느 분야에 진출을 하건 굉장히 튼튼한 기반을 다질 수 있는 귀중한 시간이 될 것이라고 생각합니다.
절대 후회하지 않으실 거예요. 열심히 하세요.
힘든 공부지만 굉장히 보람되게 즐겁게 공부를 하실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면 정말 여러분이 원하는 공부고 원하는 직업을 갖기 위해서 거치는 과정이기 때문에 그런 과정을 정말 좋은 선생님들과 좋은 커리큘럼을 가진 이 학교에서 할 수 있다는 것만으로도 여러분들께 굉장히 큰 그 행복이지 않을까 생각을 하기 때문에 열심히 준비하셔서 꼭 저희 학교에서 뵀으면 좋겠습니다.
우리는 법을 연구합니다. 법으로 더 행복한 삶을, 더 나은 내일을, 더 큰 세상을 만들기 위해 우리는 매일 연구하고 답을 찾습니다. 사람을 향한 마음과 내일을 위한 믿음으로 삶의 바탕이 되는 법을 생각하는 우리는 한국법제연구원입니다. 우리를 표현하는 단어는 많습니다. 최초, 유일, 싱크탱크, 글로벌 허브. 우리는 사람과 삶을 향한 법의 바탕을 만들기 위해 오늘도 끊임없이 묻고 찾고 연구합니다. 그렇게 오랜 시간 이어져 온 우리의 노력은 모두에게 공평하고 정의로운 법으로, 국민과 함께 생활 속에서 살아 숨쉬는 법으로 새롭게 태어납니다. 빠르게 변화하는 시대에 발맞춰 법제도 함께 변해야 하기에 우리는 언제나 긴장을 놓지 않고 혁신을 향해 갑니다. 옳은 것과 그른 것, 지켜야 할 것과 고쳐야 할 것을 구분해 더 좋은 법으로 진화할 수 있도록 새로운 기준을 세우는 일. 이것이 우리가 생각하는 혁신입니다. 우리는 더 큰 세상을 봅니다. 법으로 사람과 사람을 잇고 문화와 문화를 이어 전 세계에 K로를 전합니다. 언제나 한 걸음 앞선 도전으로 나와 우리 대한민국을 넘어 세상을 이끌어갑니다. 우리는 좋은 법의 바탕을 만듭니다. 단 한 사람도 소외받지 않고 더 안전하게, 더 행복한 삶을 누릴 수 있도록 오늘도 법의 정신을 지켜갑니다. 법은 곧 우리의 삶이고 미래이기에 지금껏 해왔던 것처럼 앞으로도 사람과 삶을 위한 좋은 법의 바탕을 만들겠습니다. 우리는 한국법제연구원입니다.
We're not just opening doors. We're opening our hearts. Waiting for a safe and healthy world. We keep our hearts open. Today, as any other day, you are in our thoughts.
한국에서 기다릴게요.
Our hearts are always open.
봄이 내려온다. 장님 깊은 골로 대한 짐승이 내렸다. 몸은 헐숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 핫팔이 넘고 해머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 몽아 같은 뒷발로 양기 찌어지고 새락 같은 발톱으로 잔디뿌리 왕모래를 촤르르르르 그치며 주홍잎떡 버리고 허리랑 하는 소리 하나리 묻어지고 땅이 툭 꺼진 한 듯 차례 정신없이 목으로 움츠리고 가만히 엎젖겄다. 봄 내려온다. 봄이 내려온다. 송이 깊은 골로 한 짐승이 내려온다.
토끼의 머리를 흔들며 양이 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 범 내려온다 범이 내려온다 소풍이 깊은 물로 한천세 내려온다 토끼의 머리를 흔들며 양이 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 범 내려온다 범이 내려온다 범 내려온다 범이 내려온다.
왕자진의 공필이 곽처사 죽장고 저지르 국정쿠 석연자 거북고 저지릉 징둥등 장자방의 옥통도 해가는 해금이며 완적의 휘파람 격타과 취육작 등파사 오황상 우기고 체력복을 곁들여가서 노래할제 낭자한 풍악소리 소궁의 신능한다 토끼가 신명내요 야길래라 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 왕자진의 봉필이 곽처사 죽장로 저지렁 국정쿠 석연자 거북고 저지렁 진궁등 장자방의 옥동소 띠띠르리리로 토끼가 신명내요
백주부가 울며 연장오대 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 토끼란 놈 본식 한사하오 일로 충성을 다하와 상내오 홀라 잡은 토끼 뱃속에 달린 간 아니네 오면 조금소라도 비소할 일이요
백주부가 울며 연장오대
백주부가 울며 연장오대 백주부가 울며 연장오대 백주부가 울며 연장오대 백주부가 울며 연장오대
아이는 못들러나 왕명이 지중 가진 내가 어찌 기망하랴 옛말을 네가 못 들었느냐 거리 악자라 용방을 사르고 미국의 망국에 태웠으니 너도 인생을 싸워라
어따 이놈 별주부야
마늘에 간이 아니 들었으면 온통한 나의 혼백 어긋하라 원기되어 너의 용왕 백년 살듯 하루도 못 살때요 너의 소국 만주 백관 한나란 시몬가 못살 시키리라
하나였다 배갈라라 하나였다 배갈라라 하나였다 배갈라라 똥밖에는 드는 것도 나의 배를 갈라 해보아라 지르는 모양 세상이라 전벽계 산천수 가만히 잠시나야 천봉바람을 바라보니 산중들허리 중세 안면이 뒷싸우니 소실 엄지발로 토끼놈의 간허리를 바대대대 집어다가 대왕전에 바치리라 때도 네 심정 불치하야 12가지 우르모르로 과부친 낭기 안쪽 우르모르로 동요헐제 까우까우 꼬랑꼬랑 괴이한 음성으로 수절과 무유인헐제 네 소리 뻥나면 세상이가 시오라 돌을 들어 달리며 떠나자 배 떨어진 이 세상의 비운 놈은 너 밖에 또 있느냐 빈터에 나 찾아가지 자서는 불길어다.
실고양 세상이요 실고양 세상이라 천평계 산천수 가만히 잠시나야 천복만함을 바라보니 산중 대화를 중대 안면이 있사오니 소시는 엄지발로 토끼놈의 가는 허리를 바드드드득 집어다가 대왕전에 바치리라.
좌우나졸 흥군무지리 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 헤워쌀듯 진왕 말리 장석 싸듯 사냥 싸움에 마초 싸듯 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부두치 잡는 모양 영문 출사 도적 잡듯 토끼 두 귀를 꽉 잡고 좌우나졸 흥군무지리 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 헤워쌀듯 진왕 말리 장석 싸듯 사냥 싸움에 마초 싸듯 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부두치 잡는 모양 영문 출사 도적 잡듯 토끼 두 귀를 꽉 잡고
좌우나졸 금금모조리 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 헤워쌀지 진왕 말리 장석 싸듯 사냥 싸움에 마초 싸듯 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부딪혀 잡는 모양 영문 출사 도적 잡듯 토끼 두 귀를 꽉 잡고
해가 트면 더욱 좋다 삼복 따르면 너를 잡어 약대장도 조커니와 네 간을 내어 오개탕 다려먹고 네가 죽을 벗겨내어 잘량 모습 알게 되면 어열내종 혈담에는 만병의 추네 만병의 추네
만병의 추네
명약이라
아이고 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 아이고
뭐냐 그러느니라 그것이 우리 수국남혈하고 하는 것이다.
대대사성주복 방첨사족의 해운군마 평사청어군수 해구현가몽어 조구장 북이 부별나 지장대승대 장다리가 우리 좌우나졸 근근모조리 상어술 치눈치 준치멸치 삼치 가재 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕극의 절은 추석 오징어 할 대대사성두봉 방첨사족의 해운마 평사청어 군수 해구 현가몽어 조구장 조기 부별나 지상대승대 정다리가 우리 좌우나졸 근근모조리 상어술 치눈치 준치멸 삼치 가재 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕극의 절을
더 나은 미래를 바라보며 우리는 세상에 끊임없이 묻습니다. 국민에게 주어진 과제에 국회가 제시해야 될 비전은 무엇일까? 세월의 발자취로부터 새로운 내일을 창조할 수 있을까? 우리는 묻습니다. 진정한 해답의 시작은 어디입니까? 국회 도서관이 걸어온 역사 속에는 보다 나은 내일을 위한 흔적들이 남아 있습니다. 1952년 전시 수도 부산에서 개관한 국회 도서관은 대한민국 국회와 역사를 함께하며 세상을 앞서가는 인류 의회 도서관으로 입지를 다져왔습니다. 의회 민주주의 발전과 인류의 지적 문화유산을 보존하여 후세까지 전승한다는 사명감으로 국회와 국민이 신뢰할 수 있는 대한민국의 대표 도서관으로 자리 잡았습니다. 세상을 더 나은 방향으로 이끄는 입법 지식 정보의 고고, 국회 도서관입니다. 국회의원과 입법 지원 기관의 요청에 따른 맞춤형 서비스를 통해 입법 활동을 지원하는 국회 도서관. 국회의원 관련 종합 정보를 전문 데이터베이스로 제공하고 국회의원과 연구자가 국회 기록물을 편리하게 이용할 수 있도록 콘텐츠를 구축하여 국회 기록의 지식 정보화를 위해 노력합니다. 빅데이터와 최신 ICT 기술을 활용한 융합, 분석 서비스를 선제적으로 제공함으로써 4차 산업혁명을 선도합니다. 국회 도서관이 국회의원 300명에게 제공하는 서비스는 5천만 국민의 삶의 질을 개선하여 대한민국의 새로운 내일을 만들어갑니다. 언제 어디서나 쉽고 편리하게 도서관을 이용할 수 있는 국회 전자도서관과 모바일 서비스는 첨단 정보화 시대를 이끌어갑니다. 국회 도서관이 가지고 있는 680만 권의 장서와 500만 건 이상의 원문 정보는 국회와 국민 모두에게 지식 정보의 원천이 되어 시너지의 힘을 만듭니다. 그리고 서평, 입법정책 흡술자료, 신간 안내, 문화행사, 북큐레이션 등을 통해 다양하고 유익한 정보 서비스를 제공하는 국회 도서관. 배움이라는 지식의 장을 넘어 일상 속 힐링의 공간으로 누구나 즐겁게 누릴 수 있는 이용자 중심의 열린 문화 공간으로 끊임없이 변화하고 있습니다. 미래 도서관의 표준, 국회 도서관은 새로운 시대를 만들어갑니다. 새로운 미래를 여는 시작, 지적 문화유산의 이름. 이제 세상이 우리에게 묻습니다. 더 나은 미래를 찾는 길은 무엇입니까? 300명 국회의원으로 시작해 5천만 국민의 밝은 미래를 열어갑니다.
책이 세상을 만듭니다. 지식과 소통의 창.
국회 도서관이 만들어가겠습니다.
전 처음부터 번역이 좋아서 대학원에 진학을 했고요.
하지만 보다 전문적으로 배우고 싶어서 직장을 그만두고 진학하게 되었습니다.
통역사라면 다 비슷할 것 같아요. 그냥 통역사가 되고 싶어서, 동시 통역사가 멋져 보여서.
아무래도 일이 재밌어요.
새로운 사람, 또 새로운 환경, 그리고 항상 긴장 속에서 살아가기 때문에
그리고 거기에서 신선한 자극을 계속 받을 수 있다는 것, 그를 통해서 또 제가 제 스스로를 계속해서 개발할 수 있다는 것.
어떤 희열 같은 것을 느낄 수도 있고요. 그러니까 그만큼 힘들지만 중독성이 강한 일이라는 생각이 듭니다.
통역을 하려면 당연히 언어는 잘 해야죠. 그것만 중요한 게 아니라 배경 지식도 굉장히 중요합니다.
그런 부분들이 어렵다고 할 수 있죠. 계속적으로 끊임없는 공부가 필요한 부분입니다.
통역을 할 때는 이제 돌발 상황이 많이 발생을 하기 때문에
순발력은 정말 빼놓을 수 없는 요소인 것 같습니다.
이해심과 또 신뢰감이라고 생각해요. 상대가 나를 믿을 수 있게끔 하는 그 신뢰감이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
일단은 통역번역대학원 생활은 굉장히 힘든 생활입니다. 그래서 저는 사람들한테 고3 생활로 다시 돌아가는 것과 같다라고 얘기를 하는데요.
저는 울 때도 상당히 많았어요. 울면서 수업을 나올 때도 많았고 혼자 집에서 올 때도 많았고 그런데 그런 것들이 나중에는 큰 도움이 됐어요. 사회에 나가서
동기애라든지 동료의식으로 이어져서 현장에 나가서 일을 하는데도 큰 도움이 되고 있습니다.
이 길에 종사하고 계시는 선배님들과 그리고 전문적인 지식을 갖고 계시는 교수님들이 계셨기 때문에
어떤 식으로 이 문제를 해결했는지 이런 부분들을 서로 깊이 있게 토론을 하고 또 선생님과 이런 부분에 대해서 같이 논의를 하면서 자신도 모르게 번역사로 필요한 문제 해결 능력이 많이 올라갔던 것 같습니다.
이대에는요 통역과 번역과가 나뉘어서 수업이 진행이 되기 때문에 보다도 자기 전공 분야에 맞게끔 공부를 할 수 있는 장점도 있고요.
기술 번역, 문학 번역, 미디어 번역으로 나눠갖고 굉장히 세분화돼서 번역을 배울 수 있습니다. 어디로 들어가든지 접근을 훨씬 쉽게 할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다.
교수님들이 교수님이시기 이전에 현장에서 너무너무 지금까지도 활발하게 활동하시는 국제회의 통역사, 베테랑 통역사 분들이세요.
처음에 그 현장에 나갔을 때부터 어느 정도 경력자의 능력을 갖고 시작할 수 있다는 점이 가장 장점.
실전에 정말 딱 부합할 수 있도록 완벽하게 이제 계속 교육을 시켜주시기 때문에 그런 점이 사실 통번역대학원을 나왔을 때 가장 만족스러운 점이고 가장 뿌듯했던 점이었던 것 같습니다.
마치 시간은 10배 느리게 가고 중력은 10배 강한 또 그런 수련을 하고 나면 실력이 상승하는 걸 느낄 수 있습니다. 화이팅!
왜냐하면 번역이 평생 하는 일이잖아요. 그러다 보니까 앞선 10년을 어디에다 투자할까 그것도 생각을 해보면 되게 좋을 것 같습니다.
어렵습니다. 그렇지만 시간이 지나면 자기만의 내공이 축적되면서 전문가가 됩니다. 그런 면에서는 굉장히 매력적인 분야이기 때문에 도전을 권하고 싶습니다.
2년이라는 시간 동안 굉장히 다양한 지식을 쌓을 수가 있고요. 여러분들이 언어 외에도 많은 지식을 쌓을 수 있기 때문에 통번역사뿐만이 아니라 앞으로 여러분들이 어느 분야에 진출을 하건 굉장히 튼튼한 기반을 다질 수 있는 귀중한 시간이 될 것이라고 생각합니다.
절대 후회하지 않으실 거예요. 열심히 하세요.
힘든 공부지만 굉장히 보람되게 즐겁게 공부를 하실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면 정말 여러분이 원하는 공부고 원하는 직업을 갖기 위해서 거치는 과정이기 때문에 그런 과정을 정말 좋은 선생님들과 좋은 커리큘럼을 가진 이 학교에서 할 수 있다는 것만으로도 여러분들께 굉장히 큰 그 행복이지 않을까 생각을 하기 때문에 열심히 준비하셔서 꼭 저희 학교에서 뵀으면 좋겠습니다.
우리는 법을 연구합니다. 법으로 더 행복한 삶을, 더 나은 내일을, 더 큰 세상을 만들기 위해 우리는 매일 연구하고 답을 찾습니다. 사람을 향한 마음과 내일을 위한 믿음으로 삶의 바탕이 되는 법을 생각하는 우리는 한국법제연구원입니다. 우리를 표현하는 단어는 많습니다. 최초, 요일, 싱크탱크, 글로벌 허브. 우리는 사람과 삶을 향한 법의 바탕을 만들기 위해 오늘도 끊임없이 묻고 찾고 연구합니다. 그렇게 오랜 시간 이어져 온 우리의 노력은 모두에게 공평하고 정의로운 법으로, 국민과 함께 생활 속에서 살아 숨쉬는 법으로 새롭게 태어납니다. 빠르게 변화하는 시대에 발맞춰 법제도 함께 변해야 하기에 우리는 언제나 긴장을 놓지 않고 혁신을 향해 갑니다. 옳은 것과 그른 것, 지켜야 할 것과 고쳐야 할 것을 구분해 더 좋은 법으로 진화할 수 있도록 새로운 기준을 세우는 일. 이것이 우리가 생각하는 혁신입니다. 우리는 더 큰 세상을 봅니다. 법으로 사람과 사람을 잇고 문화와 문화를 이어 전 세계에 K로우를 전합니다. 언제나 한 걸음 앞선 도전으로 나와 우리, 대한민국을 넘어 세상을 이끌어갑니다. 우리는 좋은 법의 바탕을 만듭니다. 단 한 사람도 소외받지 않고 더 안전하게, 더 행복한 삶을 누릴 수 있도록 오늘도 법의 정신을 지켜갑니다. 법은 곧 우리의 삶이고 미래이기에 지금껏 해왔던 것처럼 앞으로도 사람과 삶을 위한 좋은 법의 바탕을 만들겠습니다. 우리는 한국법제연구원입니다.
I would like to welcome everyone to the 2021 Seoul International Forum on Translation and Interpreting. I am Juyeon-jo, the moderator for the special interview session. In today's session, we will be meeting with someone who interpreters and translators all instantly recognize and have dreamed of meeting personally. She is Dr. Yeon-hyang Lee. Dr. Lee currently serves as the Chief of the Interpreting Services Division of the U.S. State Department. She has interpreted for a number of different U.S. presidents, as well as interpreting for various other government departments and also in international sports events. For me personally, I was a student of Dr. Lee when she taught as a faculty member of the IHWA GSIT, so it is a great pleasure for me to be meeting her today myself. And now, without further ado, let me introduce you to Dr. Lee. Good morning, Professor. How are you?
Thank you for having me. Yes, as always, you look very beautiful today. When I was in school, my classmates and I used to always wonder, she was in the US yesterday and she has flown to Korea. And she's standing before us in perfect shape, and she does not seem jet-lagged at all. So can you share with us the secret to how always to look very nice? Well, that's very flattering. I think I was lucky enough to be born with a good level of energy and health. I'm sure it goes the same for any interpreters, because an interpreter is required to do many things. It is very important to take care of his or her health. And on top of that, I think I was born healthy, so I'm very grateful. Well, then I guess I should be born again in order to have that kind of level of energy. You might not know this, but there were many rumors about you among the students. Some said that you were a robot. Some said that you had a beauty crew at home who took care of your hair, makeup, and nails. One other question we always had in mind was that you had majored in vocal music. What made you take a turn in your path to become an interpreter? Well, I can't say that there is a direct relationship between vocal music and interpreting, but there are actually many interpreters who majored in music, like piano, composing, and vocal music. So I was actually quite intrigued myself by the relationship between music and interpreting. As a music major turned interpreter, the link that I have been able to identify was that both jobs require good hearing. So you need to have good ears. So one common element would be sound, and another element is expression of feeling and conveyance of messages. Another element is performing in front of an audience. Well, it's not based on a scientific analysis, it's based on my observation. So it's a personal opinion, but maybe sometime in the future, there could be a research done on the correlation between music and interpreting. I once had a chance to talk to some Ike interpreters and had a similar discussion. In order to improve expression skills, playing a musical instrument, such as the violin, actually helps. It supposedly stimulates the part of the brain that is not generally used and ultimately helps with interpreting. It may not be a theory as yet, but there seems to be some kind of a correlation between music and interpretation. Maybe I should take up music again. Well, Professor, you have been in the public eye for a long time. You've interpreted for the US presidents. You have also interpreted for Yeona Kim. I might be mistaken, but you never seem to get nervous. You are always calm and composed. Is it because you don't get nervous? Or is it because you are good at camouflaging? I'm going to have to say yes to both. Of course, I do get nervous. It starts a few days before the actual day of interpretation. But I need to hide it as best as I can, because interpreters do play a very important role in setting the tone of a specific meeting. When the interpreter displays nervousness, it is difficult for the meeting to go smoothly. So I think hiding the nervousness is one of the qualities required of the interpreter. It is also something the interpreter must work on. And interpreting itself is very important, but also keeping a smooth flow is an important job of the interpreter. So maintaining calmness is important in being professional. It may be due to my background as a vocal singer. I'm quite comfortable on stage, so I might relatively feel less nervous even in front of an audience. Do you know when I was most nervous? It was probably when I was in graduate school. I was so nervous in class, and I don't remember being any more nervous than that since then. It's quite hard to believe. I would imagine you to have been one of the top students who never got nervous.
긴장을 그때는 좀 하셨던
But I guess
건가요?
that's not true.
그럼요. 긴장을 좀 했었죠. 그리고 내가 좀 늦게 대학원을
Of course,
들어갔었거든요.
I
그러니까
got nervous.
내 동기 중에서
I entered graduate school at a late age, so
대학교 졸업하고
I was the
나서
oldest student in
한동안
class.
결혼하고 애들 키우다가
I entered
바빴기 때문에
graduate
동기
school
중에서 제일 나이가 많았어서
after I got married and had kids, so I was the oldest.
그래서 수업 시간에 지금
My brain needed warming up because I hadn't been in school for a while. I remember the first class, the professor read a line off a newspaper article, and I was supposed to memorize it and recite it. But I was only able to memorize the first 4 to 5 words, and no matter how many times I heard the sentence, I could not memorize the single sentence that I was supposed to memorize. So yes, it was quite a struggle in the beginning for me. That reminds me, when we stand in front of you, we really get nervous, and I also experienced the same thing. And I remember this time when we went into the interpretation booths that were numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, and we were watching you, monitoring us. You were tapping on the buttons. So we were trying to guess when she would be listening to me. So I'm in booth number 3, so she would be listening to me after number 2. But you were actually alternating between the booths quite frequently, and that really made me nervous. I came out of the booth and I told you that I was so nervous my head went blank, and you said, "What does that mean?" And you said, "I've never experienced anything like that." So I thought, oh, maybe she is a robot after all. But I guess you were human. Well, thank you for sharing that story. Well, then let me ask you some questions about interpretation. And I do understand that it's very difficult to answer questions in detail due to the nature of your work. But was there any instance where you were too nervous to focus or concentrate? Yes, I said that I was most nervous when I was in school. I don't recall where I was too nervous to concentrate or nerves really got the better of me. I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that. But I guess it's just the way I am. I seem to be mentally strong. I feel lucky to be that way. Well, then it seems that you are close to the image of you I had in my head. So you don't really get too nervous. So let me then try and ask you a slightly different question. So you may not have been nervous at all, but what if the overall atmosphere of the meeting was not very positive, or if there was some sort of a tension between the summits? It must have been very difficult as the interpreter to deliver the messages. Can you share with us any such situations? Well, it is something that happens in foreign affairs. It is actually not something that happens quite often in foreign affairs, but the atmosphere cannot always be good. So although I said I do not get nervous and try not to feel the tension, but if the overall atmosphere of the meeting is negative and tense, I believe that the atmosphere must also be delivered as is, and I should also carry on in the same mood. The meeting should be, the tone of the meeting should be conveyed as is.
인하우스에 들어가 있는 후배들도 많이 있다 보니
I see. I actually get the same question from my colleagues who are working as in-house interpreters. Sometimes they come across situations where the meeting is carried out under very tense situations and ends up resulting in conflict. They ask me, what should we do in these situations? Should the interpreter relay everything, or should the interpreter try to tone down and water it down a little bit? And your advice is that the tone and mood must be delivered exactly as it is. Yes, that is my belief. If linguistically or culturally a word-for-word translation would sound rude, of course, in those cases, the tone must be adjusted linguistically. But if in a situation where the speaker is very agitated or wants to convey a very strong message, the listener must be able to receive the same tone and message. And should there be an issue, it is something to be resolved among the speakers, not something that the interpreter can do. Thank you very much for the insightful answer. I think I can relay this answer to my colleagues. I am not sure if you'd be able to answer this question, but since you are with the U.S. Department of State, I'm sure you have received many questions about the U.S.-North Korea summit talks. I do understand that you are unable to share any details. And of course, as an interpreter, I am also well aware of the non-disclosure duties. So you don't have to answer this question. But if by any chance you could share with us your encounter with the interpreter from North Korea, your impressions or what you've noticed that was interesting or different, can you share anything that you can? Well, I don't think I was able to find anything different. I have met a few interpreters from North Korea. I think all interpreters are alike, regardless of where they are from. I have the opportunity to meet interpreters from all over the world. As an interpreter at the Department of Language, Office of Language Services of the U.S. Department of State, I meet interpreters from all the counterpart nations. I think we share a sense of camaraderie and we wish each other well, so we're always cheering for each other. The North Korean interpreters, of course, are those who are very top-notch when they come to the summit talks. They're very capable. Their English is very fluent and pronunciation is good. I guess the only difference would be some have more experience than the other, but they're all very competent. I did have some conversations with them, and I asked them how they came to study interpretation. It seems that they also have a graduate school of interpretation and translation, so most of them are trained there. Personally, I have a hope that one day I would have the opportunity to visit the school in North Korea, meet the interpreters in North Korea, and maybe do a special lecture there and engage in exchanges with interpreters in North Korea. Wow, that was a very enlightening comment. I sincerely hope you have that opportunity and pioneer that path for the future interpreters. I was very curious about where the interpreters of North Korea were receiving training. I guess they also get trained in a graduate school similar to ours. I remember watching a North Korean interpreter interpret on TV. I was surprised at their fluency. I remember one interpreter who had a very prominent British accent. So I was very impressed by their high level of English. Well, then I will move on to the next question. I had the honor to meet you at the 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Olympics. And as far as I remember, at that time you were in the US and you had come to Korea just for the Olympics. You also interpreted in the 2008 and 2010 Olympics. I myself have experience interpreting for the athletes, and I felt that it is so important to be able to speak in their language using their jargons. When you were interpreting for Yeona Kim, was there a specific part that you focused on, or was it all very natural for you?
네, 저기 올림픽 통역 제가 제일 통역 경험 중에서
Yes, interpreting at the Olympics is one of my favorite work.
그거는 내가 공부부 가기 전부터
I always enjoy it very much. I have been interpreting at the Olympic Games before I started my work at the U.S. Department of State.
내 개인적으로도 기억에 남는
I missed a couple
공부에서
Olympics, but
선수 통역이었고요.
interpreting for Yeona Kim at the Vancouver Winter Olympics was one of the most memorable moments in my career. Interpreting itself was nothing out of the ordinary. Yeona Kim is an eloquent speaker, so there was no difficulty. Usually in those games, the interpreter sits with the press and watches, and then when the Korean athlete makes it to the top 3 and becomes a medalist, we move to the press conference room. I remember how nervous I was watching her perform, much more so than when I actually work. After her beautiful performance, I felt her parents must be so nervous having to watch their daughter perform. As to the interpretation itself, I don't recall the specifics, but in my entire career as an interpreter, I have asked for an autograph to just 2 people. I don't ask for autographs to any head of state, but Yeona Kim was one of those 2 people whom I have asked for an autograph. I know it's not very professional, but I was very proud. She was extraordinary, so I did ask her for her autograph. She's actually younger than my own children, yet she had achieved something so great at such a young age. Later, I showed my children the autograph. Usually, they don't have any interest in what I do, but that time, they were very impressed. And so, yes, it was one of the very memorable experiences. Your children must have been really proud of you. Who was the other person that you have asked for an autograph from? It was director Steven Spielberg. It was quite early in my career. I had probably interpreted for only a few years then. My children and I were great fans of him. We loved E.T. and his other movies. And I was only a couple of years into my career. He had visited Korea. So he was the first person. And decades later, I got an autograph from Yeona Kim. Wow, you received autographs from quite significant people. Well, you're now working in the U.S. In the Office of Language Services of the U.S. Department of State. I'm sure many people already know this, but could you once again explain to the audience what you do there, and if you could briefly introduce to us your office? Yes, so the Office of Language Services is under the U.S. Department of State. The American system is slightly unique. So all work related to interpretation in the federal government is managed by the Office of Language Services of the U.S. Department of State, Department of Defense, Department of the Treasury. All interpretation and translation work of the federal government is done centrally at the Office of Language Services of the Department of State, whether it is related to the president, work at the White House regarding the president, vice president, or National Security Agency. All the work comes to the Office of Language Services. It began in 1781. It is one of the early agencies that was set up in the Department of State. Thomas Jefferson was the first Secretary of State, and he had hired an English-French translator. That was the beginning of the Office of Language Services. So we have a very long history of about 240 years. It is said that the agency started out with 5 people, and one of the 5 people was that English-French translator. At that time, the department was called Department of Foreign Affairs, and not the Department of State. So the U.S. was aware that translation and interpretation of language was a very important element in foreign affairs from the very beginning. Secretary Blinken is the 71st Secretary of State. So many things have changed over the years, obviously, during the past 240 years. As far as I know, U.S. has diplomatic ties with 192 countries. So the Office of Language Services is in charge of all of the languages of the countries the U.S. has diplomatic ties with. At our office, we deal with around 60 to 70 languages a year. So it could be said that the workload is quite big. And at the office, there are 65 full-time employees. Some belong to the interpretation department, and some belong to the translation department, as well as the administrative department that supports the office. We have in-house interpreters and translators of many different languages, but due to the extremely wide scope and amount of work, we cannot cover all the workload with just the in-house staff. So we retain a list of 1,500 interpreters and translators who could work on a contract basis. They too must pass our test and also get their reference check cleared. Then they could get on the list. So we have our in-house interpreters and translators, as well as the 1,500 interpreter and translator pool for contract-based work. It sounds like a huge operation. As far as I know, you are the first Asian and woman to serve as the head. It's a bit late, but congratulations. And I'm curious to know how you were able to assume that prestigious position. I understand that you have 65 in-house staff as well as 1,500 contract-based staff to manage. How did they get a job in the Department of State as interpreters and translators? I'm sure many people are eager to find out. In order to become an interpreter or translator of the U.S. Department of State, you must be a U.S. citizen. So those with foreign passports cannot be employed because we need to conduct a reference check and there could be security-related matters. Also, we have different demands for different languages. Sometimes we would go out to recruit interpreters and translators. and they need to take tests, of course. In the case of interpretation, there are 3 levels. Conference interpreting is the highest level. Then below that, there is seminar interpreting, and below that, there is something called liaison interpreting. So each person must take the test based on his or her ability, and once the person passes the test, work will be assigned. And the interpreters you see at the summit talks are the interpreters who have passed the conference interpreting test, which is the highest level. Well, you have taught at many interpretation schools, so I'm sure you'd be able to compare the difficulty level of the test. How difficult is the test? Is it the highest level of difficulty? I guess I could say that because interpreting in foreign relations setting is a rare opportunity for general conference interpreters. Conference interpreters usually do a lot of interpreting for business meetings and conferences on various topics. But foreign relations interpreting is usually done by a small group of interpreters, so in that regards, it could seem difficult. But if you have the standard interpretation skills and study various topics and terminology related to foreign affairs, I believe you would be able to pass the test.
Well, this was something that a lot of people wanted to know more about, and I think many of their questions would have been answered today. And I've heard that right after COVID-19 started, even though there were others who were opposed to this idea, you were of the opinion that remote interpretation must be introduced to the Interpreting Services Division, and in the end succeeded in establishing the RSI system. So, where did you get the idea, and how did you come to have such foresight? I think that's the kind of thing that a leader of an organization should be doing. A leader should be, pulling others from the front and not be trailing after others. I think that's the kind of role that a leader should be playing. Who could have ever imagined that remote translation would ever be figuring in the history of interpretation? And I would say jokingly, why should this kind of crisis take place when I was responsible for this organization and had to spearhead this kind of endeavor? Nobody could have imagined that technology could so drastically change the interpretation scene. Last year in March, when the COVID-19 broke out, the order came down that all government workers need to work from home. But as I've said before, in the case of our division of interpreting services, we are responsible for the interpretation and translation needs of all the federal government departments. And therefore, if somebody says that they need interpretation services, we had to do it. There was nobody else for the job. It's not as if outside services can be used. We carry a very heavy responsibility. And so I thought we needed to be prepared in whichever form. And so because all the other government workers were doing work at home, the interpreters also thought that they wouldn't be working as much as before. However, I told them that now is not the time to take a break. I told them that we will be doing something called RSI. And actually back then, our division became even busier than the pre-COVID times. What we did was to take 3 or 4 RSI programs out in the market that had a relatively good reputation, and we continued to try it out with our interpreters. The interpreters would test the program on their computers directly, and we would test the program and do these mock RSI meetings with the providers of the program as well. And so initially there were a lot of complaints from our interpreters. When I tried it myself, the audio quality was really poor. The interpreters had to interpret using their computer. They had to use the mouse a lot, click this and that during interpretation, set the incoming and outgoing languages differently per language. they weren't used to that at all. So for about a month at least, we tested several different programs, and then finally we selected what we thought was the best among them. And with that program, we trained our interpreters very intensively. At the same time, what we did was to convert our testing room where we would test the potential candidates for State Department interpreters. So there is this booth, which we completely transformed into a remote interpretation hub. But in order to make this conversion happen, we had to bring in the internet cable, take down the ceiling and floor panels to do the cabling work so as not to rely on Wi-Fi. So we did all that, and we ordered all the computer-related equipment, the equalizers that can, control the audio quality. That was ordered as well. And we also hired on very short notice 2 new personnel who were familiar with interpretation as well as technological issues. And so we were kept really very busy. And of course, in the US, because meetings did have to go on, we started remote meetings. And when that happened, our division was prepared to a large extent to provide language services. Of course, we're still on a learning curve, just like every other organization. Our interpreters and translators have to keep on learning, and we are continuing to improve. And a big part of what we do is to train interpreters on remote technology. So we do a lot of that as well. We divide our pool into different language groups and assess which group has the strongest need for such training. And we continue to provide our State Department full-time interpreters such training. So it was quite hectic, I can assure you. I can imagine. For us in Korea, we also use a variety of different RSI systems, but it seems like there is no one perfect system that meets all the needs of the interpreters. So can you tell us which system you finally settled on? I don't think I can share that information because it might give the impression that the State Department is backing a certain provider. Of course, yes, I understand. Well, if that's the case, we'll continue our search for a new, good RSI system too. And it looks as if within the interpreter pool, the interpreters are involved in training and educating one another. So in addition to the technical side, how is education or training in general conducted for new entrants into the State Department interpreting service division? Even if they are new entrants, they're already equipped with basic interpretation skills. And so once a person passes the entrance examination, it means we trust in that person's competency. And so there are no further questions or doubts raised about interpreting skills. Of course, we all know there can be different feedbacks that come in about our interpretation. This interpreter did this, or on this occasion there was some misinterpretation, so on and so forth. Managing such feedback is part of our work, but because examination is highly objective, our position is that all new entrants are qualified interpreters with the necessary skills, despite the variables that may come into play in different situations. But our customary practice is to assign a more experienced interpreter with an entry-level interpreter as partners. For all State Department assignments, our division decides which interpreter goes into such assignments. This is something that not even the White House can interfere with, not even the Office of the Secretary of State. Even if they tried, I wouldn't recognize it. This is because this isn't something that will end with a single meeting or a single person. This is something that needs to be carried on. And so by assigning a more experienced interpreter with a more junior interpreter, they can learn from each other. And this kind of practice can be continued through such a system. This is because interpretation isn't simply about interpreting skills, especially in a diplomatic setting. Understanding the protocol, how to handle yourself in certain kind of situations, these are all very important elements that go with a job. So there's much to learn from a veteran senior interpreter, and the senior interpreters, for their part, need to always be ready to teach the junior interpreters and pass on their know-how on the job. We work hard to create such an atmosphere. That is a truly admirable work culture that we would like to learn from ourselves. In Korea nowadays, a lot of new technology like AI has come out, and in the case of translation programs are widely used, giving rise to a pessimistic outlook for the future of interpretation and translation by many. Based on your experience in the United States or around the world, how do you see the future of interpretation and translation? How do I perceive the future of interpretation and translation? That would depend on how you define the boundaries of the field of interpretation and translation. If you look at the matter from the point of view of the present state of interpretation and translation, the outlook doesn't look good. This is because it's going to change. However, the field has been undergoing changes constantly, and I don't think technology constrains or hinders interpretation and translation, but that it actually helps. For instance, you see RSI fast becoming mainstream. It wasn't like that from the start. There was a lot of resistance. And on the technology issue, some interpreters complained about having to, at times, double as an engineer/interpreter. I myself do not have a lot of experience on that side because our generation of interpreters weren't that familiar with such technical matters. But despite that, this is something that cannot be helped. You either follow the direction the times are moving in, you have to lead such trend, or else you'll lag behind. That's the reason why I was one of the people who very proactively adopted RSI. The COVID pandemic isn't over yet, and so face-to-face meetings are not taking place as much as they used to. But because people are increasingly finding that remote interpretation is indeed possible, a great number of diplomatic meetings are taking place in this format. In the past, you either had to go to another country or have diplomats from other countries come to your own. But because people are not flying that much or booking hotels, this is leading to a lot of cost savings. And so, in fact, a lot of people are holding meetings remotely using interpretation. So in that respect, the market has actually grown larger instead of growing smaller. And so initially, the interpreters working on contract basis were strongly opposed to the idea of remote interpretation, and when we tried to train them, they said they didn't want to work in this kind of setting. But we worked really hard to persuade them, telling them that this was a larger market, that we can actually give them more work. And what we told them is all coming true. And because those interpreters are able to receive both remote and face-to-face meeting assignments, they are actually able to accept more work, and so I think the pie has grown larger. I think the same is true for translation as well. Right now, AI technology is most actively being developed for the translation field. But in the past, when the CATS or MT first came out, there was a lot of resistance at first as well. But today we see that CATS or MT actually serving as a tool that helps the translation process instead of replacing translators altogether. And so we still have a long way to go before technology ever replaces human translators. And I myself believe that technology should lie at the center of interpretation and translation. For instance, today, Google is working on a lot of projects developing AI technology for the translation field. Demonstrations are being carried out, and they do joint trials with the State Department. We get to see how the technology is evolving, and for their part, they get our feedback on how to create a better program. So I think we should go it together. And if the interpretation and translation community don't accept technology, that will lead in the end to us being co-opted by technology. And so
도리어 들어가는 그런
It's going to be either us taking ownership of technology and harnessing it for our own purposes, or us being incorporated into technology's fold. This is something that should be decided by all of us active in the field. Thank you so much for your valuable insights. We have already used up much of our allotted time because the time passed so quickly. Although I still have a lot of questions left, let me ask just two more. The interpreting service division has existed for 24 years in the U.S. government, or 240 years in the U.S. government, and in our view, it looks like a system that is very well run. In Korea, as you are well aware, I'm sure that each government ministry hires their own editor or runs their own translation and interpreting team, but that leads to the translators and interpreters getting to know only that particular field. So what do you think of the Korean government instituting a interpreting services division like the State Department? I think both systems have their pros and cons. As you've said, a certain government department may hire their own translators and interpreters to meet their particular needs, and at one point in time, the Pentagon did that. Because it's such a large organization, their need for interpreting and translation services was huge. And the Pentagon complained about the fact that they always had to go to the State Department to receive such services and decided to hire their own team. So they did. They hired translators and interpreters and people who can do both as well. But the problem there was that, first of all, were those who were doing the hiring actually able to evaluate the translating and interpreting skills of the potential candidates? I mean, if the wrong person is selected and hired, it can lead to serious problems. Another issue is in making effective use of the human resources. There are periods of time when there's a lot of work, and then there are times when there's very little work. So at one point, there will be people sitting around doing nothing, while others, there may be an overflow of work. And so there were issues of efficiency, but the most critical problem was quality control. One needs to continue doing translation and interpreting in order to maintain your skills. And if you work in only one field for too long, then you wouldn't know well about others. But as you know, in order to be a good interpreter or translator, you have to have a balanced knowledge of practically every field in order to do your job well. After running into such limitations, Pentagon came back to the State Department, and so the State Department is covering for Pentagon as well. So in my view, issues of efficiency and allocation of human resources, in that respect as well, the system has strength. But what's most critical is that the system we have is one that is able to, in a very systematic and strategic manner, nurture linguistic experts at the state level. That's the reason why I focus so much on hiring and nurturing translators and interpreters, hiring and nurturing linguistic experts. The reason why I use the term linguistic expert is because nobody can say for certain that today's definition of translators and interpreters will remain as such in the future as well. And so bringing together language and culture with interpretation and translation skills is necessary in my view. That's my vision. And although we're not doing this as of yet, that's the kind of pitch I'm making currently. And so I believe it may be necessary to review that option from the state level from a strategic point of view. I think it would be really great if at the Korean government level such an interpreting service division is created so that we could work for our country in that way. Now, for the last question, it's a rather easy question. We would like to ask for a piece of advice from you for the translators and interpreters of the future. We would like to ask for your frank opinion. Now, this may be in line with what I've just said, and We can take a narrow point of view and also speak from a broader perspective as well. From a narrow point of view, you have to be good first and foremost. You have to be really good at what you do. And in order to be good, I can only say that you have to work really hard. I may have said this to you as well when you were at school. Actually, you did. Spending your time sleeping, eating, playing around to your heart's content. If you spend time like this, when will you ever get around to really developing your skills in earnest so that you become successful at what you do? 24 hours is not that long, so you really have to work hard, study hard, and also further develop yourselves in other areas as well. And so not wasting time, living life to the fullest, being diligent, this is important. And so not wasting time, that's very important. And also, rather than making plans about your future, your career path, simply concentrating on doing well what you are doing now, and on top of that, trying to develop your skills in other areas, that will open up new opportunities. That's what I wanted to tell our future translators and interpreters. And another thing is, don't tie yourself down or constrain yourself to the work of an interpreter or translator. Don't limit yourself. This is in the same context of what I said previously. I think this is also true for you too as well. I think I said to my students when I was still teaching at the graduate school, you shouldn't be too obsessed with becoming an interpreter or translator per se. Do not restrict yourself in this way, because this skill that we have to interpret or translate, it's an immensely valuable asset, is it not? You speak a foreign language fluently. You understand foreign culture deeply, and not only the technical skills, but an open-minded attitude toward others in different culture. This is a very important asset. So you don't necessarily have to become a translator or interpreter. You can work in so many different fields. So many opportunities are available to you. Those who are trained as interpreters or translators, I truly believe they are some of the best and brightest that their country has to offer. So do not limit yourselves to a particular job or a specific organization. Based on what you have, open yourselves up to new and various possibilities. That's my advice. Thank you so much, Professor, because that's exactly what you told us when we were students at GSIT. I started dreaming of becoming something of a multitasker. So once again, thank you so much for your valuable insights. And also, we'd like to thank you for accepting this invitation despite the very early hours. Thank you very much. This was a special interview with Professor Yeon-hyang Lee. Thank you very much.
밤 내려온다, 봄이 내려온다, 장님 깊은 골로 대한 짐승이 내렸다. 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 핫팔이 넘고 해머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 봉화 같은 뒷발로 양기 찌어지고 새낙 같은 발톱으로 잔디뿌리 왕모래를 촤르르르르 그치며 주홍잎떡 벌리고 허리랑 하는 소리 하나리 묻어지고 땅이 툭 꺼진 한듯 차례 정신없이 목으로 움츠리고 가만히 엎젖겄다. 멍 내려온다, 봄이 내려온다, 송이 깊은 골로 한 짐승이 내려온다. 누의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 헐쑥덜쑥 꼬리는 잔뜩. 봄 내려온다, 봄이 내려온다, 송이 깊은 골로 한 짐승이 내려온다. 누의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 헐쑥덜쑥 꼬리는 잔뜩. 봄 내려온다, 봄이 내려온다, 봄 내려온다, 봄이 내려온다.
장고 저지릉 구정구 석연자 거북고 저지릉 징둥등 장자방의 옥통소 해강은 해금이며 완적의 휘파람 격타과 취육작 등 파산 모험상 무기고 체력복을 곁들여가서 노래할제 낭자한 풍악소리 소궁의 신능한다 토끼가 신명내요 야길래라 야길래라 왕자님의 봉필이 확처사주 장로 저지렁 구정구 석연자 거북고 저지렁 진궁등 장자방의 옥동소 띠띠리리리로 토끼가 신명내요
주부가 울며 연자오대 토끼란 놈 본시 간사하오 일로 충성을 다하와 상리오 홀라 잡은 토끼 뱃속에 달린 간 아니네 오면 조금수라도 비소할 일이오
뱃주부가 울며 연자오대
뱃주부가 울며 연자오대 뱃주부가 울며 연자오대 뱃주부가 울며 연자오대 뱃주부가 울며 연자오대
왕명이 지중 같은 내가 어찌 기망하랴 옛말을 네가 못 들었느냐 거리 악자라 용방을 살았고 미국의 망국에 태였으니 너도 인생을 싸워라
어따 이놈 별주부야
만일에 간이 아니 들었으면 온통한 나의 혼백 어긋하라 원기되어 너의 용왕 백년 살듯 하루도 못 살때요 너의 소공 만주 백관 한나란 시봉사 못살 시키리라
하나였다 배갈라라 하나였다 배갈라라 하나였다 배갈라라 똥밖에는 든 것 없다 내 배를 갈라 해보아라 지르는 모양 세상이라 천벽계 산천수 가만히 잠시나야 천봉바람을 바라보니 산중대월의 중세 안면이 휘싸우니 소신 엄지발로 토끼놈의 간허리를 바드드드 집어다가 대왕전에 바치리라
우왕이 허허 웃고 이 앞만 그런데도 네 심중 불치하야 12가지 우르모르로 과부친 낭기 안쪽 우르모르로 동유헐제 까우까우 꼬랑꼬랑 괴이한 음성으로 수절과 무유인헐제 네 소리 뻥나면 세상이가 시오라 돌을 들어 날리며 떠나자 배 떨어지니 세상의 운놈은 너 밖에 또 있느냐 빈터에 나 찾아가지 자서는 불기러다
지르는 모양 세상이요 지르는 모양 세상이라 천벽계 산천수 가만히 잠시나야 천봉만함을 바라보니 산중대월의 중세 안면이 휘싸우니 소신 엄지발로 토끼놈의 간허리를 바드드드 집어다가 대왕전에 바치리라
안녕하십니까? 저는
Hello everyone.
서울 국제
At today's 2021 Seoul International Forum on Translation and Interpreting, I will be moderating parallel session A. I am Lee Kyung-sung, the National Assembly Library Legal Information Director. It is a great honor for me to be moderating these sessions in today's forum in the presence of such distinguished experts in the field.
먼저 오후 포럼에 대해
First,
간략하게 안내
let me briefly
드리겠습니다.
walk you through the afternoon forum program.
이번 포럼의 주제는 통번역 윤리와
The theme of this
전문가
year's forum is
중심입니다.
ethics and professionalism in translation and interpreting. And the parallel session A is composed of two sessions.
네 분의 발표자가
In each session, 4 presenters will speak for 20 minutes each, and there will be a brief interval, a break between the two sessions.
그리고 지금 보고 계신 화면 아래쪽을
And if you
보시면
look at the bottom of the screen that you are seeing, you'll find the question button. And so, if you have any questions related to the presentation, then select the presenter's name and
질문을 남겨주시기 바랍니다.
leave a question.
답변은 행사 후 Q&A
You'll be able to
게시판을
check
통해
up on the
확인하실 수
answer
있습니다.
after the event is over at the Q&A message board.
지금부터 법률 번역의
And now,
실제와 윤리라는
let us
주제로
begin the first
첫 번째
session
세션을
titled
시작하도록
Legal Translation,
하겠습니다.
Practice and Ethics.
첫 번째
The first presenter is Professor 정준 Ka from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies Law School. He has received his JD from University of Wisconsin and majored in civil law and economics.
경제학을 전공하셨습니다.
In the past, he has worked as an American lawyer for the law firm Hanbyul, as well as being a former representative of the Korean Ministry of Justice at UN Central ODR Working Group. He is currently the president for CISG Academy in Korea International Trade Law Association and is the present director for the Korean Association of Civil Law, as well as being the present vice president for the Korean Society of Property Law. The title of his presentation is Defining and Harmonizing Basic Concepts in Translation of Legal Terms. Now pass on the floor to Professor 정준 Ka.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I'm Ka Jung-jun, professor at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies Law School. I am here today to present about establishing and unifying basic concepts for legal translation, particularly focusing on the terms 무효 and 취소, which means void and revocation in Korean. I would like to start off by introducing a basic concept. South Korea has a civil law system put in place. A civil law system is rooted in conceptual jurisprudence, meaning that the concept and scope of a term is established before codifying legal provisions. Therefore, what is essential to legal translation under such system is an accurate understanding of the legal terms that are used. A solid understanding of the terms is absolutely required of the translator. Key terms are usually defined in laws that were first enacted in that particular field, or they may also be laid out in the general principles. In other words, the fundamental concepts and definitions of legal terms are laid out in the Constitution, the Civil Code, and the Criminal Code. Especially, a huge portion of the general principles of the Civil Code are written with the most basic key legal terms. Therefore, if an accurate translation of the earliest laws, the general principles, and the basic terms that comprise a large part of the general principles of the Civil Code based on a solid understanding is completed, then this will greatly facilitate translation of the rest of the legislation. Legislation can largely be categorized into either private law or public law. In private law, we mostly use a unified set of terms, which are also used in the domain of public law. Public law also uses numerous legal terms. The most fundamental terminology used in the field of private law can be found in the general principles of the Civil Code. Most translators in the field agree that an accurate translation of legal terms in the general principles of the Civil Code would greatly contribute to legal translation not only in the field of private law, but also that of the public law. To further illustrate my point, the Civil Code comprises of 1,118 provisions made up of more than 100,000 characters. The Korean term for void appears 38 times, revocation 136 times, withdrawal 28 times, right 207 times, and duty 128 times. If you combine all these key terms I've mentioned, they amount to about 20 characters. Out of the total 100,000 characters that form the Civil Code, words or sentences that include the mentioned key terms account for about 3 to 4%. In other words, an accurate translation of these key terms that captures its intended meaning in the context would mean that already 3 to 4% of the entire code has been translated. Going beyond the Civil Code, these terms also appear in the Commercial Code, Constitution, and the Criminal Code. Therefore, a proper translation of these key terms would contribute to enhancing the speed and accuracy of translation of other legislation. I now like to touch upon the difficulties we face when translating basic legal terms. They might not have English equivalent terms as they are conceptual terms. Secondly, since the common law legal system is rooted in a problem-solving approach, meanings hold greater significance, and a direct translation of legal terms can easily lead to mistranslation. The civil law system, also known as the continental law system, is rooted in conceptual jurisprudence, whereas common law system is based on narratives surrounding how a certain problem is resolved. Such difference makes it tricky to find the exact English word that captures the full meaning of the concepts in our legal system. Furthermore, there are cases where the same Korean word needs to be translated into different English words depending on the context. One thing I'd like to share with you at this point is an amazing endeavor at legal translation that took place in Europe called the DCFR, which I will briefly explain. DCFR stands for Draft Common Frame of Reference. When Europe underwent economic integration, there was an attempt to unify the private law of different European countries. Before doing so, harmonization of the basic concepts was necessary. To that end, the countries attempted to unify their basic statutes, especially in the field of civil law, into what is called the Principles, Definitions, and Model Rules of European Private Law. This is a collection of the most basic legal concepts taken from the civil laws of different European countries, unified and put together in English. Most of the European countries except the UK has in place the continental law or the civil law system. So the most suitable terms and concepts from the civil law system were leveraged to translate provisions into English. While the primary focus was an integration of the legislation rather than its translation, the collection of laws was translated into English so that all citizens in the EU region would be able to access it. Undertaking an English translation of the essential legal concepts under the civil law system was a long-term project that resulted in the DCFR, which now can serve as a great reference for us. DCFR shows how terms in the civil law system can be translated into English. Although it is not comprehensive, DCFR still serves as a great standard. I believe it provides a good resource for those who research into the differences between the Korean Civil Code and its English translation. I'd like to focus on the cases of Korean legal terms 무효 and 취소, that means void and revocation respectively. These two terms are no less important than right or duty and are one of the most fundamental terms in legal terminology. They are heavily used in other statutes besides the Civil Code, being essential concepts, particularly in administrative law in the field of public law, as they are in the Civil Code and the Commercial Code. To take a deeper look at each term, 무효 means something is void with no legal force whatsoever, while 취소 refers to something that is voidable, although it currently holds legal force. 취소, or revocation, is similar to concepts such as withdrawal, rescission for the future, or rescission. I intentionally took these two terms as examples. Although the words 무효 and 취소 are used uniformly throughout our civil code and other statutes, they may have to be translated into different English words. The terms 무효 and 취소 can carry slightly different meanings depending on whether they are used in the context of juristic act or family law transactions. Although such differences cannot be distinguished when using the Korean words, they need to be distinguished when translating into English in order to aid the understanding of English readers. For example, when it comes to juristic acts such as contracts, 무효 translates into void. Nevertheless, in the context of family law transactions, such as marriage, nullity is the appropriate word. Although it is the same word 무효 in Korean, it must be translated into either void or nullity according to the context to prevent any confusion. Similarly, when translating the term 취소, voidable should be used when referring to contracts, but annulment is the correct translation in the context of family law transactions. Even if it appears to be the same word in Korean, it requires to be translated into different words in English to fully convey its meaning in the context. I'm convinced that setting clear translation standards for such cases based on research accompanied with examples will be helpful for future translation of similar nature. I made a simple chart. 무효 should be translated as void when it comes to juristic acts such as contracts, but nullify or nullity is the right translation in the context of family law transactions. 취소 is translated into voidable, cancel, or revoke when it comes to juristic acts such as contracts, but among these, voidable is the most accurate. When it comes to family law transactions, annulment or revoke are appropriate. However, the current translation of the Civil Code shows that these different English words are used interchangeably without consistency. I believe such confusion could have been prevented if the translators had a solid understanding of what meanings the terms 무효 and 취소 take on in different contexts. The same goes for 취소 and 철회. The two are similar concepts from a legal perspective. They are the same in that it is an act of invalidating the legal force of something, but the words are used in slightly different cases. The word 취소 is used in cases of rescission due to flaw in the expression, while 철회 is used instead when it has nothing to do with any flaw in the expression. Although the two terms hold the same meaning in the Civil Code, the two are used in a distinguished manner depending on the context. The case is slightly different from the earlier one we have explored, in that two different Korean terms here refer to a similar legal effect. When it comes to the word 철회, withdrawal and revocation are used interchangeably. In the context of family law transactions, 취소 is often also translated as revoke. To further look at translations of 취소 and 철회, when referring to contracts, the two terms are very similar concepts. If the word 취소 is used in relation to a juristic act, voidable is the proper translation, whereas in relation to family law transactions, annulment is more appropriate. If the word 철회 is used in relation to a juristic act, such as contracts, withdrawal would be the right translation. It is also translated as withdraw in the context of family law transactions in the current Civil Code translation. I believe we need to distinguish usage between the two contexts by switching to revocation in one of the two cases or somehow align the usage. Just by looking at the cases of the terms 취소 and 철회, we can see complications in cases where different terms hold the same meaning or the same term holds different meanings in different contexts. Such cases call for a set of standards we can apply in order to facilitate future translation endeavors. I would like to wrap up my talk by concluding that accuracy based on a thorough understanding of the content is key to good legal translation. A solid understanding of fundamental terms, accurate translation, and additional explanation will serve as a great resource for future translations in the field. I've mentioned that the civil law system is rooted in conceptual jurisprudence. Therefore, if we establish an accurate understanding and translation surrounding the key fundamental terms, this will enable following translations to fully capture the meaning of the original text. To sum up, I wanted to highlight the importance of translating basic key legal terms, translators having full grasp of the meaning of the terms, and additional explanations in order to help foreigners better understand English translations of the Korean law. I try to emphasize how important accurate translation of key concepts is. Well, thank you very much for attentively listening to this rather challenging topic, and this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
교수님 감사합니다.
Professor Jung Ga, thank you very much. Professor Ga emphasized how the same legal term should be translated differently depending on the context it is used and the meaning conferred upon it. He went on to note that when dealing with the concept law, which is the defining feature of civil law, accurate translation and explanation of basic terms is of utmost significance. He cited void and cancel, which should be translated differently depending on the active contract and active identification involved as examples of such basic legal terms.
두 번째 발표자는
Our second presenter is Sang-mo Lee, who is the director of the Center for Legislation Translation of Korean Legislation Research Institute. Director Lee earned his PhD from the China University of Political Science and Law and majored in international law and international economic law. At the Korea Research Institute of Legislation, he has undertaken research related to mostly overseas cooperation and the legal and institutional aspects of ODA. At present, as the director of the Legislation Translation Center, he oversees the translation into English and Chinese of the Korean legislations. The title of his presentation is Approach to Translation of Legal Norms Through a Paradigm Shift. We now pass the floor to Director Lee.
안녕하세요.
Hello, I am Sang-mo from Korea Legislation Research
주제는
Institute.
패러다임의 전환을 통한
My presentation is
법률
titled
번역,
Approach to Translation of Legal Norms Through Paradigm Shift.
발표는
In
영화
my
기생충을 통해
presentation,
살펴본
I
일반
will
번역과
differentiate
법령
ordinary
번역의 차이점을
translation
시작으로
from legal
법령 번역
translation with the
패러다임을
movie
전환하기
Parasite
위하여
as an
필요한
example.
검토
And I'd
요소와
like us to
이를
look
통한
at the
번역
aspects
접근
we need to
방법을
consider
살펴본 후에
and the approach
실제로
we need to take
법령 번역
for a
과정에서
paradigm
검토된 여러
shift.
사례들을
And then I
소개하고자
will give
합니다.
some examples of these considerations in the
먼저
actual legal
일반 번역과
translation
법령 번역이
process.
어떠한 차이가 있는지 영화 기생충의
First,
자막
on the
번역을
difference
통하여
between ordinary translation
살펴보겠습니다.
and legal translation using the subtitles
영화
in the movie
기생충을 번역한
Parasite as
달시
our example.
님의 인터뷰를 보면
Delcy Packett, who translated
한국의
the movie
문화를
Parasite,
소개하는 것은
in her
매우
interview said
어렵습니다.
that introducing Korean
그러한
culture
전형적인 예로서
was never easy.
짜파구리, 서울대,
According to her,
반지하라는 용어가
짜파구리,
있습니다.
서울대,
그리고
반지하,
그
these
중에서도
three
단연코
words were especially
짜파구리가
hard to
제일 어려웠다고
translate.
합니다.
짜파구리 was the trickiest
그러한
part.
이러한 자국
Making
한국적인
these
용어의
concepts
자연스러운
sound
번역은
natural in the target
영화를
language
돋보이게 하는 숨은 공헌을
has contributed to the
받고
success
있습니다.
of the film, although not much credit has been given to them.
영화에서 번역이 잘된 용어로 인용되고
So if
있는
this word
짜파구리라는 용어가
짜파구리, which was quite well translated in the film,
그리고
were to be used in a legal
동일하게 번역이
context,
되었다면
and if the
동일한
same
평가를
translation
받을
was
수
made,
있을까요?
can we still call it a good translation?
먼저 짜파구리는
As we see in the
그림에서
picture,
보는 바와 같이
짜파구리 is made
짜파게티
by boiling
너구리 라면을 함께
짜파게티
삶은 것입니다.
and noguri,
그리고
which
라면
is a
애호가인
noodle product.
한국인들이 즐겨
This
먹는
combination
독특한
is
형태의
unique
라면입니다.
but loved by some Koreans.
이는 라면조차
To
익숙하지 않은
foreigners
외국인의 관객들에게
who are not
이 혼합물인
even familiar
짜파구리는
with Korean noodles,
도무지
this
어떠한
combination is
내용물인지조차
something that
가늠할 수
they
없는
absolutely
대상이
have
됩니다.
no idea about.
그러하기에 번역자는 라면과
That is why
잘
the
아는
translator
인스턴트
coined a new
누들인 우동을
term
합쳐서
by combining ramen
람동이라는 신조어를
and udon.
만들어냈습니다.
So the newly created
그리고
word is
서울대는
ramdong.
외국인의 눈높이에
And
맞춰서
Seoul대 or
의도적으로
Seoul National University
옥스퍼드로 번역을
was
하였으며
intentionally
반지하는
translated as
세미
Oxford,
베이스먼트로
and
번역하였다고 합니다.
반지하 was translated as semi-basement.
이러한 번역을
Let us assume
법령이라고
that this is a
가정하고
translation
평가를
of a legal
해보겠습니다.
clause and assess
먼저
the translation.
서울대를
First,
한국
Seoul
문화에서만 접할 수
University
있는
is
용어가
not
아니라
a name that can only be heard
외국인의
in
입장에서
Korea.
상당히 익숙한
Some
대학일 수도
foreigners
있습니다.
may already be
심지어 잘
familiar
모른다고 하더라도
with the
조금만
university.
관심을 가지면
Even if people haven't
누구나 알
heard
수
of
있는
it,
대학입니다.
they can easily find it out
따라서
if only they are
서울대학교를
interested in
옥스퍼드로
finding out.
번역하면서 완전히
So translating
다른
Seoul대
국가의 대학을
as
의미하게 한 것은
Oxford
매우
and thereby
잘못된
calling it
번역이라
by a
할 수
totally
있습니다.
different university's name can be
두
considered a
번째로
very wrong translation.
반지하와 짜파게티는
Second, for the words
서울대학교와는
반지하 and
다르게
짜파게티,
한국
these
문화에서만
are
접할 수
unique
있는
to the Korean
용어입니다.
culture.
그 중에서
Especially
세미
semi-basement,
일반적으로
which is a
잘 쓰이는
translation
단어가
for
아니긴
반지하.
하지만
This is
독자들이
not a
대충 무슨
common
말인지를
concept in
알 수
other
있다고
countries,
합니다.
but the audience can somehow
따라서
imagine
이는
what it is.
독자에 관계없이
So we can say that
공통된
such
대상을
translation
지칭할 수 있기에
is
법령
acceptable,
번역으로도
and
무난하다고
the same can be
생각합니다.
applied to translation of laws.
그러나 짜파구리는
But maybe
생각을
not
좀
for
해야 할
짜파구리,
것 같습니다.
because
우선
it is not
외국인에게 라면은
a common
그다지
food in other countries,
대중적이고
and
익숙한
foreigners are
음식이
not
아닙니다.
very familiar with it.
더구나
And
짜파게티와
when
너구리의
짜파게티 and
혼합물인
noguri are
짜파구리는
mixed, it
외국인의
becomes a totally different food.
입장에서는 전혀 이해할 수 없는 새로운 음식입니다.
So
따라서 이러한 음식
Should a translator
눈높이에 맞춰서
adjust one's
번역할
translation
것인지
to make it
아니면
easy for the foreigners to
짜파구리라는
understand?
정도는 쉽게
Or should
검색하여
one
알 수
assume that
있다는
Japaguri
전제하에서
can easily be
번역을 할
searched
것인지가
and learned
문제입니다.
through the internet?
영화 기생충에서는
In the movie
전자
Parasite,
입장에서
the translator opted for the first
이러한 번역으로
option and translated it into
짜장라면과
ramdong
같은
as ramdong,
음식이
which made
우동과
it
같은 음식이 되어 그
a
대상이
different food,
달라지게
which made
되었습니다.
what should be a ramen and udon.
법령은 자국의
In legal
법문을 담고
context,
있기에
laws
짜파구리와
embody the
같은
culture of
용어들이
their
매우
respective
많습니다.
countries,
그리고
and many words
이러한 법률 용어들을
are as tricky as
적절히 번역을
Japaguri.
한다면
If
매우
these
훌륭한
legal
법령
terms are
번역이라고
appropriately
할 수
translated,
있습니다.
the translation is a good translation.
이처럼 법령
So as we can
번역과
see,
일반 번역에는
there is a
일정한
certain
차이가
difference
있습니다.
between translating ordinary
그렇다면
texts
법령
and
번역을
legal
하기 위해서는
texts.
어떠한
What
측면을
then should we
고려해야 할까요?
consider when translating
단순히
laws?
법령 텍스트의 등가성만을 높여서는
We cannot
훌륭한
say that a
법령
translation is
번역이라고
good
할 수
just
없습니다.
because there is
이와
high
관련하여
equivalence.
법령이라는 대상물을 번역하기 위해서는
Other than
기존의
the
법령
consideration on
텍스트의 등가성과
equivalence,
관련된 이론
I
이외에
would like us to
어떠한
touch upon some
추가적인
other
요소들을
elements
검토해야
that
하는지
also need to
대하여
be considered.
이야기하고자 합니다. 먼저
So first,
일반 번역과 법령 자료를
just as we should
구분해야
distinguish
하듯이
between
법령과
ordinary and
법률
legal
자료를
texts,
또한
we should
구분해야
also
합니다.
distinguish between texts
일반적으로
that contain
법률
laws
자료와
or
법령은
legal clause
법률 문건이라는
and
이름하에
texts that are
동일한
just
기준에서
legal
번역을
related.
하고 있습니다.
In reality, there
그러나
isn't much
법령과
distinction
법률
made
자료는
between the two
조금은
when
상이한 번역
translating,
기준으로
but translating laws and
접근해야 합니다.
translating legal texts should
법률
be
자료란
approached differently.
일반적으로 법학 관련 논문
By
등을
legal texts,
말하는데
we usually
이는
mean research papers
2차적인
in the
법률
field of law.
자료로서 법적
These are
구속력이
secondary
없습니다.
legal texts
법령은
and are
그
not legally
자체로 법적
binding.
구속력이 있는
Laws, on the other
1차적인
hand,
법률
are primary
자료로서
legal texts
법적
and they are
구속력이 있는
legally
문건입니다.
binding.
그리고
And
판결문은
Judges'
법적 구속력이
decisions
있지만
are also legally
개별적인 사안에
binding, but
대해서만
only on
구속력을
the
지니는
individual cases
단일 문서이기
concerned.
때문에 법령 전체의 상관관계에 따라 함께 검토하는
And
법령과는
so it should be
조금은
distinguished
구분을 해야 할
from
필요가
laws in
있습니다.
general.
일반적으로 각
In
국가의
this
법은
context,
크게
countries
대륙법계
are
국가와
generally divided into
영미법계 국가로
those
나눌 수
that
있습니다.
have adopted the
물론
continental law
이러한
system
부분 이외의
and those that have
다른 부분이
adopted
있을
the
수도 있습니다.
Anglo-American law
예를 들어
system.
사회주의 법계
There can be some
등과
other
같은
categories. For example, there
기준이
is
추가될
the
수도
socialist
있습니다.
legal system.
이러한 법계 간의
This
차이는
difference in
개별
the legal
국가에서
system
운영되는 사법
leads to
시스템의 차이로
differences in
이어지게
how the
됩니다.
judicial system is operated
예를 들어
in each country.
형사소송에서
For example,
법원이
under
주도권을
the
가지는
continental law
대륙법계
system,
국가와
it is the
당사자주의가
court that
우세한
has the power
영미법계
in
국가들은
criminal litigations.
법계에 따라
Under
사법
the
운영 시스템이
Anglo-American
차이가 날
system,
수
however,
있습니다.
the adversarial process has a
이외에도
greater power.
배심원 제도와 같이
And the
영미법계
jury
국가에서는
system under
일반적인
the
시스템이
Anglo-American system
대륙법계
is not
국가에서는
well known in
익숙하지 않은
countries with the
시스템일 수도
continental law
있습니다.
system.
따라서 이러한 법계의 차이에 따른 사법 절차의 이해가 전제되지
So without this
않는다면
understanding
그러한
on the
시스템의
jury
차이를
system, it's not easy
번역하기는
to
쉽지
translate the text.
않습니다. 또한 법령은
And
개개의
each
법률로도
law
의미가
is
있지만
significant
여러
on
가지
its own
다른
and as it
법률들과
is,
매우
but every
밀접한
law is
관계를 가지고
interrelated
있습니다.
with some other laws.
우리나라의 경우
In Korea,
헌법을 최고법으로
the
하여
Constitution is the
각
most
단계별로
powerful law,
법률, 명령,
and
규칙,
under
조례
it
등의
there are
위계가
laws,
있습니다.
orders,
그리고
rules,
각 위계
and
내에는
ordinances.
수평적으로도
Besides
다양한
this vertical
공유의
hierarchy,
법령들이
there is
있습니다.
also a close
그리고
horizontal
이러한
relationship
법령 간에는
that
매우
each of
밀접한
these
연관을
have
가지고
with other
있습니다.
laws.
예를 들어
For example,
개별 법률의 위임을 받아 명령의
with
일환이
each
시행령이
law,
제정되고
there is the
시행령의 위임을
enforcement
받아서
ordinance,
시행규칙과
and under it
그
there's
이하의
the enforcement
규정들이
regulation.
제정됩니다. 그리고
And rules
이러한
under
하위 규정들은 상위의
regulation
수권
also
법령 범위
exist.
내에서만
These lower level
유효하며
rules are
이를
valid
위반할 수
only within
없습니다.
the scope of the upper
예를
level
들어
enabling laws.
중국의 경우에는
In
헌법을
China, for
최고법으로
example,
하여
the
법률과
Constitution is the
법령
highest
해석이
level
있습니다.
law.
그 이하에
And below it,
최고인민법원과
there are laws
최고인민검찰이
and
제정한
law
사법
interpretations.
해석과 국무원이
Then
제정한
there's the
행정법규도
judicial
있습니다.
interpretation
그리고
enforced
국무원과
by the
국부가
Supreme
제정하는
People's Court
인민규정과 각급
and the Supreme
국민대표대회가
People's
제정하는
Procuratorate.
지방선거법도 있습니다.
And there's the administrative
이처럼
regulation
법령의
enforced by the
위계는
state
모든
council.
국가가 동일하게
Each
존재하며
unit of the state
개별
council
법령은
enforces its
상위 및
own
하위
rules,
규정들과
and each
밀접하게
level of the
결합되어
Communist Party
존재합니다.
Congress enforces regional regulations. So, as we can see, every country has its own hierarchy in the legal system, and every level in the hierarchy of laws is closely related in its existence with its upper and lower level laws. It's very hard for any ordinary person to understand this, but details can be found on the website of Korea Ministry of Government Legislation. Let me give you an example. There's the Financial Investment Services Regulation, which may be unfamiliar to many people. This regulation was notified in 2009 by the FSC, and it was adopted to decide matters delegated by the FSC and matters needed to implement the Financial Investment Services and Capital Markets Act, its enforcement ordinance and enforcement regulation, the Act on the Structural Improvement of the Financial Industry and its enforcement ordinance, Foreign Exchange Transactions Act and its enforcement ordinance, and other related laws. This regulation was amended 70 times during the last 12 years. So, the upper level law in this case is the Financial Investment Services and Capital Markets Act and its enforcement ordinance and regulation. The Act on the Structural Improvement of the Financial Industry and its enforcement ordinances are also upper level laws to those rules. The commercial law can also be considered an upper level law. So regulations delegated by upper level laws should follow the translations used in the upper level laws when translating same technical terms. If not, each of these translated technical terms might mean different things, causing different interpretation. So the translation should consider the relationship between the lower level laws and regulations and their upper level laws. I'd like to cite one more example. The liquidation company of financial investment products stated in the Financial Investment Services Regulation is based on Article 9 of the Capital Markets Act. The individual savings account stated in the enforcement regulation of the Financial Investment Services Regulation is based on Article 6 of the Capital Markets Act. So when translating the Financial Investment Services Regulation, one should study the relationship of the Capital Markets Act and the Financial Investment Services Regulation in terms of the usage of this term. Laws are different from ordinary texts because they are legally binding. But the translated law may not always be binding, even if the original law is binding. Some translations may be binding. The translation itself is considered an original form. So, for example, treaties concluded by international organizations such as the UN Charter or bilateral agreements such as the Chorus FTA belong to this case. Once a treaty is concluded, the language versions of each signing party or country become original. So in case of any error in one language version, they need the other party's consent to correct it, because it is not just a translation, but it is an original. Each of it is an original version. Same in the EU. When the EU adopts a law, the proposed bill is first translated into 23 different languages, and each one is an original version, and each one is legally binding. So, the validity of translated texts becomes a very important factor. And the approach to these translations should be different. Laws can be translated by many different entities. It may be a government body doing the translation for foreign countries and also for foreigners. Or it may be for an academic research purpose.
또는
or it
소송의
may be
준비를
done
위하여
by a law firm
로펌에서
for
번역을 할
litigation.
수도 있습니다. 예를 들어
In
로펌에서
this
번역을
case, if it is done
정확한
by a
번역에
law
중심을
firm, their
두기보다는
focus is less
객관적인
on
번역
accuracy but
원칙을
on
유지한
making the
채
translation
소송에
more
유리한
beneficial
주관적인
to
번역
one
방법을
side,
선택할 수 있습니다.
although the general
그러나 이러한
objectivity
번역은
principles
전
are
분야에
followed
걸친
in
종합적인
general.
번역의 성격을
But this is
가지고
not the same
있지는
as other
않습니다.
translations in general.
따라서 각 법령의 조문과 내용에
So there
따라
can be
적절히
revisions or some
수정 및
additional
보충
elaborations
설명을
depending
추가하여
on the
번역할
clause
수
or the
있습니다.
content.
그러한 전 분야에 거친
If there is
종합적인
any
법률 정보를
translating
제공하는
organization that can
번역기관이
provide legal
있다면
information in
그러한
general,
법령이 가지게 될
it should
법적
carefully
효력
assess
여부를
the legal
고려하여 매우
validity
신중하게
before
번역
choosing the
방법을
style,
선택해야 합니다. 즉, 번역 주체에 적합한
so that the
번역
translation
방법을
is fit for
선택해야
the
한다고
purposes of the
생각합니다.
translating organization.
번역 주체와 관련하여 함께
Another
검토해야
thing to
하는
consider
것이
is
법령에
whether
대하여
the translating
유권
organization
해석을 할
can
수
make an
있는가입니다.
authoritative
유권
interpretation,
해석이란
which
국가기관
is
등이
an
법령의
interpretation
특정한
made
내용에
by
대하여
government bodies
행하는
and which
공적
is
구속력을
also
가지는
officially
해석을
binding.
말합니다. 여기에는
There
입법
are
해석,
legislative,
행정 해석, 사법 해석 등이
administrative,
있습니다.
and judicial interpretations.
유권 해석이 발생하는 이유는
They are
법령 조문의
needed
의미가
whenever a certain
명확하지
clause
않아서입니다.
in a law is ambiguous.
따라서 권한이
So
있는
the authority
국가기관은
concerned
관련 조문의 의미를
makes an
명확하게 하기
explicit
위하여 법령
elaboration,
자체에
which is
는
not
없는
necessarily
명시적인
written in the
설명을
law.
하게 됩니다.
For
예를 들어
example, in Korea,
우리나라에서 유권 해석은 일반적으로
it's usually the
법제처와
Ministry of
법무부가 하게
Government
됩니다.
Legislation and the
이러한 두
Ministry of
기관의
Justice
명시적인 해석이
that
없이
does this
유권 해석의
authoritative
권한이 없는
interpretation.
자가
Any
한
interpretation
해석은
by any
법적
other
효력이 없습니다.
unauthorized organization is
이러한
not
유권
legally
해석은
valid.
법령의 번역과
An issue may
관련될 경우
arise if it has to
문제가
do with the
발생할 수
translation.
있습니다.
An
유권 해석의
unauthorized
권한이 없는
body
자가
or a person
특정
translates
법령을
a certain law,
번역하였고
for example, and the
그렇게 번역된
translated
법령이
version may be wrongly
법적 효력이 있는 것으로
assumed as being
추정될
valid.
수도 있습니다. 다시
In other
말해서
words, a translated law
입법부인
that is
국회를
not
통해서
enforced by the
제정되지
legislative
않은
body, which is
번역
the National
법령이
Assembly,
실제로는
may
법적
actually
효과를
become
발생할
legally
수도
valid.
있습니다.
So,
따라서
when
의미가
translating some
모호한
ambiguous
조문의 내용을
clauses,
번역할 경우에는
as much as
가급적
possible, the
유권 해석이
translation
담기지
should
않은
not
정도 내에서
go beyond
번역을
a certain
해야 합니다.
scope.
즉, 번역 주체에
That
따라서는
would include an authoritative
절대적이고
translation.
형식적인 객관성이
So
유지한
depending on
번역이
who translates,
상세한
a
설명을
definitive,
추구한
formal,
상대적이고
and objective
실질적인
translation
번역보다
may be better
중요할 수
than a
있습니다.
practical translation with
이처럼
detailed
법령을
explanation.
번역하게 될 경우 그
Therefore,
주체가
who
매우
translates a law
중요하며 그러한
is a
주체에
very
따라서
important
번역
consideration
접근
because
방법은
the
달라져야
approach
합니다.
becomes different from there.
예를 들어 검사 징계법과
The Act on
법관
Discipline of
징계법에는
Prosecutors
동일하게
and the Discipline of
신문이라는
Judges
용어가
Act
나옵니다.
both
그리고
include the word
소송법상
신문, meaning
신문이라는
to
용어도
examine.
자주 등장합니다.
And another similar
신문과
word,
신문 두
신문,
개념의 법적
appears.
차이는
Either
피의자 또는
신문
피해자에게
or
누가
신문
질의를 할
is
수
used
있는가입니다.
depending on who questions the
신문은
plaintiff or the
법원
defendant.
즉 판사만이 질문을 할 수
신문 can
있고
be questioning done
신문은
only by the
판사뿐만
court or the
아니라
judge,
변호사 등도
and
함께
신문
질의를 할
includes
권리를 가지게
questioning by
됩니다.
both the judge and the
예를
attorney.
들어 신문은
신문 is
일반적으로
ordinarily translated as
examine으로 번역을
examine
하고
and 신문
신문은
as
interrogate로
interrogate.
번역을 합니다.
But
그런데
if
만약
신문 in
검사
the
징계법에
Act of
있는
Discipline of
신문을
Prosecutors is translated
examine으로
as
번역을 하게 될
examine,
경우
the
판사만이
problem
가지는
is that it may
질의권이
mislead
판사뿐만
the
아니라
reader
변호사
to
등도
understand that the
질의를 할
right
수
to
있는
questioning is
것으로
given not
오인될
only
수
to the
있습니다.
judge but also to the attorney.
물론 신문의 오역이라고
Of course, one
생각될 수도
may
있지만
easily assume
경우에
that it is a
따라서는
mistranslation,
유권
but it might also
해석이
be
포함될 것으로
understood as
여겨질
having
수도
included an
있습니다.
authoritative
특히
interpretation.
이러한 번역이 권위
It is
있는
more so
국가기관이
if the
행하였을
translation is
경우에는
done by
더욱
an authorized
따라서
government body
번역 주체와
who
번역 법령의 효력 문제는
does the
법령을
translation.
번역함에
So
있어서 매우
the person
중요하게
or the body who
생각해야 하는
translates
문제입니다.
is important. And whether or not the translation is legally valid. These are the
그렇다면
two important
번역 주체와
considerations
법적
in
효력에
translating
따라
laws.
번역 방법이
Now
차이가
let's take a
있어야
look
한다면
at how
구체적으로
we can
어떤
approach
측면에서
this
접근을
then.
해야 하는지 살펴보겠습니다.
Translation in
정확성,
principle
일관성,
should
및
basically
이해 용이성
satisfy
원칙을 들 수
accuracy,
있습니다.
consistency, and
정확성이란 원문의
understandability.
내용을 정보의 손실과
Accuracy
왜곡
means
없이
conveying the
정확하게
message
전달하는
without
것을
deletion
말합니다.
and deviation.
일관성이란 하나의
Consistency
법령
means
안에서
trying to be
또는
uniform
내용을
in the
같이
use
하는
of
법령
terms and
안에
expressions within the same law
가급적이면 같은
and with
용어와
other relevant
표현을 사용하는
laws.
것을 말합니다. 이해
Understandability
용이성이란
means
법령을 외국어로 번역할
native
때
speakers of the
해당
target
언어를
language
모국어로
can
하는
naturally
사람이
and easily
원문의
implement
취지를 자연스럽고
the spirit of the
쉽게
original
이해할 수
text.
있도록 해야 하는 것을 말합니다. 그렇다면 법적 효력이
Then,
추정될
if
수도
the translation
있는
is being done by a
번역
government
주체인
or a public
국가기관
organization,
또는 공공기관이 번역을 할
which leads to the
경우에는
assumption
동일한
of legal
원칙을 적용할 수
validity,
있을까요?
can the translator apply the same principles?
세 가지 원칙이 적절히 병합되어
If the combination
정확한
of
번역이
these
이루어질
three principles
경우에는
leads
문제가
to
없습니다.
accurate translation, that wouldn't be a
그러나
problem.
이러한 세 가지 원칙 모두에
But satisfying
부합하는
each of
번역을
these
모색하기는
principles is not
매우
that easy.
어렵습니다. 특히
Accuracy
정확성과
and
이해 용이성의 관계는
understandability
상호
especially may be
보완적이면서도
complementary,
상충적일 수
but
있습니다.
you might need a
즉,
trade-off.
각 국가별로
Because
법적 또는
countries
문화적
vary
차이가
in
있기
their legal
때문에
and
원문에 있는
cultural
내용을
background, if the
원문
translation is
국가의
loyal to the
문법이나
context
용어에
in the
부합하게
original
번역을
language
하게 될
country,
경우에는
the reader
독자의
would come
입장에서는
across
낯선
unfamiliar
어문이나
expressions
생소한
or
용어를
terms.
접하게 될 수밖에 없습니다. 그리고 이러한
And also
번역은
they
비문 또는
can
어색한
lead
문장이
to
됩니다.
some awkward
반대로
and
독자의
grammatically
문법을
wrong
고려하여
sentences.
독자에게
But if the translator
부합하도록
changes the
문장
sentence
구조를
structure
변경하고
or
설명을
adds some
부과하게 될
elaborations
경우에는 이는
in an attempt to
문법
help the
해석으로
reader,
확장될 수도 있기
it
때문에
might be falsely
정확한
understood
번역이
as an
아닐 수도 있습니다.
authoritative interpretation.
따라서
Thus,
이러한 두
an
원칙을
inaccurate
적절히
translation.
보완할 수 있는 방법이 바로
So
객관성의
the way to deal
원칙이라고
with this
생각이
is
됩니다.
having objectivity.
그리고 이러한 객관성의
The
원칙은
principle of
번역 주체에 따라
objectivity should be
달리
applied differently
수정,
depending
적용되어야
on
합니다.
who translates.
객관성의 원칙은
Objectivity
정확성의
may
원칙에
be an
포함될 수도
aspect
있습니다.
that is included in the
다만
principle of
여기에서는
accuracy.
객관성의 원칙을 강조하기
But,
위해서 별도의 원칙으로 명명하고자
I am
합니다.
pointing this out, this
그렇다면
objectivity, to
객관성의
stress its
원칙은
importance.
어떻게
How
적용할 수
can
있을까요?
objectivity be applied?
우선 객관성은
First,
절대적, 형식적
objectivity can be
객관성과
divided into
상대적,
absolute or
실질적
formal,
객관성으로 구분할 수도
and
있을 것
relative or
같습니다.
practical.
절대적, 형식적
In achieving
객관성이란
absolute and formal
원문을 최대한
objectivity,
훼손하지 않은
the translator
최소한의 번역을
minimizes
하는
deviation
것을
from the
말합니다.
original.
상대적, 실질적
So if the
객관성이란
translation is
원문을
or
최소한으로
is
훼손하는
assumed to
정도
be
내에서
legally valid,
최대한의 번역을 하는 것을
absolute and
말합니다.
formal objectivity should be applied.
따라서 법적 효력을 가지거나 그렇지 않게 추정될 수 있는 경우에는
If it's not
절대적,
legally valid or
형식적
assumed to be
객관성의
such,
관점에서
the
번역을 해야
principle
하고
of relative
그렇지 않은
and
경우에는
practical objectivity
상대적,
should be
실질적
applied.
객관성의 입장에서 번역을 해야
So
한다고
that
생각합니다.
difference should be made.
그렇다면 번역의 객관성을
Then
유지할
how
수
can
있는
objectivity
표현
be
방법은
maintained in
어떠한 것이
translation?
있을까요?
Through what expression
먼저
method can we do that?
국제조약은 각주를 많이 사용하여
International treaties
조약문을
tend to
작성하는
have many
경향이
footnotes,
있습니다.
and their legal validity is
그리고 그러한
equal
각주는 본문과 동일하게
to that of the
법적
main
효력을
text.
지니게 됩니다. 따라서
So,
번역가가 추가한
any
각주가
footnote or
혹은
elaboration
설명이
added by
역시
translator
본문과 불가분의
is
관계로 인정을
inseparable
받아
from the main
법적 효력이
text
있는 것으로 오인될
and
수도
can be
있습니다.
misunderstood as being legally valid.
법령의 번역에서 각주 또는
So
설명의
one should
방법을
be
사용할
very
경우에는 특히
careful
주의해야
when adding
합니다.
footnotes or elaborations.
법령에는 매우 특수한 형태의
Laws
용어들이
also
있습니다.
include some unique terms,
바로
such
전단,
as former,
후단, 본문, 단서 등과 같은
latter,
용어입니다. 그리고
main
이러한 용어는
sentence,
빈번히
and
사용됩니다.
proviso.
예를 들어 특정
These
조문이
terms are
매우
very
길거나 복잡할
common.
경우
If a
이러한
certain
문장을
provision is very
단문 또는
long or
복문으로
complicated,
바꾸어 번역하는 경우가
translators
있습니다.
sometimes break them into multiple sentences,
그러한
or they
조문은
combine them into
그
a single
자체로는
sentence.
명확한 의미를 지닐 수 있습니다.
That may
하지만
contribute to
같은 법
accurate
또는
understanding
다른
of the
법에서
provision,
나타나는
but if
전단,
words
후단,
like former,
본문,
latter,
단서 등의 용어와
main
만나게
sentence, and
된다면
proviso are
다른
used
의미를
in
지닐 수
other
있게
clauses
됩니다.
within the same law or
따라서
in any other
문장
law,
구조를
the
바꿀
meaning may
경우에도
change.
매우
So one
신중해야
should be
합니다.
very careful when changing sentence structures.
법령 원문에 오류가 있는 경우도
Sometimes even
있습니다.
original texts might
이러한
contain
오류는
some errors.
시행령이나
They tend to be
합의
discovered
중에서
in
종종
enforcement
발생합니다.
ordinances
즉,
or other lower level
원문
rules.
자체가 잘못되어 있는
There may be
경우를
many ways
의미합니다.
to deal with them
이러한 오류를
when
대처하는 방법
the
역시
errors are in
다양할 수
original
있습니다.
texts. But it can be
그러나
dealt
이
with
역시 번역
in
주체에
many ways,
부합한
especially by
객관성의 원칙에
adhering
따라
to the
적절히
principle
번역할
of
수 있습니다.
objectivity.
법률은 일정한 법률 요건이
Laws become
성립되면
valid
그에 따른
if certain
법률
legal
효과를
aspects are
발생합니다.
met.
그리고 이러한 내용은
This applies
모두
to every
개별
individual
법령에
law.
동일하게 적용됩니다. 따라서 법률
Laws,
요건과
therefore,
법률 효과를
have
규정하기
very
위한
standardized
상당히
patterns
정형화된
to meet
패턴을
legal
개별
requirements
법령들은
and to
가지고
have legal
있습니다.
effect.
예를 들어
For
일부
example, laws
연구보고서처럼
have many
법령에는
different types
상당히
of
많은
multi-words
유형의 다단어 구분이
as
있습니다.
mentioned in many studies.
그리고 처속격,
It may be locative,
직접 목적어,
direct object,
동사의
and verb,
패턴을 가지거나
or
간접
indirect
목적어,
object,
직접
direct
목적어,
object,
동사의
and verb.
패턴을 가지는 많은 구문들이 있습니다. 또한 직접
And many
목적어,
sentences
동사,
also have the pattern
간접
of
목적어,
direct object,
동사, 패턴들도
verb,
다수
indirect
보입니다.
object, and verb.
이처럼 각 법률마다 사용되고 있는 정형화된
So if
구문이
these
달리
standardized
번역될 경우에
provisions are
그
translated
역시
differently,
다른 해석으로 오인될
they
수도
may be
있습니다.
misinterpreted.
이러한 법령의 정형화된 구문이 발생하는
Legal
이유는
provisions follow
각
such
국가별로
standardized
법령
patterns
위반과
because
관련된
each country
가이드라인
has its
또는
own
지침이
guidelines
있기
on
때문입니다.
legislation. In
우리나라는
Korea,
법제처에서 법령 위반
it is the
심사
Ministry
기준을
of
제작하고
Government
있습니다.
legislation that makes
그리고
criteria
이러한
for
기준을
bill
통하여
assessment.
법률이 제정되기 전에 관련
And these
법령을
guidelines are
심사하게
used
됩니다.
in evaluating
이는
bills before
미국,
they are
영국,
adopted.
EU 등에서도
This is
동일하게
similar in the
운영됩니다.
US, UK,
따라서
and EU.
각국에서 제작하여 운영 중인
So these
가이드라인 또는
guidelines serve as an
지침은
important
법령
data
번역에 있어서
when
매우
translating.
중요한 자료가 됩니다. 이는 개별
They can
국가의
help
국내법을
achieve
해당 언어로 번역할
accuracy,
때 참고하게 될
consistency,
경우 정확성,
and
일관성,
understandability
이해 용이성을
when
확보할 수
translating
있는
into
중요한
a foreign
자료가
language.
될 수 있습니다. 예를 들어 먼저 주문이 나오고
For example, the
다음에
main sentence
조건문이
should come
나오도록
first,
한다든지
and then the
문장의
conditional
서두에서
sentence
불필요한 but 사용을 삼갈
should
것이라는
come next.
가이드라인이
Or
있습니다.
there's also a guideline such as refrain
또한
from using but
부정문보다는
in the beginning of a
긍정문을,
sentence.
명사보다는
Another
동사를
thing is
가급적
to use
사용하고
affirmative
가급적
sentences instead
쇠를
of
사용을
negative as
피하라는
much as possible.
가이드라인도 있습니다.
And more
이는
verbs than
개별
nouns and
법령을
avoid
영어로
using
번역할 경우에
shall
적용할 경우
as much as
이해
possible.
용이성을
I
강화할 수
believe that
있는
these are the
방법이라고
principles
생각이
that can
됩니다.
add understandability to texts, legal texts,
반대로
translated into English.
우리나라도 알기
We
쉬운
also
법령
do
정리
have
기준이
similar
있습니다.
guidelines in Korea.
이러한 지침은
It
외국어가
becomes an
원문인
important
법령을
reference if
한국어로
we
번역할
are to
경우에
translate foreign
참고해야 하는
laws into
중요한
Korean
자료입니다.
language.
예를 들어
For example,
목적어를
the
분명히
object in a
밝혀한다든지
sentence should be
수식하는
clear
말은 수식
and the
받는 말
modifier
가까이에
should be placed
둔다든지 하는
near
것입니다.
or close to the word being modified.
또한 법제처에서는 알기 쉬운 법령
The Office of
만들기에
Legislation is
일환으로
also revising some
외국어를
foreign
정비하고
word
있습니다.
related guidelines.
즉 법령에서
That is,
외래어나
we
외국어를
encourage
지향하고
the use of
우리말을 쓰는
Korean
것을 말합니다.
language or Korean
이는
words instead of loan
한국어를
words.
외국어로 번역할
It
경우에
becomes especially
반드시
important
참고해야
when
하는
translating
내용입니다.
Korean into foreign languages.
예를 들어 이중상환 청구
For
공부
example, in the
채권에
Act on
채권
Issuance
발행에
of Covered
관한
Bonds,
법률에는 이중상환 청구권이라는 용어가 있습니다.
채권 is a
이를
main
영어로
concept stated
번역하기는
several
매우
times, which is
어렵습니다.
very hard to translate.
그러나 이 용어는
But if you
원어를
know this
살펴보면
term
매우
in its
쉽게
original
번역할 수
language,
있습니다.
it's very
즉,
easy because
법제처는
the
알기 쉬운
Office of
법령 정비 기준에
Legislation,
따라
based on
covered
its own
bond를
criteria, had
이중상환 청구권부
decided that
채권이라는
this
용어로 정비하였습니다.
should be the Korean expression for covered bond.
법령 번역과 사법 통역과의 관계를
We also need to
살펴보겠습니다.
take a look at the relationship between
사법
legal
통역이란
translation and
법정에서
judicial
진행되는
interpretation.
통역으로서
The
법정
latter is also
통역이라고도 합니다.
called interpretation at court.
법정에서
This
진행되는
includes
통역은
criminal
개인이
trial,
당사자일 수 있는
civil
형사재판, 민사재판,
administrative trial
행정재판,
and constitution
헌법재판 등의
trials,
통역이
where
있습니다.
it's the individual that is
사법통역은
the party
법령 번역의
concerned.
구조와 매우
In
유사합니다.
judicial interpretation, the
재판에서
structure
법관은
is similar to
통역자
legal
입을 통하여
translation.
소송 당사자의 의견을
In trial, a
청취하고
judge
심증을
listens to
형성하며
the litigation
양심에 따라
party's
재판을
opinions
합니다.
through the interpreter
따라서
and
통역자는
leads
매우 객관적으로 번역을 해야 합니다.
or establishes a belief
그리고
and
그러한
conscience-based
통역을
trial.
판결에
So the interpreter should be
결정적인
very
역할을 하게 됩니다.
objective because it plays a decisive
형사재판을 예를
factor.
들어보겠습니다.
And in criminal
통역자가
trial, for example,
피의자의
if
입장을
the
고려하여
interpreter takes
피의자에게
into
유리하게
account the
통역을
plaintiff's
하였고
circumstances
그러한
and
통역자의
interpret in
통역을
a
통하여
biased way
판사가
that is
피의자에게 유리한
favorable to
판결을
the
할
plaintiff,
수 있습니다.
the judge may make a decision that's also favorable to the
피의자의
plaintiff.
변호사 역할을 할 수도
So the interpreter can
있습니다.
also play a role as the
그렇다면
plaintiff's attorney.
그러한 통역의 책임은 누가 지게
But in
될까요?
that case, who becomes responsible for this
피의자의
interpretation?
상대편에는
Because
피해자가
we
있기
also
때문입니다.
need to consider that there is the
따라서
defendant on the other side of the plaintiff.
매우 신중하게
One
접근을
should be
해야
very
합니다.
careful when doing judicial
이러한
interpretation.
문제 때문에 형사재판에서는
Because of this, in
국가
criminal
또는
trials,
법원의 책임하에
it is the state or
통역자를
the court that is
관리 운영하게
responsible
됩니다.
for managing
그러나
interpreters.
이와 반대로 민사재판은
In civil trials,
개별
however,
원고가 피고
each party
원고나
can
피고가
hire
각자
its own
입장을 전달할 수
interpreter.
있는 통역인을 선임할 수 있습니다. 이 경우에도 변호할
Even in
자격이
this
없는
case,
자,
an
즉
interpreter
통역자가
deviating
피고
from
또는
the
원고를
original
위하여
statement
원문과는 다른 통역을 하게 될
violates
경우
the Attorneys at Act,
변호사법과 관련된 문제가
Attorneys at
발생할
Law
수도
Act.
있습니다.
In
우리나라에서는
Korea,
사법 통역은
it's the court
법원에서
that is
주관합니다.
in charge of
즉
judicial
법원은
interpreting.
법정에서의 통번역인 후보자를
So
선정하기
the
위하여
court is operating
법정
an
통역
interpreter
번역인
and translator
인증평가 시험을
certification system.
시행하여 운영하고 있습니다. 그리고
There
이러한
is a
통번역을
manual
위하여
made
법정
to
통역인
guide
편람을 작성하여
these
운영하고 있습니다.
interpreters and translators.
여기에는 몇 가지 유의사항이 있습니다.
There are some reminders included in
이
this
중에서도
manual.
통번역의
Of them,
객관성과 관련된 두
I'd
가지
like to
사항을
mention two
살펴볼 필요가
factors
있습니다.
that should be considered
즉,
to achieve
법정에서의
objectivity.
발언이 실수가
Even
있거나
if the interpreter has made
잘못되었더라도 그대로
or
통역을
has
해야 하고
seen a mistake,
내용을 간단히 정리하여
the interpreter
취지만을
should just carry on and shouldn't
통역하지
just sum
말아야
up
한다는 것입니다.
and shouldn't convey the
이는
gist.
법령은 번역을 함에
Just
있어서
like when
오류를
translating.
접하거나 문장
The
구조가
translator
어색할
cannot
경우에도
make
변경할 수
adjustments
없다는
even
것과
if the original
유사합니다.
text has some errors, so it's the
따라서
same.
사법 통역에서도
So in judicial
법령 번역 기준과 동일한
interpreting,
기준이 적용될 수
it is
있습니다.
similar
이외에도
to legal
법원이
translation
아니라
in this sense.
검찰과
There
경찰의
are
조사
also demands
과정에서도
for
통역이
interpreting during
진행됩니다.
investigation by
따라서
prosecutors or
법원,
police.
검찰, 경찰
So we
단계에서
need
통역이
further
어떠한
research
기준에서
into
통역을
interpreting
해야
at
하는지,
court, at
통역인의
prosecutor's
법적 지위가
office,
어떠한지,
and at the police,
통역의
and what
객관성을
these
확보하기 위한
interpreters'
방법은
legal role is,
무엇인지
and how they
이와
can
관련하여
achieve objectivity.
우리나라에서는 심도 있는 연구가
We
진행될
need
필요가
an
있습니다.
in-depth study into this.
이상에서 살펴본 바와 같이 법령
So
번역에
as we
있어서는
have
번역
learned,
주체와
in
법적 효력에
interpreting
따라
laws,
번역 법령에 대한
who
접근
translates
방법을 달리해야
and whether
합니다.
or not it will be valid
지금부터는
should be the
한국법제연구원에서
factors
실제 검토한
determining
사례들을
the
중심으로
approach. From
설명하겠습니다.
now on, I would like to
한국법제연구원은
present some
참고로
examples from the research
공공기관으로서
done by the
번역
Korean
법령은
Legislation Research
공식적인
Institute. It is a
그리고
public
법적인
organization,
효력이 없음을
so its
밝혀둡니다.
translation is not
그럼에도
officially and
불구하고
legally valid.
최대한 객관성을 유지할
But
수
we
있도록
try to achieve
번역을
ultimate
진행하고
level
있습니다.
of objectivity.
먼저 유권 해석과 관련된
First, on
사례입니다.
authoritative
북한
interpretation.
이탈 주민이라는 용어가 문제된 적이 있습니다.
For example, to
만약
refer to those
북한
people who
이탈
have
주민을 refugee
come
또는 디펙터 중
south or
어떤
who have
용어를
escaped from
사용하는가에
North
관한
Korea,
것이었습니다.
you should
만약에
choose between
북한 이탈
refugee
주민을 디펙터로 번역할
and
경우
defector. If
탈주자라는
it is
어감이
defector,
강하여
it gives the
북한
impression
이탈
that they have
주민을 옹호하는
escaped.
입장에서는 refugee라는 용어를
And so refugee
사용하도록
was used to express support for them.
그러나 refugee로 번역을 하게
But
된다면
another problem is that
난민법 또는 국제 난민
refugee
협약상의
is a term
난민이라는 용어와
that
동일하게
is
되고
used also
이는
in the international
난민법상의
refugee
난민으로
law.
인정하는 것으로
And so
추정될 수
using this
있습니다.
term means recognizing them as refugees under the refugee law.
교육감을 거버너인지
Whether to use
문제도
governor or
있습니다.
superintendent
예전에는
to refer to the
도지사는
regional head of
선출직이고
education
교육감은
is another problem.
임명직이었습니다.
In the past,
그러나
provincial governors were
지방자치법과
elected and
지방교육자치에
educational
관한
governors
법률에서
were
근거하여
appointed.
도지사와
But based
교육감이
on the Local
동일하게
Government Act and
중민
Local
직선제로
Education
선출되게
Autonomy Act,
되었습니다.
both are elected
따라서
directly by the
동일한 선출직에
electorate.
대하여
And
동일한
so the
용어를
question is
사용해야
whether to
하는지
use the same
아니면
term,
상이한 용어를
since they
사용해야
are both
하는지가
directly elected, or
문제되었습니다.
to use different terms.
일관성과 관련된 사례입니다.
Let me give you another
행정부의
example
명칭과 관련하여 문제된
that
적이
is related to
있습니다.
consistency.
즉,
It's on
세종특별자치시
jurisdiction.
설치 등에
The
관한
question was whether
특별법상
we can use Sejong
세종특별자치시를
City
특별자치
instead of
의미를
Sejong
제외한 채
Metropolitan
단순히
Autonomous City
세종시티로
under the
번역해야
Special
하는지입니다.
Act on the establishment of
만약
Sejong City.
동법만을 번역하게 된다면
If this is the only
세종
law that
특별자치시를
needed to be
세종시티로
translated,
번역하는 것은
using
특별히
Sejong
문제가 되지
City
않습니다.
to refer to that city
왜냐하면
won't be a
가리키는
problem
대상이
because it is
명확하기
very
때문입니다.
clear what it is
그러나
referring to
세종특별자치시가
and what city
사용되는
we are
법률은
talking about.
매우 많습니다.
But there are many laws mentioning
그리고
Sejong
그중에는
Metropolitan Autonomous City,
지방자치법이 있습니다.
including the Local Government
지방자치법에
Act.
따르면 지방자치단체를
In this act,
특별시, 광역시, 도,
the act
특별자치시,
categorizes local
특별자치도로
regions
구분하고
into
있습니다.
metropolitan city, province,
그리고
special autonomous
지방자치법
city,
제10장에서
and special autonomous
세종특별자치시에 대한
province.
행정 특례를 규정하고 있습니다.
And Chapter 10 of the Local
만약
Government Act
세종특별자치시에서
provides special
특별자치를
administrative case on
생략하여
Sejong Metropolitan
세종시티로 번역하게 될
Autonomous City.
경우에는
If it is only Sejong City instead of its full name,
지방자치법상의 어떠한 지방자치단체에 해당하는지
then the problem
그
is
근거가
that the
모호해지는 상황이
categorization of
발생하게
Sejong
됩니다.
City becomes unclear under the Local Government Act.
한국방송통신대학이 문제가 된
Another
적이
example
있습니다.
is the Korean
즉,
National Open University.
방송통신대학이 에어 앤
The dilemma was
correspondence
to whether to
college인지
name
오픈
it
유니버시티인지
as an air and correspondence college or as an open
고등교육법에서는 학교의
university.
종류를 7가지로
Higher
규정하고 있습니다.
education law
그리고
categorizes schools
원격
into
대학의
7 types.
일부로서 방송대학,
Remote
통신대학,
colleges are further
방송통신대학으로
categorized
구분하고
into
있습니다.
several types. In other countries, such universities are called
외국의
open
입법례를
universities.
살펴보면 방송통신대학은 통상 오픈 유니버시티로
That's
번역을
how
하고
they do it
있습니다.
in other countries,
그러나
many other countries.
고등교육법의
However,
전신인 교육법을
the education
살펴보면
law, which is the precedent of
방송통신대학과는
higher
별도로
education law,
개방대학이라는 규정이
mentions
있습니다.
open
용어가
universities.
있습니다. 그리고
That
현재
mean a different
개방대학에 속하는 대학이 실제로
And such
존재합니다.
open universities still
따라서
exist.
고등교육법
And so
이외의
if we are to
교육법을 함께
translate
번역해야
the higher
한다면
education law
그래서 오픈
as well
유니버시티를
as the education law,
사용하기가 어렵습니다.
open university
이는
is not an
한국의
appropriate
독자적인 본 문화와
translation.
관련이
It is
있습니다.
also related to the legal culture in Korea.
영유아라는 단어 역시
Infants
문제가
and
됩니다.
toddlers is another
우리
example.
법에는 연령에 따른 구분을
There
아주
are many
다양하게 하고 있습니다.
different age
그리고
groups in our law.
이러한 용어는 상당히
It wouldn't
많은
pose any
법령에
problem
사용되고
if this
있습니다.
grouping is fixed,
만약에
and their
우리 법에
corresponding
적합한
translations are
연령에
also
따른
fixed.
다양한
But
구분과
toddler,
그러한 구분에
under Labor
대응되는
Standards
번역 용어가
Act,
존재할 경우에는
is
문제가
different
되지
from
않습니다.
toddlers under the
보는 바와
Early
같이
Childhood Education
근로기준법상의
Act.
유아와 유아교육법상의 유아는 동일하지 않습니다. 오히려
The former is
근로기준법상의
actually
유아는
similar
형법상 영아
as
사례의
the word
영아와
toddler
유사합니다.
stated in the criminal law.
그리고 모자보건법상
And newly born
형법상
babies under
영아와
mother
거의
and child
동일한
health law
개념입니다.
are almost the same in concept as
외국의
infants in criminal
입법례에서도
law.
우리나라 연령 부분에
The
딱
age
맞는
grouping
용어가
in other
구분이
countries
되지 않습니다.
do not exactly
이러한
match
경우
the age
번역을 하기가
grouping
매우
in
곤란하게
Korea.
됩니다.
This
정확성과
makes
관련된
translating
사례입니다.
very difficult.
이는
Next example
객관성과
is on
관련되어 있다고 볼 수 있습니다.
accuracy. This is related to objectivity.
병력법 시행규칙의
The translation of the annex
번역과
to the military
관련하여
service law
어떻게
was examined.
번역되는지가 검토된 적이 있습니다.
The question was whether
군대치
service
복무와 복무를
and
동일하게
military
번역해야
service
하는지
should be translated
복무를 마치지 않은
the
사람의
same,
번역문이
and whether
병력
those who
대상자,
haven't completed the
복무 중인자,
service
면제자 등을
can be
포괄할 수
included in the
있는지였습니다.
concept of military service candidates.
those in service and those
중소기업법
exempted.
시행령의 번역이 문제된 적도
Another
있습니다.
example is on the Small
이는
Business Act.
중소기업에 속하지
The
않는
concern
기업이
was on how
최다
to
출자자인
clearly
법인과
express the
어떤
relationship
관계인지를 명확하게
between
보여줄 수
company
있는 방법을
that does
모색하는
not fall under
것이었습니다.
SME and corporation that is the largest investor.
새로운 용어와 관련된 사례입니다.
Next on newly
이러한
coined
용어가
terms.
매우 어렵습니다.
This is very important
이러한 용어는 한국의 법문화
and very
또는
difficult
법적
because they
시스템에서만
exist
존재하고
only
있기
locally
때문에
within the
외국어로
local
번역하기가
legal
매우
system.
어렵습니다. 이러한 번역을 위해서는
When translating
한국의
such
문화와
words,
시스템적인
the
요소가
term
잘
should
표현될 수
appropriately
있는
embody Korean
용어를
culture
선택해야
and
합니다.
system.
또한 그러한 법령이 적용되는
Also, the
집단과
relationship between
적용되지
those
않는
groups
집단 간의
targeted by the
관계로
law
관계 역시
and those not
함께
targeted
고려되어야 합니다.
by the law should be
그렇지 않을
considered.
경우에는
If not,
유권 해석 또는
there
오역이
can
될
be
수도
authoritative
있습니다.
interpretation or
살림치유라는 용어를
misinterpretation.
예를 들어보겠습니다. 살림치유라는
살림치유
용어는
or
우리나라에서
forest
만들어진
therapy is an
용어입니다.
example. It's actually a
그리고
word
이러한 행위에 대해서는
that's invented
국제적으로
in Korea. Forest
forest
therapy
therapy라는
is also used in other countries.
됩니다. 그러나 세라피는
However,
의학계에서
therapy
사용되는
has to
용어로서
do with medical
의료 행위
field
요소를
and
포함할 수도
medical
있습니다.
acts.
따라서 이러한 용어의
So
사용과
people
관해서는
in the medical
의료계와
field
살림치유
and
관련자
people in the
입장이
forest
상이합니다.
therapy industry differ in their opinions.
여기에는 행정사라는 용어도 있습니다.
행정사 is another
행정사는
word.
전 세계에서
It's a
우리나라와
unique
일본에만
system
있는
found
아주
only in
독특한
Korea
제도입니다.
and in
따라서
Japan.
행정사에
Therefore,
에이전트
whether
또는
to
어토니를
use the
사용할 수
word
있는지가
agent
문제되었습니다.
or the word attorney
즉,
was a
에이전트를
problem.
사용할 경우
If agent were
일정한
to be
분야에서
used,
대리권이
it
있는
doesn't
행정사
denote its
본연의 제도를
representative
설명하기가
element.
어렵습니다. 그러나
If
어토니를
attorney
사용하기에도
is used,
어토니
it
자체가
doesn't
가지고 있는
fully match the meaning
의미에는
either.
부합하지 않습니다. 결국은 현재
So we
우리나라에서
had to
사용되고
find a
있는
way to express this
용어들과
concept.
행정사 본연의 의미를 가장 잘 표현할 수 있는 방법을 모색해야 했습니다.
To include all those concepts.
전세권이라는 용어도 있습니다.
전세권
전세권이란
or the
우리나라에서만
leasehold right
존재하는
is another
독특한
example.
민법상의
It's a
제도입니다.
very unique Korean concept falling
우리나라의
under the civil
민법상
law.
전세권은 용익 물권으로서의
This
성격과
concept in
담보
Korea includes
물권으로서의
both the
성격을
right to
함께
using
지니고
other
있습니다.
people's property and the right to
따라서
security.
영미제도의 리스
The
개념을 도입하게
concept
될
of
경우에
lease in the
그
American
본연의
system
법적
does not
성질을
have the
표현할 수가
same legal
없습니다.
characteristic as this one.
새로운 용어는 법령
Newly
번역에
coined
있어서
terms are the
제일 어려운
hardest
문제입니다.
part to
바로
translate
법계 간의 차이
because
그리고
each
국가의
country
관행과
has
시스템의
its
차이가
own
발생하기
laws,
때문입니다.
own practices and systems.
그리고 그러한 차이를 법령에서 번역하기란 매우 곤란합니다.
I believe that legal translation
따라서
will become
이러한
much
신규 용어를
less
포함한
difficult
법률 용어의 번역이
if
정리가
these legal
된다면
terms,
향후
including newly
법령
coined
번역은
terms,
보다 용이하게
are
접근할
arranged
수 있을
in
거라 생각이
one
됩니다.
document.
끝으로 짜파구리는 법령에서
Lastly,
번역할 경우 이틀릭체인 1번 형태로
It is my
번역하는
opinion that
것이 제
짜파구리 has to be
생각에는
translated
적합하다고
with
봅니다.
option number 1 in italics if it is a
끝으로
legal translation.
대한민국 영문법령은 다음의 홈페이지에서
Lastly, you
무료로
may refer
검색할
to
수
this
있습니다.
website for English
경청해
versions of
주셔서
Korean laws.
감사합니다.
Thank you for listening.
Director Lee, in my view, has provided us with important guidance on the overall direction of legal translation based on his many years of undertaking legislation translation projects. In order to ensure credible translation of legal acts, he has explained how various elements, including the legal system, its hierarchy, legal subjects, and statutory interpretation, must be reviewed, and using a wide range of different examples, Director Lee highlighted the need to design and apply a more rigorous set of basic principles of legislation translation both at home and abroad. Our third presenter is Kwangdong Park, Senior Principal Research Fellow at the Korea Legislation Research Institute. Dr. Park has conducted research as a foreign researcher at Tokyo University and Nagoya University in Japan, and he has conducted various research on domestic and international legal policies related to the social economy and engaged in international cooperation projects. Currently, Dr. Park works as a civilian expert with the Korean Presidential Job Committee, the Ministry of Strategy and Finance, and the Korea Copyright Commission. He will be speaking on the topic of a study on the direction of constructing a legislative model for judiciary interpreting. We will now pass the floor to Dr. Park.
예, 안녕하십니까. 한국법제연구원의 박광동 박사입니다.
Good afternoon, I am Dr. Park Kwangdong from the Korea Legislation Research Institute. Congratulations on opening the 2021 Seoul International Forum on Translation and Interpreting, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak to you. Today I'd like to focus on the path forward for building a legislation model related to judiciary interpreting. We need to first look at the nature of judiciary interpreting. Under the current legislation, there is no provision that gives a single, clear definition of judiciary interpreting. From an academic standpoint, the concept includes interpreting, necessary for all legal proceedings, including civil and criminal cases. But the term usually refers to interpreting for criminal cases. A critical element of judiciary interpreting is interpreting at court, so occasionally the term court interpreting is also used. But if we look at cases abroad, judiciary interpreting is not limited to the context of the court, but refers to all interpreting related to law. So the terms legal interpreting or judiciary interpreting are often used. If we are to try and define judiciary interpreting, the term in the narrowest sense is interpreting for criminal procedures, and in a less narrow sense, it is interpreting at court. And in a broader sense, it refers to legal or judiciary interpreting. Judiciary interpreting in its narrowest sense, in the context of criminal proceedings, appears in an international covenant that Korea belongs to. Under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 14, Paragraph 3F, everyone charged with a criminal offense shall be entitled to have the free assistance of an interpreter if he cannot understand or speak the language used in court. Since Korea joined this covenant on July 10, 1990, the covenant still remains effective. As we can see from this case, the significance of judiciary interpreting is recognized at both home and abroad, as it is an important system that guarantees the rights of foreigners by ensuring that they have a clear understanding of the law and the court. Therefore, I'd like to review areas for improvement in the current Korean legal system and how to set the path forward for building a legislation model related to judiciary interpreting. When we explore legislation related to judiciary interpreting abroad, the U.S. federal law has the Court Interpreters Act and the Judicial Improvements in Access to Justice Act. If we take a deeper look, the Court Interpreters Act of the U.S. applies to all civil and criminal trial proceedings, including pre-trials and grand jury hearings under the U.S. district courts. When it comes to Australia, there is a precedent that recognizes the right to receive interpreting service, and the discretionary power to make the relevant decision lies with the judge. Furthermore, the Evidence Act has provisions related to the interpreter. If we look at Japan, the Code of Criminal Procedure and the Code of Civil Procedure contains provisions on judiciary interpreting. In 2020, Japan attempted to ensure foreigners' access to judicial services in cases of civil disputes by establishing a single point of contact for assistance at public institutions and enhanced training of interpreter candidates. Now let's move on to the current legislation and legal system of South Korea relevant to the topic. The number of crimes committed by foreigners in Korea increased from the year 2000 until it peaked in 2016 and has been on a downward slope since 2017. In 2019, however, we saw a year-on-year increase before it went down in 2020. If we take a look at the interpreter candidates assigned by each court, there are about 2,290 candidates as of March 2018. If we look up laws related to judiciary interpreting in the broader sense by searching up provision titles, we can find relevant rules under acts such as the Prosecutor's Office Act. In the narrower sense of the term, relevant provisions can be found in the Civil Procedure Act, the Criminal Procedure Act, and the rules for court interpretation and translation for cases involving non-Korean speakers. Lastly, judiciary interpreting in its narrowest sense is regulated under the Criminal Procedure Act and the rules for court interpretation and translation for cases involving non-Korean speakers that govern criminal proceedings. Under the current legislation, detailed provisions relevant to judiciary interpreting in its narrowest sense are found in the rules for court interpretation and translation for cases involving non-Korean speakers, which comprises of 3 chapters and 20 provisions. The rules were enacted on December 22, 2004, and since then underwent 4 amendments as of June 3, 2021. The first amendment dealt with the transfer of tasks due to change in the designated organization, and the following amendment addressed selection and training of interpreter and translator candidates. The third amendment aimed to make a more efficient operation system overall, including the designation of interpreters and translators. And lastly, the fourth amendment was to establish legal grounds for certification of interpreters and translators and relevant practical guidances. Next, we'll take a look at the content of provisions that deal with judiciary interpreting. Under the current legislation, detailed provisions relevant to judiciary interpreting in its narrowest sense are found in the rules for court interpretation and translation for cases involving non-Korean speakers, which comprises of 3 chapters and 20 provisions. The rules were enacted on December 22, 2004, and since then underwent 4 amendments as of June 3, 2021. The first amendment dealt with transfer of tasks due to change in the designated organization, and the following amendment addressed the selection and training of interpreter and translator candidates. The third amendment aimed to make a more efficient operation system overall, including designation of interpreter and translator. And lastly, the fourth amendment was to establish legal grounds for certification of interpreters and translators and relevant practical guidance. These amendments show that there is an awareness of the significance of judiciary interpreting for foreigners in criminal proceedings at court, and that it led to attempts to improve the institution. Nevertheless, except for the amendment on transfer of tasks due to change in the organization, we can see that other amendments are changes that required a long-term implementation. The rules mainly address the needs of defendants in criminal cases, including the designation of interpreters and translators. However, these rules are only applied to foreign defendants in criminal cases and therefore are irrelevant to civil suits, arbitration, and settlement that may also require judiciary interpreting. Furthermore, the rules lack any prescription on the specific qualifications of the interpreter and translator candidates that courts of different levels can leverage. We must deliberate on how to enact laws to mend such loopholes in the current legislation surrounding the topic. The rules reflect that currently Korea does not have a fully established qualification system surrounding judiciary interpreters in place. Nevertheless, the government has the duty to establish and maintain an official qualification system and therefore should make efforts to build such qualification system for interpreters who who may perform judiciary interpreting. Moreover, there is a need for measures to improve legislation regarding judiciary interpreting. In order to enact laws on judiciary interpreting, the necessity to legislate policies and address it with specific laws and its ideal timing should be considered. To work out the details, there are various criteria that should be analyzed, as you can see on the slide up here. But it is safe to conclude that the necessity of legislation surrounding judiciary interpreting is evident. On that premise, the legislation should include provisions that ensure the capacity and salary of the interpreters and those that improve the quality of judiciary interpreting. First, in order to ensure the capacity and salary of the interpreters, classification of interpreters according to the interpreting capacity, an overhaul of the salary structure, implementation of calculation table for interpreting and translation rates, and concrete training measures for interpreters in the field are much needed. Secondly, in order to improve the quality of judiciary interpreting, measures to enable leveraging multiple interpreters in proceedings, establish mandatory pre-meetings for interpreters held by courts, and allow different forms of video-mediated interpreting should be reviewed. This points us to a certain path forward with regards to a potential legislation model. The current rules for court interpretation and translation for cases involving non-Korean speakers only apply to criminal cases, so referring to the rules on sign language interpretation Article 2, we should consider expanding its scope to all procedures, including litigation, execution, non-litigation, rehabilitation, and bankruptcy procedures, and to all instances where the parties, witnesses, experts involved in trial, any relevant party or spectators have difficulties with listening or speaking during trial. When it comes to judiciary interpreting in its broader sense, in other words, legal interpreting, not limited to court interpreting, legislating an act on promotion and management of the art of legal interpretation is one possibility. In this case, the need for legislation regarding the art of legal interpreting, government department to be in charge of the law, and designation of a public agency to handle relevant matters should be considered. When it comes to judiciary interpreting in a narrower sense, enacting the Act on Judiciary Interpreting and Judicial Interpreters may be a solution. On top of matters to be considered when legislating the Act on Promotion and Management of the Art of Legal Interpreting, we should deliberate whether to include interpreting at the Ministry of Justice or the National Police Agency in the scope along with all trial proceedings. Lastly, when it comes to judiciary interpreting, in its narrowest sense, we can maintain the current rules for court interpretation and translation for cases involving non-Korean speakers. However, we may need to add Article 182-2 to the Code of Criminal Procedure as legal grounds for different forms of video-mediated interpreting and include relevant details in the rules for court interpretation and translation for cases involving non-Korean speakers. In order to build such a legislation model for judiciary interpreting, it is imperative that we raise a nationwide consensus on the need for such legislation through a more serious approach and by engaging a wide range of stakeholders. I believe your continued interest on this topic will create a momentum towards the much-needed legislation on judiciary interpreting. And that brings us to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Park. I think everyone will agree on the importance of judiciary interpretation to ensure the fair exercise of judicial rights of foreigners. Dr. Park has introduced us to the current status of the Korean judiciary interpretation system and presented 3 legislative models for improving the system through the enactment or revision of relevant laws. To turn such models into reality, I believe we would need greater interest and feedback from the Korean interpreters and translators active in the field. The next presenter is Dae Kang, a Korean barrister at the Victorian Bar in Australia. Dae Kang has founded a project to translate all North Korean laws into English at lawinnorthkorea.com site. She is also a consultant with the Citizens Alliance for North Korean Human Rights based in South Korea. Tae Kang won the International Bar Association Outstanding Young Lawyer Award in 2020. She is a PhD candidate at the Michael Kirby Center for Public Health and Human Rights at Monash University. Her presentation title is Planting a Seed for Reunification, Translating the Laws of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We'll now invite Tae Kang for her presentation.
Esteemed colleagues and honored guests, I will open by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land from which I am recording this presentation. They are the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, which is land now known as Melbourne in Australia. I also acknowledge their elders past and present. People living in Australia acknowledge country when we hold a meeting here to show and raise awareness of the long history of Aboriginal peoples on this land. In our case, it reminds us to approach the practice of translation and interpretation as one that allows traditionally disempowered people to reclaim and define their sovereignty. The same goes for the Korean language and its dialects, where defining our sovereignty looks like uncovering and rejecting colonial terms. For example, we prefer one of our favorite foods to be called omuk over odeng, and we are increasingly reverting to the gender-neutral third-person singular pronoun 그 over the gendered pronouns 그 and 그녀 that were imposed on us during colonial rule. We have had free movement across the peninsula for thousands of years and under different dynasties and nations, and we've only been divided for the past 70 years. This period is short compared to the length of our shared history, but it has given the dialects of North and South Korea unparalleled opportunities for evolution, given the pace of technological development and interactions with other countries and languages. The dialects that have evolved in the North and South today, therefore, bear distinct socio-political marks. South Korea is geographically small but has distinct accents and words across regions. Dialects are mostly mutually intelligible. The national standard is the dialect of the capital, which is the dialect taught in schools. It has developed consistently with rapid industrialization and the wealth that has followed. Now we use a lot of words taken or derived from English, like computer or handphone. Social media has increased the rate of abbreviation and text speak to match the fast pace of life, the 빨리빨리 culture of a technologically advanced society. North Korean dialects I personally know less about, but it would be reasonable to assume that the usual principles apply about the influence of Russian, Chinese, and Japanese on common words, and the difference between language as used by the state and language as used by the people. The best known difference between North and South Korean is the replacement of one consonant for another. So you can see on the slide, 여행 or 려행 in North Korean, 연로자 in South Korean, 연로자 in North Korean, and 노동 and 노동. Translation and interpretation practice is highly advanced in relation to the South Korean dialect, in part because of the waves of refugees and economic migrants to other countries. In other words, there was demand for it. Machine translation is also well advanced between Korean and English, although my partner Siri is much better at translating his English into Korean than my Korean into English. North Korean is a little bit more of a challenge because of its relative isolation. Putting aside sanctions and human rights concerns just for the moment, there are few opportunities to collaborate with North Korean linguists in a common language and few opportunities to analyze and understand the range of language and literature in North Korea. So when we come to official documents like law, understanding the legal architecture and philosophy will help governments and corporations alike to understand the motivations of a government beyond easy stereotypes. It helps us make sense of legislative intention, principles of statutory interpretation, and political and financial motivations. The impact of the global pandemic in my city of Melbourne was that we had 2 very strict lockdowns and we weren't allowed to go outside for a very long time. At this time, I had just started working as a barrister. This is a specialized type of lawyer who must operate a sole practice to preserve the ethical duty of independence. So the timing of the lockdown meant that I had no work as a barrister for several months and I got very bored. Most people in my position were perfectly happy to whip up some dalgona coffee, and instead, I decided to add to my own workload by starting to write under my own name rather than as part of an organization. I chose the topic of North Korean law because it was an underserved area, and I realized that North Korean laws are not widely available in English. There were maybe a dozen translations from different organizations. Some were machine translated not very well, and others were outdated because of legislative amendments since that translation. My other finding in this scoping review of resources was that when I looked up North Korean law, most of what I found on Google were unverified and sensationalist lists of 10 things that are illegal in North Korea or 10 weirdest laws in North Korea. Whatever one's politics, it is important to approach a legislative corpus soberly in acknowledgement of what that content can tell us about how a government thinks and what it values. There are moments in life when an idea strikes you out of the blue and you realize you are one of very few people who can bring it to life. For me, it was this project. I grew up bilingual as a Korean in New Zealand and then in Australia. As a child, my mother made me translate English picture books into Korean during the summer holidays. I also spoke Korean at home for as long as I lived with my family, and then I did a double degree in law and arts where I majored in French and minored in Mandarin Chinese. I trained at university in some basic translations, and I now practice as a lawyer, specifically as a barrister who specializes in in-court advocacy, and I'm almost finished with my PhD thesis. Since 2015, I have also been a consultant with the Citizens Alliance for North Korean Human Rights, where my working languages are North and South Korean, English, and occasionally French. So after all of this, what does this tell us about what I can do? There are few people who are legally qualified and are competent at reading and understanding North Korean, South Korean, and English. Neither does anyone have infinite time and technological skills to put together a partly automated online resource and see the legal, academic, and commercial value of having one single source of North Korean laws in English. To conclude, I'm not a certified translator, but I knew it was possible to build a credible and quality resource that could later be improved on. Law in North Korea was born from an identified need to demystify today's iteration of the Hermit Kingdom. It aims to translate all available laws of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea into English. My hope is that it will contribute to the study of North Korea in the Anglophone world, which has a relative vacuum of impartial and systematic resources. This impoverishes several fields of knowledge and contributes to racist depictions of a whole people on the basis that we in the English-speaking world do not understand what they do and why they do it. The better we can do that, the more effective we will be at both engagement and accountability. The method is straightforward, and for transparency purposes, it is available on the website. The South Korean government makes available the legislation on its Unification Legislation Database, which is a joint effort of the Ministry of Reunification, Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Government Legislation. This database records 239 pieces of legislation between 1 and 46 PDF pages with an average of 7.25 pages. It is updated once a week, usually to correct small errors rather than to report on a legislative amendment. The database divides these laws into 20 categories that you can see on the slide, and it lists how many views each law has had, which I used as an indicator of interest in that specific law. The order of translation is therefore according to page view, i.e. popularity, as at the time I started in April 2020. I had as a guide the DPRK government's own official English translation of the 2014 Constitution to get a sense of the tone of the writing and the government's preferred English terms for keywords. I was also assisted by a translation of the criminal law prepared in 2009 by the Citizens Alliance for North Korean Human Rights. These were the first two laws I translated and updated according to their current amendments, which became the foundation of every translation that has followed. I was not able to find any online North Korean to English dictionary and no machine translation tool that understood North Korean. So, for further translations, I mainly used Naver Dictionary and Google. The occasional term was challenging because there was no direct Korean to English translation, and for these challenging terms, I used a range of the following methods. First, the Korean section of the Naver Dictionary has a lot of North Korean terms. So I would search the term there to understand the meaning and then look through English language glossaries in that lexical field to find the closest term. I would then Google search that term to make sure it was the right one or as close as possible. When the Korean section did not list the term, I would put the term into Google using different spelling combinations or by breaking the term apart to see if I could find the South Korean equivalent of the term or parts of the term. At this stage, sometimes the North or South Korean term would show up in a Korean language glossary, so I would Google search the definition in English to see what term returned. If none of these methods worked, I ran the term through all the major languages supported by the Naver Dictionary, which are Japanese, Chinese, French, and Spanish. I studied all these languages to different degrees of fluency in my undergraduate degree, so it was easier to pick up linguistic cues in that third language. Chinese was especially helpful because many Korean words have their own hanja or sinographs, which means that when a term cannot be recognized in South Korean or English, it could be translated by referring to the hanja. Each law covers a specific topic with its own lexical field, so excluding a clearly wrong translation was easy, and then possible translations could be cross-checked across languages. Progress has been steady. Out of 239 laws, I have finished translating 80, so that's 1/3 of all the laws in the Unification Legislation Database. There may be more that I'm not aware of. There are now almost 11,500 terms in the glossary, and it is constantly being updated as new terms are identified with each translation. I am the sole translator because I wanted every law to go through one brain so that the style and, more importantly, any errors would be consistent. So despite my best efforts, which you've now heard a lot about, any substantive errors are truly my own. I had the help of a couple of interns and my partner to set up the website and Google Drive folders. My brother and I also developed a very simple Excel tool to automatically find and replace terms so that a large and increasing part of the translation is automated, specifically the terms in the glossary. At this point, my main role is to rearrange the terms in grammatical order and occasionally finding a term that has come up for the first time. Law in North Korea has done two historic things to my knowledge. It has the first North Korean English glossary available online, and it is the first translation of North Korean laws processed through an extensive glossary with a consistent approach. It aims to be transparent and accountable, given that I'm not a professional translator, thus making it easier to release improved versions if errors can easily be identified and traced. I am hopeful that this project will enrich the study of North Korea in a range of fields. Law in North Korea has already been cited in at least one article, and I have been approached about citations in papers under preparation. There is potential for application in the fields of comparative laws, conflict of laws, business and trade, and politics and international affairs. This prompts questions like, what can this body of law tell us about the North Korean government's motivations and principles? Do they shed more light on how the government approaches domestic and international affairs? In what ways do they confirm or contradict what we already know? Returning to my human rights roots, these translations have already gone to the Human Rights Committee for the Universal Periodic Review process for North Korea. In its own submission, the government claimed to have improved access to rights for North Korean citizens and cited a list of legislation it had enacted but did not provide the text. As part of the submission of the Citizens Alliance for North Korean Human Rights, we attached what translations I had already completed as an appendix for the reference of the Human Rights Committee. This submission assisted the Human Rights Committee in formulating the list of issues on the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. There may also be implications about whether the approach of the international community could be refined in relation to providing humanitarian aid or improving enforcement of sanctions. Law in North Korea is another resource for the Anglophone world to assist in how the two Koreas can approach reunification. We are learning from many other examples that it is not possible to move on peacefully from intergenerational trauma and division without accountability, reparations, and memorialization. Where it is possible to identify or corroborate systemic discrimination and persecution in these translations, there will be greater potential for collaboration with the English-speaking world about how it should be addressed to the satisfaction of the victims. Finally, if the availability of translated laws assists in demystifying North Korea and increases access to information about it, it will hopefully be of use to journalists and students who wish to report in a more accurate and informed way on subjects concerning North Korea. As I have foreshadowed, Law in North Korea is a pilot project run by one person part-time, so there is plenty of potential for quality assurance and several areas for expansion. It would be good to work with a certified translator who is familiar with both the North Korean dialect and with law, who could do a spot audit and suggest improvements to the method. It would be beneficial to build a more intelligent tool that could learn the vocabulary and the grammar to make it even easier to translate laws and other official documents from North Korean into English. It would be favorable to cross-check with an expert on North Korean and other Soviet satellite country politics about whether the translations accurately reflect the ideology and motivations of this group of countries. These nuances in word choice or grammar can influence statutory construction and therefore the legal and non-legal advice that can be given. And finally, it would be rewarding to get this resource to a level where we can analyze North Korean legislation in English to the same standard that is already being done in Korean, such as in the publications of the Korea Legal Research Institute. I humbly suggest that further development can only enrich the good work that is already being done in both English and Korean to make sense of North Korea and its position relative to other countries and to the international community. To conclude, there is a lot of work to be done to fully embrace the potential of translation and interpretation in relation to North Korea. And law in North Korea is one such product. Thank you to my new colleagues for welcoming this stranger into your midst, and I hope to work with you on the discipline of translation and interpretation in the future. Thank you also to the organizers for arranging such an important discussion at a moment when technological supports for translation and interpretation are becoming more and more viable. Enjoy the rest of this forum.
강다혜 변호사님, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Daegan.
변호사님이 운영하는
This is indeed a valuable opportunity for all of us to be introduced to the lawandnorthkorea.com site. The North Korean legislation provided in English in the site not only helps the international community and the English-speaking world at large to better understand the present situation of North Korea, but also serves as a source of useful data in supporting the reunification of the Koreas in the future. It looks as if more active participation is called for those of you interested to ensure the accurate translation of North Korean laws and regulations. This brings us to the end of the first session.
더 나은 미래를 바라보며 우리는 세상에 끊임없이 묻습니다. 국민에게 주어진 과제에 국회가 제시해야 될 비전은 무엇일까? 세월의 발자취로부터 새로운 내일을 창조할 수 있을까? 우리는 묻습니다. 진정한 해답의 시작은 어디입니까? 국회 도서관이 걸어온 역사 속에는 보다 나은 내일을 위한 흔적들이 남아 있습니다. 1952년 전시 수도 부산에서 개관한 국회 도서관은 대한민국 국회와 역사를 함께하며 세상을 앞서가는 인류 의회 도서관으로 입지를 다져왔습니다. 의회 민주주의 발전과 인류의 지적 문화유산을 보존하여 후세까지 전승한다는 사명감으로 국회와 국민이 신뢰할 수 있는 대한민국의 대표 도서관으로 자리 잡았습니다. 세상을 더 나은 방향으로 이끄는 입법지식정보의 보고, 국회 도서관입니다. 국회의원과 입법지원기관의 요청에 따른 맞춤형 서비스를 통해 입법 활동을 지원하는 국회 도서관. 국회의원 관련 종합정보를 전문 데이터베이스로 제공하고 국회의원과 연구자가 국회 기록물을 편리하게 이용할 수 있도록 콘텐츠를 구축하여 국회 기록의 지식 정보화를 위해 노력합니다. 빅데이터와 최신 ICT 기술을 활용한 융합 분석 서비스를 선제적으로 제공함으로써 4차 산업혁명을 선도합니다. 국회 도서관이 국회의원 300명에게 제공하는 서비스는 5천만 국민의 삶의 질을 개선하여 대한민국의 새로운 내일을 만들어갑니다. 언제 어디서나 쉽고 편리하게 도서관을 이용할 수 있는 국회 전자도서관과 모바일 서비스는 첨단 정보화 시대를 이끌어갑니다. 국회 도서관이 가지고 있는 680만 권의 장서와 500만 건 이상의 원문 정보는 국회와 국민 모두에게 지식 정보의 원천이 되어 시너지의 힘을 만듭니다. 그리고 서평, 입법정책 흡술 자료, 신간 안내, 문화 행사, 국 큐레이션 등을 통해 다양하고 유익한 정보 서비스를 제공하는 국회 도서관. 배움이라는 지식의 장을 넘어 일상 속 힐링의 공간으로 누구나 즐겁게 누릴 수 있는 이용자 중심의 열린 문화 공간으로 끊임없이 변화하고 있습니다. 미래 도서관의 표준, 국회 도서관은 새로운 시대를 만들어갑니다. 새로운 미래를 여는 시작, 지적 문화유산의 이름. 이제 세상이 우리에게 묻습니다. 더 나은 미래를 찾는 길은 무엇입니까? 300명 국회의원으로 시작해 5천만 국민의 밝은 미래를 열어갑니다.
책이 세상을 만듭니다.
지식과 소통의 창.
국회 도서관이 만들어가겠습니다.
전 처음부터 번역이 좋아서 대학원에 진학을 했고요.
하지만 보다 전문적으로 배우고 싶어서 직장을 그만두고 진학하게 되었습니다.
통역사라면 다 비슷할 것 같아요. 그냥 통역사가 되고 싶어서, 동시 통역사가 멋져 보여서.
아무래도 일이 재밌어요.
새로운 사람, 또 새로운 환경, 그리고 항상 긴장 속에서 살아가기 때문에
그리고 거기에서 신선한 자극을 계속 받을 수 있다는 것, 그를 통해서 또 제가 제 스스로를 계속해서 개발할 수 있다는 것.
어떤 희열 같은 것을 느낄 수도 있고요. 그러니까 그만큼 힘들지만 중독성이 강한 일이라는 생각이 듭니다.
통역을 하려면 당연히 언어는 잘 해야죠. 그것만 중요한 게 아니라 배경 지식도 굉장히 중요합니다.
그런 부분들이 어렵다고 할 수 있죠. 계속적으로 끊임없는 공부가 필요한 부분입니다.
통역을 할 때는 이제 돌발 상황이 많이 발생을 하기 때문에
순발력은 정말 빼놓을 수 없는 요소인 것 같습니다.
이해심과 또 신뢰감이라고 생각해요. 상대가 나를 믿을 수 있게끔 하는 그 신뢰감이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
통역번역대학원 생활은 굉장히 힘든 생활입니다. 그래서 저는 사람들한테 고3 생활로 다시 돌아가는 것과 같다라고 얘기를 하는데요.
저는 울 때도 상당히 많았어요. 울면서 수업을 나올 때도 많았고 혼자 집에서 올 때도 많았고. 그런데 그런 것들이 나중에는 큰 도움이 됐어요. 사회에 나가서
동기애라든지 동료의식으로 이어져서 현장에 나가서 일을 하는데도 큰 도움이 되고 있습니다.
이 길에 종사하고 계시는 선배님들과 그리고 전문적인 지식을 갖고 계시는 교수님들이 계셨기 때문에
어떤 식으로 이 문제를 해결했는지 이런 부분들을 서로 깊이 있게 토론을 하고 또 선생님과 이런 부분에 대해서 같이 논의를 하면서 자신도 모르게 번역사로 필요한 문제 해결 능력이 많이 올라갔던 것 같습니다.
이대에는요, 통역과 번역과가 나뉘어서 수업이 진행이 되기 때문에 보다도 자기 전공 분야에 맞게 하게끔 공부를 할 수 있는 장점도 있고요.
기술 번역, 문학 번역, 미디어 번역으로 나눠갖고 굉장히 세분화돼서 번역을 배울 수 있습니다. 어디로 들어가든지 접근을 훨씬 쉽게 할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다.
교수님들이 교수님이시기 이전에 현장에서 너무너무 지금까지도 활발하게 활동하시는 국제회의 통역사, 베테랑 통역사 분들이세요.
처음에 그 현장에 나갔을 때부터 어느 정도 경력자의 능력을 갖고 시작할 수 있다는 점이 가장 장점.
실전에 정말 딱 부합할 수 있도록 완벽하게 이제 계속 교육을 시켜주시기 때문에 그런 점이 사실 통번역 대학원을 나왔을 때 가장 만족스러운 점이고 가장 뿌듯했던 점이었던 것 같습니다.
마치 시간은 10배 느리게 가고 중력은 10배 강한 또 그런 수련을 하고 나면 실력이 상승하는 걸 느낄 수 있습니다. 화이팅!
왜냐하면 번역이 평생 하는 일이잖아요. 그러다 보니까 앞선 10년을 어디에다 투자할까 그것도 생각을 해보면 되게 좋을 것 같습니다.
어렵습니다. 그렇지만 시간이 지나면 자기만의 내공이 축적되면서 전문가가 됩니다. 그런 면에서는 굉장히 매력적인 분야이기 때문에 도전을 권하고 싶습니다.
2년이라는 시간 동안 굉장히 다양한 지식을 쌓을 수가 있고요. 여러분들이 언어 외에도 많은 지식을 쌓을 수 있기 때문에 통번역사뿐만이 아니라 앞으로 여러분들이 어느 분야에 진출을 하건 굉장히 튼튼한 기반을 다질 수 있는 귀중한 시간이 될 것이라고 생각합니다.
절대 후회하지 않으실 거예요. 열심히 하세요.
힘든 공부지만 굉장히 보람되게 즐겁게 공부를 하실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면 정말 여러분이 원하는 공부고 원하는 직업을 갖기 위해서 거치는 과정이기 때문에 그런 과정을 정말 좋은 선생님들과 좋은 커리큘럼을 가진 이 학교에서 할 수 있다는 것만으로도 여러분들께 굉장히 큰 그 행복이지 않을까 생각을 하기 때문에 열심히 준비하셔서 꼭 저희 학교에서 뵀으면 좋겠습니다.
우리는 법을 연구합니다. 법으로 더 행복한 삶을, 더 나은 내일을, 더 큰 세상을 만들기 위해 우리는 매일 연구하고 답을 찾습니다. 사람을 향한 마음과 내일을 위한 믿음으로 삶의 바탕이 되는 법을 생각하는 우리는 한국법제연구원입니다. 우리를 표현하는 단어는 많습니다. 최초, 요일, 싱크탱크, 글로벌 허브. 우리는 사람과 삶을 향한 법의 바탕을 만들기 위해 오늘도 끊임없이 묻고 찾고 연구합니다. 그렇게 오랜 시간 이어져 온 우리의 노력은 모두에게 공평하고 정의로운 법으로, 국민과 함께 생활 속에서 살아 숨쉬는 법으로 새롭게 태어납니다. 빠르게 변화하는 시대에 발맞춰 법제도 함께 변해야 하기에 우리는 언제나 긴장을 놓지 않고 혁신을 향해 갑니다. 옳은 것과 그른 것, 지켜야 할 것과 고쳐야 할 것을 구분해 더 좋은 법으로 진화할 수 있도록 새로운 기준을 세우는 일. 이것이 우리가 생각하는 혁신입니다. 우리는 더 큰 세상을 봅니다. 법으로 사람과 사람을 잇고 문화와 문화를 이어 전 세계에 K로를 전합니다. 언제나 한 걸음 앞선 도전으로 나와 우리 대한민국을 넘어 세상을 이끌어갑니다. 우리는 좋은 법의 바탕을 만듭니다. 단 한 사람도 소외받지 않고 더 안전하게, 더 행복한 삶을 누릴 수 있도록 오늘도 법의 정신을 지켜갑니다. 법은 곧 우리의 삶이고 미래이기에 지금껏 해왔던 것처럼 앞으로도 사람과 삶을 위한 좋은 법의 바탕을 만들겠습니다. 우리는 한국법제연구원입니다.
더 나은 미래를 바라보며 우리는 세상에 끊임없이 묻습니다. 국민에게 주어진 과제에 국회가 제시해야 될 비전은 무엇일까? 세월의 발자취로부터 새로운 내일을 창조할 수 있을까? 우리는 묻습니다. 진정한 해답의 시작은 어디입니까? 국회 도서관이 걸어온 역사 속에는 보다 나은 내일을 위한 흔적들이 남아 있습니다. 1952년 전시 수도 부산에서 개관한 국회 도서관은 대한민국 국회와 역사를 함께하며 세상을 앞서가는 인류 의회 도서관으로 입지를 다져왔습니다. 의회 민주주의 발전과 인류의 지적 문화유산을 보존하여 후세까지 전승한다는 사명감으로 국회와 국민이 신뢰할 수 있는 대한민국의 대표 도서관으로 자리 잡았습니다. 세상을 더 나은 방향으로 이끄는 입법 지식 정보의 보고, 국회 도서관입니다. 국회의원과 입법 지원기관의 요청에 따른 맞춤형 서비스를 통해 입법 활동을 지원하는 국회 도서관. 국회의원 관련 종합 정보를 전문 데이터베이스로 제공하고 국회의원과 연구자가 국회 기록물을 편리하게 이용할 수 있도록 콘텐츠를 구축하여 국회 기록의 지식 정보화를 위해 노력합니다. 빅데이터와 최신 ICT 기술을 활용한 융합, 분석 서비스를 선제적으로 제공함으로써 4차 산업혁명을 선도합니다. 국회 도서관이 국회의원 300명에게 제공하는 서비스는 5천만 국민의 삶의 질을 개선하여 대한민국의 새로운 내일을 만들어갑니다. 언제 어디서나 쉽고 편리하게 도서관을 이용할 수 있는 국회 전자도서관과 모바일 서비스는 첨단 정보화 시대를 이끌어갑니다. 국회 도서관이 가지고 있는 680만 권의 장서와 500만 건 이상의 원문 정보는 국회와 국민 모두에게 지식 정보의 원천이 되어 시너지의 힘을 만듭니다. 그리고 서평, 입법정책 흡술 자료, 친간 안내, 문화 행사, 국 큐레이션 등을 통해 다양하고 유익한 정보 서비스를 제공하는 국회 도서관. 배움이라는 지식의 장을 넘어 일상 속 힐링의 공간으로 누구나 즐겁게 누릴 수 있는 이용자 중심의 열린 문화 공간으로 끊임없이 변화하고 있습니다. 미래 도서관의 표준, 국회 도서관은 새로운 시대를 만들어갑니다. 새로운 미래를 여는 시작, 지적 문화유산의 이름. 이제 세상이 우리에게 묻습니다. 더 나은 미래를 찾는 길은 무엇입니까? 300명 국회의원으로 시작해 5천만 국민의 밝은 미래를 열어갑니다.
책이 세상을 만듭니다. 지식과 소통의 창.
국회 도서관이 만들어가겠습니다.
전 처음부터 번역이 좋아서 대학원에 진학을 했고요.
하지만 보다 전문적으로 배우고 싶어서 직장을 그만두고 진학하게 되었습니다.
통역사라면 다 비슷할 것 같아요. 그냥 통역사가 되고 싶어서, 동시 통역사가 멋져 보여서.
아무래도 일이 재밌어요.
새로운 사람, 또 새로운 환경, 그리고 항상 긴장 속에서 살아가기 때문에
그리고 거기에서 신선한 자극을 계속 받을 수 있다는 것, 그를 통해서 또 제가 제 스스로를 계속해서 개발할 수 있다는 것.
어떤 희열 같은 것을 느낄 수도 있고요. 그러니까 그만큼 힘들지만 중독성이 강한 일이라는 생각이 듭니다.
통역을 하려면 당연히 언어는 잘 해야죠. 그것만 중요한 게 아니라 배경 지식도 굉장히 중요합니다.
그런 부분들이 어렵다고 할 수 있죠. 계속적으로 끊임없는 공부가 필요한 부분입니다.
통역을 할 때는 이제 돌발 상황이 많이 발생을 하기 때문에
순발력은 정말 빼놓을 수 없는 요소인 것 같습니다.
이해심과 또 신뢰감이라고 생각해요. 상대가 나를 믿을 수 있게끔 하는 그 신뢰감이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
일단은 통역번역대학원 생활은 굉장히 힘든 생활입니다. 그래서 저는 사람들한테 고3 생활로 다시 돌아가는 것과 같다라고 얘기를 하는데요.
저는 울 때도 상당히 많았어요. 울면서 수업을 나올 때도 많았고 혼자 집에서 올 때도 많았고. 그런데 그런 것들이 나중에는 큰 도움이 됐어요. 사회에 나가서
동기애라든지 동료의식으로 이어져서 현장에 나가서 일을 하는데도 큰 도움이 되고 있습니다.
이 길에 종사하고 계시는 선배님들과 그리고 전문적인 지식을 갖고 계시는 교수님들이 계셨기 때문에
그냥 어떤 식으로 이 문제를 해결했는지 이런 부분들을 서로 깊이 있게 토론을 하고 또 선생님과 이런 부분에 대해서 같이 논의를 하면서 자신도 모르게 번역사로 필요한 문제 해결 능력이 많이 올라갔던 것 같습니다.
이대에는요, 통역과 번역과가 나뉘어서 수업이 진행이 되기 때문에 보다도 자기 전공 분야에 맞게끔 공부를 할 수 있는 장점도 있고요.
기술 번역, 문학 번역, 미디어 번역으로 나눠갖고 굉장히 세분화돼서 번역을 배울 수 있습니다. 어디로 들어가든지 접근을 훨씬 쉽게 할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다.
교수님들이 교수님이시기 이전에 현장에서 너무너무 지금까지도 활발하게 활동하시는 국제회의 통역사, 베테랑 통역사 분들이세요.
처음에 그 현장에 나갔을 때부터 어느 정도 경력자의 능력을 갖고 시작할 수 있다는 점이 가장 장점.
실전에 정말 딱 부합할 수 있도록 완벽하게 이제 계속 교육을 시켜주시기 때문에 그런 점이 사실 통번역 대학원을 나왔을 때 가장 만족스러운 점이고 가장 뿌듯했던 점이었던 것 같습니다.
마치 시간은 10배 느리게 가고 중력은 10배 강한 또 그런 수련을 하고 나면 실력이 상승하는 걸 느낄 수 있습니다. 화이팅!
왜냐하면 번역이 평생 하는 일이잖아요. 그러다 보니까 앞선 10년을 어디에다 투자할까 그것도 생각을 해보면 되게 좋을 것 같습니다.
어렵습니다. 그렇지만 시간이 지나면 자기만의 내공이 축적되면서 전문가가 됩니다. 그런 면에서는 굉장히 매력적인 분야이기 때문에 도전을 권하고 싶습니다.
2년이라는 시간 동안 굉장히 다양한 지식을 쌓을 수가 있고요. 여러분들이 언어 외에도 많은 지식을 쌓을 수 있기 때문에 통번역사뿐만이 아니라 앞으로 여러분들이 어느 분야에 진출을 하건 굉장히 튼튼한 기반을 다질 수 있는 귀중한 시간이 될 것이라고 생각합니다.
절대 후회하지 않으실 거예요. 열심히 하세요.
힘든 공부지만 굉장히 보람되게 즐겁게 공부를 하실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면 정말 여러분이 원하는 공부고 원하는 직업을 갖기 위해서 거치는 과정이기 때문에 그런 과정을 정말 좋은 선생님들과 좋은 커리큘럼을 가진 이 학교에서 할 수 있다는 것만으로도 여러분들께 굉장히 큰 그 행복이지 않을까 생각을 하기 때문에 열심히 준비하셔서 꼭 저희 학교에서 뵀으면 좋겠습니다.
We will now begin the second session under the theme of translation and interpreting education and certification. Our first presenter is Najesta Kim, professor at GSIT of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Professor Najesta Kim has worked as a pediatrician at the Tashkent Medical School in Uzbekistan. She has received her PhD from GSIT of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies for her study on the status of interpretation for medical tourist patients. Her research interests include medical interpreting, intercultural communication, medical communication, interpreter, and translator education. In 2021, she was awarded the Honorary Award of the Minister of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. She will be speaking on the topic of professional ethics education for medical interpreters, current status and future challenges. We'll now pass the floor to Professor Kim. Hello, I am Najesta Kim from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies Graduate School of Interpretation and Translation. I would like to thank the organizers for hosting such a meaningful event today. I would like to discuss the professional ethics education of medical interpreters. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know the greatest challenge faced by medical interpreters or medical coordinators providing language service in the medical setting? This is something I get to hear a lot when meeting medical interpreters. Conflicts that do tend to arise in interpersonal relationships become much more marked and more diverse in a global medical setting. And addressing such issues is what the interpreters identify as the most challenging aspect of their work. Because I hear of this problem so often, I came to wonder what the root cause of such an issue is, and it was the search for a way to solve this problem that I came to start this research. In Korea, the Korea Human Resource Development Institute for Health and Welfare, in short KOHI, runs a professional medical interpreter program, which is a certified standard educational program. And so, in this research, I decided to examine the professional ethics education of KOHI. And through a survey, I was able to affirm the awareness level and responses taken at the medical scene itself. And then I summarized the tasks we need to address going forward based on the research findings. As you are well aware, in Korea, professional medical interpreter program was launched in July 2009 with the aim of attracting overseas patients to Korean medical facilities with the revision of the relevant act in May. KOHI, which is under the auspices of the Ministry of Health and Welfare, designed and operates a training program which is in its 12th year in producing professional medical interpreters. This is a paid program that is offered once a year. Every Saturday, 8 hours of classes are offered for a total of 25 weeks. In 2009, the program started off with courses for 5 languages. Today, it has been expanded to 7 languages. As you can see, the languages are English, Chinese, Japanese, Russian, Arab, Mongolian, and Vietnamese. 7 languages in total. Because of the time constraint, I'm not going to go into the details, but you can either refer to this slide or to the KOHI website for more information. As you can see from this slide, as of 2020, the total number of interpreters trained as professional medical interpreters are around 700. In Korea, receiving professional medical interpreter training or taking the medical interpreter national exam, which started in 2016, is not yet mandatory. Therefore, if a person speaks a foreign language, anyone can easily enter into the field of medical interpretation. At present, there is no official statistics on the medical interpreters in the field. Therefore, it is difficult to assess the number of interpreters without any professional training. Given the number of overseas patients coming to Korea for medical checkups or treatment, it is estimated that the number of interpreters active in the field is greater than the number of interpreters who have completed the KOHI program. In the Korean medical setting, medical interpreter and the medical coordinator are terms that are interchangeably used. So in this study as well, both terms are used. We will now look at the process of development of the professional medical interpreter education program. The entire process has been divided into 3 stages. During the first stage, which is the development phase lasting from 2009 to 2013, and the second transitional phase, at which stage preparations were being made to introduce the medical interpreter national exam, a total of 6 hours and 5 hours respectively were allocated from a total of 200 hours for medical interpretation ethics and the role of the interpreter. However, starting from 2016, we can see that the hours allocated for this subject matter fell to half of the previous level. This shows that the portion allocated to the role of interpreters and the interpreter ethics was reduced in the course of finalizing the test items for the medical interpreter national exam. And now, we'll look at what kind of contents are covered and in how much depth in the 2 hours allocated. First, the course plan. The course plan shows that the job responsibilities and the role of the medical interpreters in the hospital process and interpreter ethics are being taught. In this presentation, I will focus on the interpreter ethics. In this slide, the California Healthcare Interpreters Association, in short, CHIA's Code of Ethics, and also the Code of Conduct and Guidelines adopted by the International Medical Interpreters Association and the National Council on Interpreting in Healthcare of the United States are taught, and also we see the ISO 13611 prescribing the quality of interpretation are being introduced. This is it for all that's being taught regarding interpreters' professional ethics in this program. Of course, in the interpretation practical training sessions, there may be training done by language on ethical problem solving. However, in terms of systematic ethics education, a mere 1 hour of simple introduction, a listing of code of conduct was all that they had to offer. Next, the perception and awareness of medical interpreters' ethics on the medical scene was assessed. To this end, I conducted a survey among the medical interpreters and coordinators, medical facilities, and agencies attracting overseas patients, and organizations implementing multicultural social policies. The medical interpreters who were subjected to the survey were divided into those who had received KOHI training and those who hadn't. and the interpreters who were providing language services not to overseas patients, but to foreign workers or foreigners who married Koreans and thus are living locally in Korea. As you can see from this slide, we have selected 5 medical facilities and 3 overseas patient attracting agencies and 3 multicultural social policy related organizations, as well as 50 medical interpreters and medical coordinators for the survey. The survey consisted of 4 questions. Everybody who took part in the survey replied that ethical conflicts do happen. However, it was confirmed that with the exception of 1 medical facility, ethics code or code of conduct for medical interpreters were largely absent. In terms of training of interpreters as well, either no training took place on the site or systematic training was not provided. Organizations replied that ethical conflicts were resolved by relying on the conscience of the medical interpreters or coordinators, while interpreters replied that they tried to resolve the issue as best as they can from the point of view of the patients.
설문조사 결과를
If we differentiate the findings of the survey between the organizations and the medical interpreters, the interpreters were aware of the need for medical interpreters' ethics in enhancing the dignity and the satisfaction level of the patient, while the organizations were lacking in their awareness of the importance of the professional ethics of interpreters. They were found to be equating professional ethics with personal character. In my doctorate thesis, when I analyzed the dialogue during medical examinations, it was found that both the overseas patient and the healthcare professionals were heavily reliant on the medical interpreter. However, in this survey, it was found that even with resolving ethical conflicts, heavy reliance was placed on the medical interpreter, especially on the conscience of the medical interpreters. What should we do then to help the medical interpreters and the medical coordinators who are facing difficulties due to ethical conflicts in the medical settings? First of all, in his paper on clinical ethics, Kwon Bok-gyu states that the terms ethics or morality is interpreted in the Korean society still based on Confucian traditions of compassion and humanism and human-centered medicine. And that across the society there exists the prevalent attitude of equating personal character with ethics. As was shown by the survey results, in the medical scene itself, there is no clear definition of what medical interpreter ethics is, whether it is centered on personal character or morality. So there is a lack of consensus in how to educate what when it comes to medical interpreters' ethics. Therefore, through concrete discussion, there is a need to draw forth a consensus that is agreed by all the stakeholders. Second, the term medical ethics, well known to the layman, deals with all the medical ethical issues related to research ethics or public health ethics. However, in the field of medical education, the issue of greatest interest is the ethical conflict and its practical resolution as experienced by the medical professionals in the clinical setting. such issues are dealt with by the clinical ethics. If that is so, then the medical interpreters working in the global healthcare settings should also feel similar ethical conflicts as with medical doctors. Therefore, it would be desirable to be equipped with the ability to resolve ethical conflicts. To this end, mobilizing relevant laws and regulations and various guidelines and one's own judgment, it is necessary to provide training that allows the one to search for the best or at least the second best option available. But to engage in such training, close collaboration with the medical community is necessary, and without such collaboration with the medical community, it will be difficult to compile best practices. Third, medical interpreters are well aware that they need to keep confidential what they have come to know about the patients. But the interpreters labor under the misperception that they are able to disclose what they know to the spouse or guardian or other family members of the patient because they are the patient's family. And also they think that they are allowed to share information about the patient with other interpreters and are frequently found to do so. And another example is in the ISO, which states that the community interpreter can control the flow of conversation and should control the conversation so that the participants in the dialogue can speak in an orderly fashion. But this ISO guideline is difficult to apply in the Korean situation, according to the medical interpreters and coordinators. Also, the medical interpreters or coordinators working in the medical facilities may be from a different culture, and so they may be unfamiliar with commonly accepted ideas in Korea. This is something that happened in the medical scene recently. It was related to the perception toward relationship with a patient of a different sex and actions arising from such a perception. Through this incident, we were able to discern the cultural differences in terms of perceptions. Through such cases, we can tell that the medical interpreters are aware of the ethical principles but have difficulties when applying it to real situations. Therefore, a simple and clear and implementable code of conduct or guideline must urgently be established. I believe such code of conduct or guideline for medical interpreters must include standard interpretation guidelines that takes into consideration the unique medical environment, the clinical ethics guideline, and the unique cultural characteristics of Korea in order to raise the satisfaction level of the patients as well as to lower the likelihood of legal disputes. Fourth, as I have mentioned in slide number 6, medical interpreters who have not received this systematic and professional training, in short, those non-institutionalized medical interpreters must be subjected to mandatory professional training or must receive stronger on-the-job ethics training in order to raise their clinical ethics competency. However, it looks as if the perception of the medical community at large and the government must first change in order for this to become possible. I look forward to excellent advice and recommendations from those of you interested in enhancing the ability of medical interpreters and coordinators to resolve ethical conflicts. Thank you very much for your attention.
교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Kim. Professor Kim examined the current status of education and training in the area of Korea's medical interpretation and proposed practical challenges that needs to be addressed based on up-to-date feedback from the field. In particular, to provide quality medical interpretation services, not only foreign language skills, but clear and consistent code of ethics and action guideline are perceived to be urgently required. And for this end, she expressed her hope for stronger cooperation between the medical and interpretation communities.
두 번째 발표자는 뉴질랜드
Our second presenter is Professor Ineke Kretse of Auckland University of Technology. Professor Kretse has received her PhD from Auckland University of Technology and became New Zealand's first full professor of translation and interpretation in 2021. She has worked as a healthcare and court interpreter in Netherlands and New Zealand and has been awarded the New Zealand Order of Merit for her services to interpreter and translator education. Her best-known book is The Introduction to Healthcare for Interpreters, which has been translated to Korean, Spanish, Japanese, Chinese, and Arabic. She will be presenting on the topic of reflective practices in health interpreter education.
Hello and welcome. I'm going to present on reflective practices in health interpreter education in New Zealand. So I'll give you a little bit of background to the study, why we've introduced reflective practices, a little bit of literature review, and also some background information on New Zealand, the diversity, and the top languages requested by health interpreting services in particular. Then a little bit about the method and our analysis of student reflections and some discussion. This is my book, Introduction to Healthcare for Interpreters and Translators, which has appeared in many languages, including Korean. So you can see that healthcare interpreting is my passion. It is very clear that when we train students to interpret in healthcare, we need to actually make sure we give them the skills to become reflective, aware, and resourceful practitioners. And that will stand them in good stead for the rest of their professional lives. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk about our type of interpreter education. We prepare interpreters for work in public service settings. Some scholars refer to these as community settings, including healthcare. And I would say that about 95% of the work in New Zealand takes place in healthcare settings. So in our classrooms, we have students representing a number of different languages. Some languages have a lot of medical vocabulary. Some languages do not, and I'll come back to that later. We also have both signed language interpreters, New Zealand Sign Language, which is one of the official languages of New Zealand, and different spoken language interpreters. And that's important because it means that we as the lecturers are not able to give language-specific feedback to students. So when we post interpreting exercises, and we usually use authentic exercises, so clips taken from documentaries on television about New Zealand or Australian health settings, students interpret those. They can pause them when needed and interpret, and then we ask them to play back their recording and reflect on how they did. They also get feedback from their same language peers. We got ethics approval for this study because we are in a student-teacher relationship. We cannot ask students to assist with the study in the year that they study with us. We have to wait for them to finish their studies, so they're no longer in a student-teacher relationship with us, because that would be a power imbalance and students might feel coerced. I always come back to Silvia Bernardini, who wrote in 2004 that it is important that we prepare people to be aware, resourceful, and reflective practitioners. In my classes, I use situated learning, so I try and bring the outside world of medicine into the classroom in a lot of different ways. And it's non-language specific interpreter education. We use reflective blogs, and I'll talk about that. And we ask students to reflect on pragmatic equivalence. What was the intent of the speaker? And how would you convey that in your language in a way that is pragmatically equivalent? Several scholars have commented on the importance of self-reflection for interpreters, and Lee said that self-reflection is a critical professional skill, and they can use that to develop improvement strategies and design their own roadmaps for skill and knowledge acquisition. There's not much in the literature about the link between reflective practice and deliberate practice. Deliberate practice is defined by Erickson as a type of focused, goal-oriented practice that is part of the process of developing expertise. But in my mind, deliberate practice can only take place when student interpreters can identify and then define the areas that they need to focus on, and then they can develop strategies for improvement. And in this study, we had two different cohorts, as I said, spoken language interpreters and the sign language interpreters. They were sharing the same courses on healthcare interpreting, but the sign language interpreters were doing it as part of a 3-year Bachelor of New Zealand Sign Language Interpreting degree. And that gave them a lot of extra tools to be able to reflect on their own renditions, as we shall see. Bin-Ha Hua Wang also wrote that developing students' interpreting competence not only requires systematic training of interpreting skills, but also sufficient, authentic, and deliberate practice. And that's why we use authentic audiovisual clips. It's like the students are there, but they're not there. They're in the safe language environment. And here you can see that New Zealand is a very diverse country. About 40% of people in Auckland, which is where our university is, were born overseas. And the main languages, the top 6 languages, are Mandarin, Cantonese, Samoan, Tongan, 2 Pacific Island languages, Hindi, Punjabi, and Korean. And that is why we need non-language specific translator and interpreter education. We cannot offer 200 different courses with different language tutors. So the interpreting tasks, students interpret in the classroom, but also in the language lab. And they record that so they can reflect on it. And some students have languages with very limited medical terminology. For instance, Pacific languages, New Zealand Sign Language only has about 40 medical signs. And then some refugee languages where refugees have not been able to attend education in their home language. So they haven't learned all those specific technical terms, and especially medical terms in this case. So because we're unable to give the language-specific feedback to enhance students' interpreting skill development, we ask them to reflect on their own practice. So they play the audio-visual clip, interpret, pause as needed, play it back, reflect on their own strengths and weaknesses, and then they ask a language peer to give them feedback. And there's a roster. Students make their own rosters. So the Mandarin speakers, for instance, will give each other feedback. This year we only had 2 Korean students, and so they gave each other feedback every week. I have not included their findings because that's still in our classroom. So hopefully next year I'll be able to. So this presentation, I'll talk about the reflections of semester 2, healthcare interpreting students. And in semester 1, we go through the body using this book, Introduction to Healthcare. This is the one for Chinese speaking interpreters and translators. And then so we go through the different organ systems. In the second semester, we look at specialist healthcare areas, such as oncology. So that's the study of cancer. And in oncology, there's often bad news interviews. So we had an audiovisual clip of a bad news interview. So the aim of the study was to see whether reflective blogs would benefit students and what common themes might come up so that we could actually then pay more attention to those in classes for next year, etc. So the audiovisual task was a bad news interview. So as I said, They post interpreted practice in VoiceThread. At the moment, we're still using Blackboard. We are moving to Canvas. Student recordings appear under their initials, and so they can recognize who has recorded and posted what, and then give feedback to people in their own language groups. A total of 19 students gave permission for the author to look at their reflections, and so these are last year's students who gave permission. They were given information by a third party, they were consented by a third party, and then I undertook a thematic analysis of the reflections of all the students who had agreed to participate. So the audio-visual clip, which I have not included, is a bad news interview, an Australian doctor and an Australian patient in this Prince Alfred Hospital, where the doctor gives the patient some bad news. He has stomach cancer. He's initially thought that he might be able to be operated on, but then the doctor says, no, unfortunately, it has now spread, and the scans have shown that, and so there's no point in operating on you because experience shows that that doesn't actually cure you. So framework for reflections were also Kubler-Ross, who wrote about bad news interviews and how people respond to those, demand control theory, the different codes of ethics, and Calgary Cambridge framework that talks about how medical interviews are usually ordered, structured. So this is the instructions we gave to students, 3 things that went well, 3 things that went less well, strategies for improvement, and typically the same was asked of the same language peers, but typically initially they'd be very vague, and then I would give them feedback and say, can you please be more specific? So this is the background to the audio-visual clip. You can see the setting, Prince Alfred Hospital in Australia, and Doug and Dr. Story, who is the gastroenterologist. So he specializes in stomach and bowel problems. Examples of reflections from the NZSL, the New Zealand Sign Language students, were very in-depth, and you can see they had to expand on things like chemotherapy. So there is no sign, there's no one sign. So very often these students have to develop the signs, or they have to find out what the signs are, and if there are no signs, then they have to find a way of signing so that it becomes clear what's going on. Some said there were still instances of English source text and when they signed. And New Zealand Sign Language and English are very, very different. So paraphrasing is very important for New Zealand Sign Language students, and the same goes for Pacific languages, so Tongan and Samoan, and some refugee languages. They have to unpack. So one person said that for the word malignant pleural effusion, they had to say in Samoan, there's a lot of fluid in your chest because of the seriousness of your lung cancer at the moment. And so you can see that to unpack, you have to really understand what the word means. I sometimes say it's easier for us with languages where there is medical terms, because we just have to say, okay, the Dutch word in my case for malignant pleural effusion, I don't even have to understand what it means. But those students really understand what it means, and so they can paraphrase and unpack. Spoken language students said that the idiomatic language, the informal language used by both the doctor and the patient, was problematic. So, for instance, the PET scan has thrown up some more questions. It's like throwing up questions has resulted in some more questions. We just got to go on the odds. That means we have to go on the evidence, what will work and what won't work. I still want you to be nodding. I still want you to be saying that, yes, I can have treatment. And then the doctor says, you might take what is referred to as the south of France option. And people were really thrown by that, except for the New Zealand Sign Language students. They got it straight away because they're native English speakers, and they had this association with the south of France, relax, enjoy your days, and that's exactly what it meant. So the spoken language students, so they might be from a lot of different countries, they said, we obviously need to learn more informal language because we don't understand it, even in context. And so to do that, we might have to watch a lot more authentic health-related documentaries. And then as we watch them, try and interpret what people are saying. Intercultural issues were also the fact that the doctor was not telling the family, he was telling the patient and his wife directly. He did that in a very lovely, gentle way. He didn't say, sorry, there's nothing more we can do, you're going to die. He said it in a very roundabout way. And so, for instance, he said, chemotherapy doesn't really work for stomach cancer. Well, I mean, our experiences with that are not good. That can be taken both ways, but we've just got to go on the odds and take the fact that you're feeling well and you might want to take what's referred to as the South of France option. And Doug, the patient, said, I still want you to be nodding. I still want you to say, yes, you can have treatment and can be cured. So the doctor didn't say outright that there was no curative treatment option. He was very gentle. And some of the students said, well, the doctors in our countries are not that gentle. They don't talk to patients directly, and they're very authoritative. So this is all, culturally speaking, we can interpret it, but it's a bit of a shock. And some students said, well, the whole thing is so sad, it made me cry. So I would really have to also work on being in the moment and trying not to be, taken over by my emotions. So the findings aligned with some of my previous findings where I looked at paramedic language and how student interpreters cope with that. And my main findings were that in New Zealand and Australia, you might hear health professionals say, how's it going, darling? Instead of how are you, Mrs. Lee? So they can be quite informal. And they do that to make the patient feel reassured and calm. But it can be quite offensive in other languages. So students said, well, we'd probably have to say, how are you, Mrs. Lee? Way more formal. To actually have that pragmatic equivalence, which is not to offend, but to make people feel at ease. So there were several broad themes. Cross-cultural issues were very important, and the use of informal language, and also the non-verbal messages and how important they were. So how much easier it is maybe to actually be there with the patient and to see what's going on and get a sense, rather than to say maybe do the interpreting over the telephone, because how can all these non-verbal messages really add to the understanding. And then the New Zealand Sign Language interpreters were actually able to link their reflections and their peer feedback and the reflections on the peer feedback to deliberate practice. They then identified what they had to work on more. For instance, the use of classifiers in New Zealand Sign Language. So almost all of the participants included the code of ethics and how important that is. Also to be familiar with the 5 stages of grieving, and with the fact that the doctor in this case softened medical reality, but that actually helped them. So initially, as I said, students gave very general, unsubstantiated statements, so no evidence. They said, oh, I was very accurate, or I made some omissions, and I'd say, what did you omit, and why do you think you omitted it? So as the term went on, they became much more specific. Students who were very specific about areas for improvement were then able to engage in deliberate practice, and they then really tended to do well in the interpreting exams. So that goes to show that the reflective practice was very beneficial to students. Students who didn't do that were less able to improve, and that should be less with 2 S's, of course. So students formulated strategies for improvement based on both their own reflections, but most found that the feedback they got from same language peers was extremely useful in improving. And that then helped them to come up with specific examples of what they needed to work on. So those students who were very honest in their self-reflections, who were very critical, tended to improve the most. Students who received constructive feedback from their peers and took it to heart went on to improve and do well in the interpreting tests. And New Zealand Sign Language interpreting students in particular were very collegial and went to great depths to provide constructive and encouraging feedback to to the other sign language students. And I think that was also because they were together in the same group for 3 years, and they'd go on deaf camp and spend quite a lot of time together. So the findings suggest that most students do develop pragmatic competence through self-reflections and reflecting on feedback. Some students' self-reflective ability did not improve, and there could be a number of reasons for that. Maybe they didn't want to accept any form of criticism because they felt really threatened by that. Sometimes they just didn't have the ability to think about language and interpreting to be able to pinpoint the problem area. So that's a lack of meta-linguistic skills. And as I said, I think that other educators will find this approach very beneficial to help their students develop into aware, resourceful, and reflective practitioners. So yes, students are able to develop pragmatic competence through self-reflection and through reflecting on peer feedback. And other educators in other countries who may at the moment be doing language-specific interpreter education may find that they also have to start looking at non-language specific interpreter education. So with students from different linguistic backgrounds working with different language pairs, and they may find this approach with reflective student reflections very beneficial. We actually make it a compulsory part of assessment. And that's me for today.
크레체 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Kretze.
교수님께서는
Professor Kretze has introduced us to the non-language specific health interpreters education program offered by the New Zealand University. We are told that New Zealand is a country with a large share of immigrants of various linguistic background, and so rather than language-specific interpretation education, non-language specific education is much more useful. Students would be given exercises in the form of real-life audio-visual clips to interpret, and without any feedback from the instructors, they would reflect on their renditions based on the feedback from same language peers to develop their interpretation skills. Professor Kretze emphasized that we have reached a point where countries engaged in language-specific education should turn to and pay greater attention to non-language specific interpretation education.
다음 발표는 폴란드에서 세 분이 함께 참여해 주셨습니다.
The third presentation has been put together by three professors from Poland. Professor Arturu Dariusz Kubacki from the Pedagogical University of Kraków, and Professor Marek Kuzniak from the University of Wrocław, and Dr. Joanna Bosnizak from the same university. Artur Dariusz Kubacki is head of the Department of German Linguistics and professor at the Institute of Modern Languages of the Pedagogical University of Kraków. He is a member of the State Commission for Professional Accountability of Sworn Translators and the State Examination Board. He is a sworn translator of German and the author of numerous books and papers relating to LSP translation and teaching LSP translation. Professor Marek Kuzniak is a professor of linguistics at Wrocław University and is also the head of the Institute of English Studies and is a member of the State Examination Commission for Sworn Interpreters and Translators. He is a sworn translator of English himself and is the author of a number of books and articles in cognitive linguistics and legal translation. Dr. Joanna Bosnizak is an MA graduate in linguistics from the University of Wrocław. She is currently working on her PhD thesis on certified court interpreting. She also teaches at postgraduate studies of the University of Wrocław, where she offers expertise in ethical aspects of certified translation. The presentation will be made by Dr. Bosnizak. The title of the presentation is Certified Translation and Interpreting in Poland, Ethical Challenges for Professionals. We will now pass the floor to Dr. Bosnizak.
Hello, the topic of my presentation is Certified Translation and Interpreting in Poland, Ethical Challenges for Professionals. And I am giving this speech on behalf of my esteemed colleagues, Professor Artur Dariusz Kubacki and Professor Marek Kuźniak, and myself. And my name is Joanna Woźniczak. When considering professional ethics in the context of the profession of sworn translator, first, it needs to be specified what it means. Hence, to mention the sources of professional ethics for translators and interpreters in Poland, we need to look at two documents. The first of them is the Act of the 25th of November 2004 on the profession of sworn translator. It is a significant normative act. As at the point of adoption, it was a milestone towards the regulation of the profession. It contains, among other things, the wording of the oath that persons sworn as translators need to take. The second document is the Professional Sworn Translators Code. And it is important, even though it is not legally binding. It is a sort of code of conduct, and it is highly respected amongst translators, but not only, as the product of collaboration of practicing translators, theoreticians, and also the representatives of the Ministry of Justice. And it mentions the following principles of professional ethics: dignity, fidelity, impartiality, confidentiality, and solidarity. To briefly define these concepts, dignity as a position adopted by classical liberals is defined by the so-called harm principle. And the Victorian philosopher John Stuart Mill, in his On Liberty, stipulates that individuals should be permitted to act in any way that does not bring harm to others. Fidelity, in turn, is the principle concerned with building trusting relationships at all levels of human interaction, including the relation translator-text. And sub-principles of fidelity include the responsibility to keep a commitment and accountability. Confidentiality means that individuals shall protect the confidentiality and security of records of professional services provided, research, and scholarly activities conducted and products dispensed, and also the confidentiality of any personal information about persons served professionally or participants involved in research and scholarly activities. And access to these records shall only be allowed when doing so is necessary to protect the welfare of a person or of a community, when it is legally authorized or otherwise required by law. And solidarity. It becomes manifest in a particular social system, in a particular time and place. It is a social phenomenon. Solidarity turns out to be a community of working people who strive together to free human work from burdens and sufferings which are caused by another man. Individuals shall uphold the dignity and autonomy of the professions, maintain collaborative and harmonious interprofessional and intraprofessional relationships, and accept the profession's self-imposed standards. One could wonder then if professional ethics can be evaluated in any way. There is a body in Poland, and it is called Commission for Professional Accountability of Sworn Translators, and sworn translators in Poland may be punished by it. The commission was set up under the Act on the Profession of Sworn Translator. The commission's role is to take decisions as to professional accountability of sworn translators who either do not perform their tasks or duties resulting from the above act, or who perform these tasks or duties improperly or in an unreliable manner. The penalties that the Commission may impose on a translator include an admonition, a reprimand, a financial penalty, a suspension of the right to practice the profession for a period from 3 months up to 1 year, and also the deprivation of the right to practice the profession, with the possibility of returning to the profession, but only after passing the initial qualification examination, which can be taken not earlier than 2 years from the deprivation. And To give you the types of infringements that are considered by the Commission, let us take a look at the following types. First includes formal infringements, such as, for instance, the refusal to translate during the proceedings that are conducted under a legislative act or at the request of a law enforcement authority. The second type is criminal infringements, such as providing translation offices by sworn translators with blank sheets of paper, only with the translator's seal and signature. And that allows translation offices to use such prepared sheets in any way that they like, basically. The third type of infringements includes translation errors, and this means conveying in the target text a different item of information than the one that is contained in the source text, or omitting in the target text the information present in the source text, or making mechanical errors, usually connected with copying numbers incorrectly or copying some other personal details, which might later on be problematic for a customer having such a faulty translation. To give you the examples of non-ethical behavior, as they have been considered by the Commission, let us look into the following. Sworn translators are punished for infringing the impartiality rule. This is the value that lies at the heart of the profession, and it is also a source of trust in the translations that the sworn translator does, as the recipients must be convinced that the translation has been prepared impartially. Impartially, it means that nothing has been added to it, or nothing has been omitted from it, or nothing has been twisted in it, either to the advantage or disadvantage of the client. And mind you, these are the core values which are emphasized in the sworn translator's professional code of conduct. And due to the failure to observe the above rule, a sworn translator of Hebrew, got a penalty. He transliterated from the Hebrew alphabet into the Roman alphabet an identical form of the surname that appeared twice in the same vital record, but he did that in two different ways. Such a solution was advantageous to the client, and the translator adopted it on the basis of the client's explanations without referring to the appropriate documentation that would justify the change. And although the rules for transliteration from Hebrew allow for the use of different letters, the liberty of doing this in the above case was malpractice because the translator did not have enough data to make the change. Another example of interpretation of the translation is the broadening of the translation of the medical name disposable medical brush, and it was translated into Polish as disposable medical cytological brush, even though the word cytological does not appear in the original document. It was done at the customer's request, and as a result of that, the product was registered in Poland. Another example includes distorting the contents, for instance, over or under translating or interpreting of the text in the translation following customer's persuasion, for instance, selective translation of the source text. Another instance includes falsifying documents by a sworn translator. In one of the cases examined by the Commission, a translator changed the content of the original document in such a way that he changed the content of an authentic court letter by inserting a different date than appeared in the source document. Another example includes certifying untruth by sworn translators, consisting in preparing certified translations based on a zero copy or a scan, but stating in the certifying clause that the translation had been prepared based on an original document. Another example includes the refusal to do the translation in an exceptional case, such as, for instance, an accident involving a foreigner. Another example of non-ethical behavior was preparing certified translations from a language a translator well, knows, but is not qualified to prepare translations from that language. For instance, if a translator knew, let's say, German and Dutch, but was officially qualified to prepare translations from German only, then he was not entitled to prepare translations from Dutch. And finally, the failure to collect letters or pick up telephone calls from courts with requests to undertake translations or interpreting assignments, even though a translator has the time and the expertise that are necessary to complete the assignment. The authors themselves have had certain ethical dilemmas in their own translation practice, and these include, for instance, clients, the fact that clients would insist that translators are to interpret in their favor, for example, during court hearings, so that they appeared in a more favorable light before the judge, or when interpreting during official exams, for instance, driving or some other exams to operate some other vehicle or device. The translators feel compelled to make small talks with examiners, or are expected even to aid examinees. And finally, the final example, in line with the Sworn Translators Code of Practice, sworn translators have the right to chat with a foreigner before a court hearing to make sure they understand them, their speaking pace. However, sometimes when they do that, their impartiality is questioned, and the fact that they did chat is brought up in the courtroom. Professional ethics is an issue that can be viewed subjectively sometimes, even though there exist, let's say, objective criteria to assess someone's unethical behavior. That is why the authors have created a short survey and asked some sworn translators about how they perceive professional ethics in the context of interpreting assignments in courts. Court setting is specific. It is highly formal. It is a place where various registers clash. For instance, very highly formal utterances of the judge and very, let's just say, utterances in very low register of the witnesses or the victims, the injured parties. It is needless to say that ethical conduct is of vital importance there. As you can see, the respondents of this survey were sworn translators of various languages, mostly English, but there were also the translators of German, Dutch, and Korean. The number of respondents was 12. And the survey encompassed 7 closed questions and 1 open question. And apart from the questions that elucidated statistical data such as age, gender, working language, and frequency of court assignments, the survey also contained some questions that pertained specifically to professional ethics. And these questions are as follows. Which ethical values are, in your opinion, important when working in a court? And that was a multiple choice question. The next question was a yes/no question about having experienced ethically challenging situations when working in a court. And the follow-up question to that one was about, well, some specific information, some feedback. And the last question was, can you specify what may have an impact on translators' ethical or unethical behavior when working in a court? And let us take a look at the obtained results. Well, it is clear that the 2 values, impartiality and confidentiality, received the highest score. They received 12 answers or points. What ranked second was, as you can see, reliability and diligence. What was third was honesty and also resistance to pressure, as well as professionalism. What is surprising to see was that professional solidarity received the lowest score, and one might wonder whether this particular value is not important to the interviewed translators. Having been asked about the experience of ethically challenging situations, 75% of respondents claimed that they did not experience such situations, and only 25% of the respondents said that they did have such situations when working in a court. And the provided feedback is as follows. One translator stated he was urged by the judge to interpret faster. This is surprising, really, given the fact that court interpreting is is a complex process. Usually the pace of speech is quite fast. There is also very specialist terminology. The dynamics of in a courtroom is also very high. So this maybe proves that the judge has very little understanding of the specificity of interpreting as a process. Another translator reported it was unclear for him how to interpret vulgarisms in the light of undecided attitude of the judge. And that is yet another issue that is not quite clearly specified. And a lot of translators are simply, unsure how to act, how to proceed in the case if there appears a vulgarism. Yet another translator reported she had a conflict when interpreting in a court for a customer, even though she had translated documents for that person before and had done private interpreting assignments. Another translator stated she had been excluded from the court trial at the request of one party on the grounds of the alleged lack of impartiality. Another translator said that during pre-court interrogation at which she was present regarding battery as a result of racial prejudice, the interrogating officer was wearing a T-shirt with a racist logo, and the person that represented the victim expected the translator to side with them, but the translator preferred to stay neutral. Another translator said that she spoke during a hearing after her translation was questioned by one of the attorneys present. She stuck to her translation, but she was not sure if her reaction was in accordance with the so-called court etiquette. Let us take a look at the results of the last question about the factors that might impact translators' ethical or unethical behavior when working in a court. And there are two highest results. No, there is one value that received the highest score, and that is lack of impartiality of the translator. And the second is small or no translation experience. What came third is the pressure from other participants of the proceedings. What received the lowest score is translators' unfamiliarity with legal regulations. Therefore, in the opinion of the respondents, this does not really have an impact on the translators' behavior. Okay, to conclude, one might say that even though professional ethics is a value that is quite well defined in legal and professional documents that pertain to translators, and given the fact that translators are sensitive to behaving in an ethical way and are able to identify ethical qualities, mind you, impartiality and confidentiality were the values that received the highest score. There are nevertheless instances of unethical behavior of translators, and that is confirmed by the cases that are brought before the Commission of Professional Accountability. These are the results of both translation errors and also deliberate actions. Yet it must be said that not infrequently translators are prevailed upon by customers who request that translations be made the way customers need it. Thank you.
네, 박사님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Bosnizak.
이번 발표는
Through this presentation, we were able to understand the laws and regulations related to the sworn translators and interpreters working in the Polish courts. Also, Dr. Bosnizak shared with us the results of the awareness survey carried out among court interpreters and translators, as well as the cases that have been reviewed by the State Commission for Professional Accountability of Sworn Translators. Today's last presenter is Dr. Meng Zhou from the University of Auckland of New Zealand. Dr. Meng holds a master's degree in English interpreting from Xiamen University of China. He is a conference interpreter who has been certified by 3 professional bodies in China. He is currently a PhD candidate in translation studies at the University of Auckland of New Zealand. He will present on the topic of theorizing and educating professional translation, ethical competence, a neurocognitive ethical decision-making perspective. Now I'll invite Dr. Meng for his presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Mon Zhou. I come from Faculty of Arts, the University of Auckland. Today I am very happy to have this opportunity to share with you one of my research currently under review. It's titled Theorizing and Educating Professional Translation Ethical Competence. Sometimes the professional translation ethical competence in this presentation is abbreviated as PTEC. You're going to come across a lot of PTECs down this presentation, and the subtitle is a neurocognitive ethical decision-making perspective. So basically, I'm going to, in this presentation, propose a tentative education program for PTEC from the perspective of neurocognitive ethical decision-making. So if you look at the world today, the triosphere, which was a concept proposed by Michael Cronin to refer to the totality of the world, composed of both the translation between the living organisms and that between the living and non-living organisms. The triosphere today is changing very, very rapidly, and the driving factors of such changes include globalization, which has driven up the global cross-cultural communication needs, the surging immigration ever since the latter half of the 20th century, geopolitical wars and conflicts, the neck-breaking technological advancement, the climate change, which is now affecting everyone, and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. So to address those problems needs communication, especially cross-cultural communication. And professional translators today are present in all those scenarios to seek responses to those challenges. So in the pictures, you see the war and the conflict scenarios, the joint responses against climate change and others. Especially today, the professional translators are working with increasing technologies, which has been changing the very nature of the translatorial action and bringing a lot of new moral problems for the professional translators. In this new and changing context, our professional translator education needs to prepare ethically our future translators for the changing market and the profession. In the new century, two notable changes have taken place in the professional translator ethics education. One is that previously, ethics has been a theme hovering in the background of translator education. But since the beginning of this century, especially when you look at the ITT's special issue published in 2011, you see that many universities around the world have been designing programs for professional translation ethics that explicitly teaches translation ethics to students. The second change is that previously teachers tried to preach the translator codes of ethics to students to familiarize them with the different codes and standards. But now the new kernel of professional translation ethics education has shifted to training students' ethical decision-making competence in situ. One of the aims is to sensitize students to the moral challenges frequently happening in translation, the other being to improve students' reflexive judgment in situ. This research aims to advance or carry forward the professional translation ethics education centered around students' ethical decision-making competence. Specifically, we aim to answer the following three questions. First, what is professional translation ethical competence, or the PTEC? We're going to provide a definition of PTEC. And the second question is that, is there a theory, a framework that can illuminate the subcomponents of PTEC and therefore structure its education? So we're going to seek a competency framework of PTEC. And last but not least, we're going to propose a tentative program for educating PTEC centered around ethical decision-making competence of the students. So if you look at the interrelations between the three questions, you can see that if we want to answer the third one, we need to provide answers to the first two questions in the first place. To answer the first two questions, we looked at the research on ethical decision-making as a subject and have located the neurocognitive model of ethical decision-making as the cure. We first have a bit review of the ethical decision-making modeling. The modeling work of human ethical decision-making started in the late 1960s. Until today, there are three schools of such models. Rationalist, which believe that ethical decision-making, or EDM, is a rational process. The intuitionist school, which believes that EDM is mostly an intuitive automatic process, and the dual system model, which combines the two. And the neurocognitive model of ethical decision-making proposed by Reynolds back in 2006 actually belongs to the third dual system model. So we'll first have a bit illustration of this model. If you look at the model, the present illustration here, in this model, it says that human EDM, or ethical decision-making, has two cycles. They all start from the searching and structuring of moral information in a moral environment. So the first cycle is the automatic, intuitive, reflexive cycle. That means when a person enters a moral environment, he first searches and patterns the moral stimuli, and then he tries to match the identified moral pattern with his stored ethical prototypes. The ethical prototypes are the multidimensional prototypes, which are descriptive and prescriptive, because those prototypes contains information about a certain moral situation, the moral problem, and the best possible action. That's the ethical action. So once the matching is successful, that will lead to automatic moral judgment and a subsequent moral action. But when this automatic moral judgment is questioned, in some cases by others, or the decision maker is dissatisfied with the final consequences, he introduces analytical reasoning to do post hoc rationalization on his automatic moral judgment. So that takes us to the second cycle. That's the rational cycle, which complements the reflexive cycle. It also starts from searching and structuring information in the moral environment. But this time, the decision maker actively reasons about those information and the moral problem, and then reaches a well-reasoned moral judgment, leading to a subsequent moral action. These two cycles are interactive in nature, and they somehow support each other. So with this neurocognitive model of ethical decision-making as a premise, we now can tentatively define PTEC, or professional translation ethical competence, that is the ethical decision-making competence in the professional translation context, as a dual construct that combines the professional translator's expertise in both intuitive and rational ethical decision-making. So, of course, these two cycles are interactive in nature. And leading from this definition, we can say, or we could conclude, or the competency framework of PTEC is that it has two components. One component is the competence in intuitive moral decision-making. The other is that in rational ethical decision-making. So speaking of the education of PTEC as a competence, then with this competency framework, we can say, if we want to educate students PTEC, we need to simultaneously educate their intuitive as well as rational ethical decision-making competencies. We first look at the first component, intuitive ethical decision-making as a competency. We first further devised the intuitive ethical decision-making competency according to Reynolds' model into three sub-competencies. They are the moral information structuring and patterning, that's to pattern the different moral stimuli information in the environment. Then the neural pattern matching, that's to match the identified moral patterns with the stored ethical prototypes. And then the post hoc rationalization, that's to introduce the rational cycle to get involved in, to reason about the intuitive judgment made. Leading from these sub-competencies of intuitive ethical decision-making. In the educational setting, we have established 4 targets accordingly. They are to train students' moral awareness to the information in the environment, first. Second, to provide adequate quality ethical prototypes to students. The quality ethical prototypes must be complete, accurate, and they are relevant. So the last 2 targets are to train students' ethical reasoning skills and to restructure, to give them the opportunity to restructure their stored ethical prototypes. We have here found Hogarth's literature or his work on educating intuition much relevant for guiding the education of intuitive ethical decision-making competence. So Hogarth, in many instances, has proposed 7 principles on educating intuition. Well, based on their relevance, I have just had 5 principles here. You could see I have linked or connected different principles of Hogarth on educating intuition with the targets we have proposed in educating students' intuitive ethical decision-making competence. So we just briefly go over the principles. First, selecting or creating kind environments. Well, this kind environments is contrasted with the wicked environments by Hogarth. The kind environments are environments that are representative of the moral encounters and have very good quality feedback from experts or peers. The wicked environments are not representative of the moral encounters. The feedback is either missing or distorted. And then the second, seeking feedback. Of course, this is very important. Imposing circuit breakers. That means the decision maker need to be taught to reason about his intuitive judgment before sliding to intuitive or reflexive action. That's like imposing a circuit breaker on his intuitive mechanism. Then exploring information connections. That has 2 sides. The first side is to explore the morally relevant information in the environment. The other is to actively compare the moral environment or moral case at hand with the previously encountered moral cases by analogy. And the final one is making scientific methods intuitive. Through deliberate practicing, the decision maker can make well-reasoned judgment as a process into intuitive process. So these principles, they could be well connected with the targets. Based on such connections, we have conclusions here. So if we want to educate intuitive ethical decision-making as a holistic competency, we need to strive for the 4 targets, T1 to T4, and then we need to exercise those activities. For T1, we should train students' moral awareness and case analogy as a capability. For T2, we need to create ethical situations or create or establish some opportunities for workplace apprenticeship for them to, with good feedback, for them to collect ethical prototypes. For T3 and T4, we should organize activities where they can impose circuit breakers on their intuitive ethical decision-making and exercise their rational reasoning skills. During this process, the originally stored ethical prototypes can be restructured or attuned to new moral situations. And the candidate pedagogical tools include group discussions, guided ethical case analysis, essay writing, etc. We're going to come across these activities in the final pieces of the slide. So I'll just talk about the next. So the second component is the rational ethical decision-making competency. For this competency, we also need to further divide this competency into sub-competencies. We choose to use James Rest, the American moral psychologist's 4-component model. According to the 4-component model, the human rational ethical decision-making process can be represented by 4 salient processes. First, moral sensitivity or awareness. That's a person interprets the moral dimensions of a social situation. Well, it could easily recall you to Reynolds' model that rational ethical decision-making also starts with identifying moral information. And the second component is moral judgment. That's the decision maker identifies among all available actions, the most ethical one. And moral motivation and intent, that the decision maker needs to prioritize ethical values than to over competing values like his personal interests, which may not be that ethical. And the final component is moral implementation. In this component, the decision maker carries out ethical actions despite likely difficulties. So these four salient components represent the most important process of rational ethical decision-making. Of course, as you could tell, that the ethical decision-making, rational ethical decision-making is more than this, but this model has been statistically proved as effective in representing this process. And this four-component model has actually very effectively guided professional ethics education programs. The most representative or exemplary program has been the University of Minnesota's Dentistry Ethics Education Program, which started in the 1980s. And over decades of practice and progress, the teachers or the staff at the University of Minnesota instructing this program has developed and validated a toolkit of instruments for teaching and assessing students' ethical competence under the four-component model. So you could see the teaching tools here and the assessment tools here. They are all well validated by many empirical studies. So we could use them as antecedents and adapt them for the purpose of educating professional translator trainees' rational ethical decision-making competence. Due to limited time, I'm not going to give a detailed review about the teaching tools and assessment tools here. We'll just jump directly to this table. This table is very important because it represents the kind of a crystallization of previous arguments, leading from the previous arguments. So this table represents the tentative program we have designed or proposed for educating PATEC, or again, professional translation ethical competence. If you look at the table, we divide this program into 3 stages according to the literature on professional development programs. So the first stage is pre-instruction, then instruction, and post-instruction. This makes it a complete program. Pre-instruction involves the translation teacher doing or conducting one-to-one interviews with the students enrolled in the program. The interviews will help determine the students' training needs, especially when the interviews find that students typically, in deficiency of a certain aspect of moral decision-making. So it will involve the preparing of the interview protocols. And we just first look at the post-instruction. Post-instruction stage involves first trainee assessment, because you're going to use the final assessment to measure students' progress. It will involve the different tools adapted to assess translation ethical competence as the final assessment, and then program evaluation. This will be a multi-stakeholder evaluation. Everyone, the students, the university staff, the professional translators, and even the ethicists involved in the program will be invited to give feedback and their evaluations about the program. This will be very helpful in refining the program as a continuous process. And the final one is the results reporting. Well, this is basically for the administrative purposes, because the university, the faculty, and even the managing board of the program, like a professional body of a translator association, will need the results for to aid their judgments or decision making. So we now put more time to the instruction stage. The components of instruction stage are designed with the specific activities. The activities are targeted at the the competencies of rational and intuitive ethical decision-making of the translation trainees. As you could see, I have listed the different targets here. The T1 to T4 represents the 4 targets of the intuitive ethical decision-making competence of professional translator trainees, and the C1 to C4 represents students' competencies in each of the components of the rational ethical decision-making competence according to the 4-component model. That's moral sensitivity, moral judgment, moral motivation, and moral implementation. So you could see that when I list the targets here, each of the activity targets one or more the specific main targets of the ethical decision-making competence. So the components, first, thematic lectures. This will be the lectures on the professional roles of the translators, because according to philosophical models on moral motivation, once the professionals have higher moral motivation, they're going to behave more ethically in their practice. So lectures on professional role of the translators are going to improve students' moral motivation. That's C3. Then the classroom teaching include introduction to ethical and translation ethical concepts and theories. This will be beneficial to T1, T3, C1, and 2. And then guided study of translator codes and standards. Again, T1, T3, C1, and C2. As you could see, these 2 lines of activities share the targets because we believe that codes and standards not limited, not confined to translation could help the professional translators to identify the moral problems and help with their ethical judgment. And then the final activity is translators' professional role discussion. This is to complement the prior thematic lectures in improving students' moral motivation, so C3. Then the third component is supervised sessions. These sessions will be used as scenarios where the students can be guided in analyzing and interpreting or trying to find possible solutions to the typical representative ethical cases of professional translation. So here, students, by guided case analysis, they could train their T1, T2, T3, all the way to T4 and C1, C2. That's moral sensitivity and moral judgment or ethical judgment. Here, we need to pay some attention here because in this process, especially when the activities involve the ethical judgment training, we would recommend that if conditions allow, the university staff or the university could actually invite or involve some ethicists into the program instruction or as kind of a course advisors, because they have the ethical expertise needed to help comment on students' performance. So the last component of the instruction stage is interactive workshops. This will be for training the students' competency in actually implementing their ethical action or to restructure the ethical prototypes, because when writing about the action, the imagined action plan of the ethical action and actually playing the ethical action in the role-playing activities, they're going to have opportunities to compare their ethical prototypes with others and have the chance to restructure their ethical prototypes. So this table basically illustrates our proposed tentative program for tech education. With this program, we're going to have some opportunities as well as challenges. Opportunities mainly include we're going to have a comprehensive theory-driven approach to translation ethics education centered around ethical decision-making. We're going to make translational ethical competences really accessible, because many of the tools we have adapted from the professional ethics education in dentistry are really quantifiable. And then it could make students' progress in ethics trackable. And also we could think about in the future about the possibility of adapting the program for translators continuing ethics education, which is now currently little researched. Of course, there are challenges. Mainly, we have to design the many tools, adapting the tools and materials like interview protocols, the ethical cases typical to the translation profession. We need to design them and validate them, which is going to take time. And then we need to improve our faculty's capability of instructing ethical programs. They have to be trained in both course instruction and ethics. They have to know about the ethics themselves before they could teach. And the challenge also goes with the reflexive program implementation. But sometimes we're just too easily to take for granted something we're actually testing. So keeping reflective about the program is really important. These are just some of the opportunities and challenges, and there are more to add. So last, there are some main references for you to check, for you to pursue in this subject. Well, that's basically about my presentation. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Meng. Universities today are strengthening their students' professional translating ethical competence. ProTech Education is a program to enhance the ethical decision-making capacity of the students in real-life situations. And Dr. Meng has presented us with a very specific structure and framework to define and theorize ProTech and its subcomponents, as well as to systematically engage in its education. With this, we will now conclude the 2021 Seoul International Forum on Translation and Interpreting. We would like to thank all the presenters, as well as the participants for staying with us till the very end, and also to the organizers for all your hard work. Once again, thank you all. We hope that next year, instead of an online format, we will be able to meet with you in person. We also hope that you will be able to enjoy a cool and refreshing summer after all the hard work that you put in the first half of the year. Thank you very much.